Yeah, you can post all the photos you want. When you just Google airplane crash, there's always airplanes. They're busted up and they're burning and they're in pieces. But guess what? They're there. And the video footage from the video news footage from that day says there was no airplane. The eyewitness FBI people say there was no airplane. The reports say there's no airplane. Dude, I mean, if you want to believe that airplanes disintegrate upon impact, that's your business. But you are believing something that directly contradicts all known reality. So for me, that's called the smoking gun. The story they fed us is not real.
Dude, they also
do with that whatever you want, bro. No, you sound to me like an obfuscating person who wants to wish something into reality rather than just dealing with reality as it presents itself.
Let me just say something. Yeah, they also want to believe that the planes were able to cut steel beams at 45-degree angles as well.
Oh, the 45-degree angles. Yes. That way,
that's stuff that I agree with. But those things are not. They give them little wiggle rooms. They're like globetards who run and yell refraction. To me, a disintegrating 737 cannot happen. It is physically, scientifically impossible. There is no circumstance under which anything like that has ever happened that we can understand how it could scientifically happen at all.
Okay, well, maybe you can understand. Maybe you can understand.
So to me, in this video, disintegrating airplanes to me are the smoking gun.
I posted this video for you because of what you just said, because I knew in advance what you were going to say. And I posted this video showing you what happens when a high velocity, high mass impact like this occurs. In slow motion, it shows you what happens. It shows you what happens to the material of the craft and what happens to the wall. And you can see for yourself whether it disintegrates or not. And that's up to you to look. And Carnivore also posted some of the GIFs from the 9/11 building 2 thing too. But yeah, just watch what happens to that sled as it crashes against that.
Oh, bro, you won't find anything after that sled impact. Like, good luck. Good luck finding anything after that. How fast is that sled going, bro? How fast is that sled coaching? And who the fuck is hot micing?
A lot more than 500 miles an hour.
A lot more.
Steel, is this picture that you posted, bro? Is that honestly compelling evidence to you, bro? A little piece of metal on the ground. Is that really honestly compelling to you?
You said there was no evidence of a plane. This is evidence of a plane, right? What was your claim? There was no evidence.
Are you honestly saying this picture of a piece of metal that's the size of what? How? I don't know what. I don't even know. What is that? 3 feet across? That's a compelling evidence that a 737 with 40 people on board crashed.
That's one photo of many photos. Okay.
Cool. Okay. You believe you live on a spinning ball, don't you, bro? You also believe you live on a spinning ball. You believe that, don't you? Yeah, you do.
Of course he does, dude. We're sure.
Why don't we stay with what we're discussing now?
Yeah. Let's just stick. Yeah. Keep it on topic for sure. So, anyways, I know I want to get in. Everybody else want to get in. So, who's doing this? It was you and the other guy. I'm sorry, I don't know who's talking. The globe guy and Flat Earth. So, I'll shut up and you guys talk it out. Then I'll hop in.
I cannot believe that you actually believe that these two things you just posted are compelling enough evidence to overturn video evidence and FBI eyewitness accounts. Logic, science. Come on, bro. It's really sad. That's so sad for you, bro.
How many photos do you need, BK? Is there a number?
I don't even know what this photo is. What is it?
This is a photograph of plane debris found at Flight 93. This was admitted into evidence in a criminal trial of one of the conspirators. And this is public record. Anyone can access this on the internet.
Wow.
Is that the Shanksville one?
That's Shanksville.
Okay. That's
wow. So you got a couple of what? What is that in the ground there? Is that what is that? I can't even tell what that is. Like a swirled piece of metal, and a window. Part of a window.
I challenge anyone. Man. I just made a GIF of the second impact. I just made a GIF of the second impact just to show you. Anyone that thinks the 747 just disappears into the building the way that that GIF shows from the little screenshots it took from the news that was shown to us, I challenge your common sense.
BK, you got a hot mic
New
echo thing
perspective.
going on. BK.
I don't know, man. Kosho was saying something about that CGI. I don't fucking know, but I'm not sad. Look at the
Kosho said it was
fucking
CGI?
No, he did it.
Hold on, CGI.
No, he did not. You did not. Right?
Well, that GIF I just made, does that make sense that the plane just disappears and then there's the wing disappearing right beforehand? And then there's a point where there's like just a little small impact thing that you can see on the building where the plane was supposed to be just gone into the building. So I took an extra pause there to show you, like right there at the very point where we're supposed to believe the plane disappeared into the building in the corner there, that the whole 747 is just gone, like magically into the building. I mean, that's what we were shown. Does that not just like ring a couple of fucking alarm bells for anybody that believes the official story? Look at that GIF.
My only problem with this is that, like, you know, as that thing is going into the building, right? Not every in video, they don't always have every frame.
There's no resistance. It maintains the same fucking velocity. There's no core of the building. Nothing to slow it down.
Yeah, Crack, did you look at the GIF I just made?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, of course, bro.
Yeah, so it just disappears, and it doesn't look like any damage to the building. In fact, when there's a little puff of smoke on the building, and the whole plane's supposed to be gone into the building at that point. And I just took screenshots from a news footage just now.
I'm just saying, if the frame rate of the camera was even higher, things may not have disappeared in the image. Is my point. Like, I've took videos.
But there should never be a frame where there's just a little poof of smoke and the whole building intact, and the plane's supposed to be gone into the building. There should never be that frame available. Especially with the outline of the plane going in, that Bugs Bunny or Roadrunner outline that they show us later on.
If you don't get a frame, you don't get a frame. That's fine, but you're not going to get a frame where you get the building and not the plane. You're saying, Dave?
I'm saying there should never be a frame without seemingly hardly any damage to the building and the plane completely gone into it. Like that GIF I just made shows.
That frame where it stops, it's almost like there's a and it's yet that anything on the other side
shouldn't be
pressure's yet traveled through the building and blew out the back, right? Like, I don't know.
Right, but there should be a bigger spot.
I agree with you. I think it looks definitely fucking weird. But, like, I've filmed myself before lots of different moving things, right, at air shows and shit. And I have had in my videos, like, a whole aeroplane completely fucking disappear, right? For a few frames out of my video when I'm filming with less frames per second. Like, I've had things just disappear that are moving. Like, literally disappear, and you know, it wasn't CGI. I was viewing it as it happened. Like, I filmed something. Nothing.
Well, how do you explain that? What's your reason for that happening?
My only reason for that,
a frame happened to catch like the plane not there. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. Without no. It's almost like fucking refraction or some shit, right? It's where the light, that whatever's happened in that shot, the light has not managed to, pass through the camera, or it's took a frame of, you're taking a video, right, and you're taking frames of something. The thing is traveling through the camera's point of view, or the aspect ratio that it has in control of. It took. It's like it isn't taking an image at that point, because it didn't take an image at one point, and the thing's traveling quickly. It's almost like. Yeah, it's like there's a gap in translation as something's in motion. You can end up with missing frames, is my point. So when that's all put together and compacted as a video, and then you pause it as you're going, things can seemingly disappear or not be there anymore. Is my point. That can happen.
Okay, but that's that.
I honestly don't know what you're saying anymore.
I guess, but it seems strange that you're saying that, because I think you're also aware that it seems like there weren't any planes on that day, right?
I happen to think it could have quite easily been an airplane that flew into it. I think it was a demolition squad that ultimately made the building come down. I think these planes could have been the missiles themselves, that they had, inverted copper cones in the noses, and you just fly a plane into the building.
But that anomaly that you're explaining, that anomaly you're explaining somehow, like with refraction, making the plane you were filming disappear and then reappear, right? That's a rare anomaly. And then with the way that GIF I just put in the live stream shows, that would be an even more coincidental, crazy anomaly that the plane just happens to have wings disappear right before it goes in, and then also on impact, the whole thing's gone, and there's just a little poof of smoke where the thing's supposed to have disappeared into the building. Like that's not quite easily being an airplane. That's quite hard to believe.
I get you. I get you. These cameras, however, they seem like they've got an incredibly crap frame rate for one. But I can't ignore. Yeah, I can't ignore the other. Exactly, I can't ignore the other 50 angles that I clearly see. This thing in the air, regardless of whatever the fuck it is, right? Hit a building, right?
That's a CGI. That was.
Well, let me ask you this. Yeah, let me ask you this then, just to go along with that logic, like because the frame rate somehow could make that, which still doesn't necessarily make sense completely. But the other ones that we've seen since then could be CGI. It could have been CGI on the day, right? You have to at least admit that could be the case, right? And then if you admit that could have been the case, that they showed us a real time live CGI.
You want to know
and wait, hold on. Let me finish. And on top of that, then we have the nose of the plane coming out, which they say was because of the mistake that they let the image that they overlaid go through to the other side when they should have cut. Supposedly they went to black on all these things that you have to add up. And then on top of that, like the fact that you would have to been, if it was a real plane with someone flying the plane without any ground control, nobody guiding them to the center of the plane, to take the risk, if they were going to pull this off, to take the risk that someone would be able to fly the plane and hit the plane perfectly and disappear the plane into the building the way it was exactly supposed to happen, which is a rare feat, especially if they didn't have ground control, didn't know where they're going. They're just aimlessly trying to find the city and trying to find the middle of the building to go into it. I mean, none of that makes sense if they're going to blow it up anyway. If they're going to blow it up anyway, why not do it and make sure it's perfect and not take the risk that this person is going to miss the corner of the building and then have all this other damage they didn't plan on.
Right. So the only reason why I'm not going to turn around and say that all of the planes were CGI is because my wife lives in New York. She saw the planes herself in the sky. She saw them fly into the buildings.
How many did you see? First one or the second one?
Second one. Yeah.
Well, you didn't say that to begin with. I didn't realize that was the case. You must believe her then, or
you're asking
believe
me,
what she thought she saw.
Yeah, you're asking me exactly. Like you're asking me why I wouldn't think it's CGI. That's the reason why. Like,
what's the first?
Well, you understand my reasoning there? Like, if they're going to blow up the buildings anyway, right? Yeah. Why wouldn't they make sure that they didn't take the risk that the person flying the plane wouldn't have been able to hit the building the correct way to make it seem like it caused the damage that it needed?
I'll be honest.
They wouldn't take that risk. If they're going to pull it off, they would do it perfectly.
Now I see why you're investing in the planes. Everything makes sense.
Wait there a second. With a missile, right? The problem is that there's just as high a likelihood that a missile would fucking miss as a plane would anyway. It's not difficult to fly a plane into a
guided missile. I think the missiles would be more accurate.
No.
Laser guided.
Well, okay, but then that's
where that
depends on the missile.
Guided missiles don't always hit exactly on the spot. They sometimes miss by a massive degree. Like I don't want to go into that because I know a lot about that.
Human error is way riskier, though.
Within 10 feet.
You have to admit.
All right, guys, listen. After the first plane
hit, we have TV override
from
lots of missiles.
Override me.
Humans are better at guiding them. Whoa, wait a minute, Jeremy. People are asking me questions, bro. Like, what the fuck? All right, I'll go on mute.
That was mid-sentence, but go ahead. I just wanted to say, yeah, everyone's jumping in. So, real quick, after the first plane hit, there would have been so many eyes on the building at that point that it would have been tough to not have another plane hit. Like people would have been looking.
It would have been damn near stupid to shoot a rocket at the buildings at that point. That's right.
What do you mean?
What I mean, just like Jeremy just said, you have everybody looking at the buildings. You're talking about risking not hitting the buildings. What about risking somebody seeing that it's not a plane hitting it?
I think most people were running away from the crash site. Yeah,
dude, all eyes were on that shit after the first plane hit. You kidding me? The whole world was watching.
And if it was if it was a missile though that looked like a plane, right? And you see it out of the corner of your eye, or you see it's so fast you hardly know what you saw. Then you have plants. You have plants in the crowd. You have
Listen,
you have somebody standing around you. One person says it was an airliner. The other people believe they saw an airliner too, right? It's power of suggestion.
Because of the trauma,
the
traumatic situation you're in too.
Missile on a
And it's
plane.
not-
Please,
Well,
can
the
I say
Once they
this?
think they
firefighters-
saw it,
What's the
it's hard to
difference
say they
between a missile
didn't.
and a plane?
the firefighters never said anything about planes. This is the thing.
Right,
There's a
wait,
lot
let
of
me just
so people that are on the
claiming a missile-
ground that say they never heard a plane. So it's like, you have
Listen
two
to me a
sides.
second.
Which
Let me
I
just
wasn't
say this
there,
quick,
so-
please. Can I just say this? I need to get this
go on.
out quickly, right?
Okay,
I'm
make it
not
quick.
saying that missiles didn't hit. I'm not saying missiles didn't hit the fucking building. I'm saying that there's no difference between a plane and a missile. They're the same fucking thing. They're the same thing. I'm telling you, it is a missile that hit it, but it's a plane. A plane has the exact same control system
Then you have
that a
human
missile
error.
has on it to guide it. No, you don't. Not if you've got a missile guidance system being the thing that flew it. There's no
Okay, so
human
you're
error.
saying it wasn't terrorists then doing it with the planes. It was
It's the same thing.
Okay.
Of course, it wasn't terrorists doing it. Of course, it fucking wasn't. We've got systems that would have shot these planes down in seconds. They ignored
But wait,
everything that was going on in the sky that day.
Wait, weren't you arguing that the aluminum wouldn't be able to disappear into steel buildings very well?
No, that wasn't him.
It wouldn't.
It
No.
was the other guy.
No. Listen. What
I thought he
I'm
was on
saying?
the
What
side
I'm
of no
saying?
planes because of the aluminum not being able to disappear into steel.
No. I'm saying that. Well, I don't know what you're saying is any different to me, right? That plane is a missile. I'm not claiming that plane is even made of aluminum, right? My original point is that an aluminum plane would never do the damage to that building that an aluminum plane apparently did, right? I already stated if the plane is what hit it, it would have been a plane with an inverted copper cone in the nose, of the plane. So it's got a literal shape charge in the nose, right? That would be what would allow that to go through. But if this is a missile dressed up as
they
a
would
plane
have
with wings, it
especially
could have a steel
designed the plane to
penetrator
go
in it.
into the
It could have
building.
any of that.
You're saying that if it was a plane, they
course they
specially
would've.
designed it to be able to go into the steel.
Yeah, it's just a missile that looks like a plane. Like a missile and a plane are exactly the same thing. It's just that a plane is a slower flying object.
Okay,
That's all it is.
but the
There's no
nose is
difference.
different than the wings. Like, so the wings didn't break off. Like you'd expect the wings to break off if they were aluminum. So you're saying they were reinforced too to be able to disappear into steel?
Let me ask a question.
No, they could have been made. They could have been made out of any disintegratory material entirely. They could have been made out of a number of materials. I don't know what they're made of.
I mean,
Are
that's one more
the same as the wings of an airplane? Are they the same size?
Man,
Matrix, your
hold on.
mic's mad loud.
Kosha was trying to get into, man. Hold
Yeah, let
on.
me ask you this question, okay? Because it's a very important question. If the planes were made out of planes, or if they were made out of, I don't know, wood, the same size as the plane and the same mass, going at the same speed, or if it was made out of Q-tips, going the same speed and the same mass as the plane, the same size, what would the difference be?
Okay, may I? Real fast, I gotcha. So if you have a Coke can and a pellet gun, that's lead and it's softer than the steel shell, it will punch right through it, with enough velocity. Yeah, I don't know if you have a fast like air rifle or something. So lead can go through steel without an issue.
Disclaimer: don't. My bad. Go ahead.
But the building to the plane is not the same relationship. It's like it's inverted. The building is very dense, and the plane is like a sheet, a tube, like a really thin metal. So the bullet, you have to invert that relationship, and that's what you got there. I'm done.
Yeah, but see, the way that I understand it is the impact is the impact, and that's the force at that position at that moment, and it's going to be things that are going to affect it are going to be the impact area. So, like how concentrated that all that mass is, that mass itself, and the velocity of the mass, and it wouldn't matter what material it was made out of if all those parameters are the same. Then there's nothing else. It doesn't matter what it's made out of.
It does, because the density to fit that mass. Because you're right, I'm agreeing with you on the mass thing. So the material would matter, 'cause density. Because in order for you to have that mass in this much space, then the density must be that. That's what I'm saying.
Right,
Are you with
exactly.
me? That's why bullets work, because they're very dense. Yeah. So like the plane is not a bullet. It's not solid whatsoever. It's almost like the other way. The building is semi-solid to the plane, ratio-wise. Are you with me? Like mass to, like density, actually. So the density of the building is a lot higher than the plane. So we have an inverted relationship with the bullet to the Coke can or the steel soup can. You know, it's like the other way around.
Are you saying that Kosho is wrong?
He's not wrong. No, I'm not.
Okay, so the plane would enter the building and destroy the beams, is what you're saying?
No. I'm a no planer. The nose poked out the other side. It would be absorbed, crushed, and sliced and diced. It would never exit as the same shape. You always have if you study ballistics, the exit hole is always bigger than the entrance.
Right, coming out. Yeah, but what I'm saying is an aluminum plane going into a steel structured building. The aluminum plane would be sliced and diced, not the building. Correct.
Correct, to some extent, yeah. But I think it still would lodge in there. Yeah. To some extent, right? Not 100%.
No, I understand that things will be bent and concrete would be cracked.
It would have hit the steel beams and then compacted around the steel beams, but then maybe would have got dragged through the windows into the building.
Like
we don't know exactly,
shredded to tiny.
It would have been obliterated, yeah.
Maybe
it would have been obliterated.
Yeah, it disintegrated.
You would have dragged it through the first beams, but eventually the mid beams would stop that plane, bro. That plane would not. Have you guys ever seen photos of what happens when birds hit the front of the planes? Of how it looks? Of how
it gets mangled.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
To be fair,
imagine
that's a hollow. Yeah, well, the nose is really hollow. It may contain a radar system or two, but it's meant to absorb impact, actually. So that's kind of a weird point. The structure is stronger. There's ribs and many rivets that hold it together, which gives us its strength. But the aluminum itself is weak and light as shit, man. It's when you put it all together with a skin and it holds itself together that makes it flexible and rigid. But compared to a steel 3-inch steel beam, no contest. You fly a jet into a single beam standing up, and that jet will be sliced in half like butter.
Dude, you can fire most projectiles, and believe it or not, the larger a projectile gets, right, when it's at a slow speed, the harder it actually is to go through steel, right? Okay, like you make it to where things are smaller at high speeds to go through steel. Not big and slow. Big and slow never goes through steel, ever.
Have you guys? Does anybody know the answer to my question about the differences between the wing sizes of an airplane and a missile? Is it even similar?
It doesn't. Well, no. Sometimes it depends what missile we're talking about. Like,
Maybe
for instance, some missiles have fold-out wings. Sometimes we have fold-out wings on missiles that are exactly analogous to a scale of a plane, right? There are some there are cruise missiles that attach to the Eurofighter Typhoon, for instance, right? That is a German. Well, is it a German system or an American system that the Germans use, right? And it almost looks like one of Werner von Braun's pulse rockets, right? That he made. The point being is that the wings could be bigger than a plane's in scale on a rocket if you would want, right? You can do that. Don't get me wrong. There's no reason why they couldn't have retrofitted a rocket to have big, wings like that. There's no reason that a rocket as well, or any type of propelled system that fires an explosive or whatever, can't be fired with turbine and fan engines versus actual direct rocket engines. Like, there's no reason why not.
In that case, it will.
The wing size to body size don't matter.
In that case, if it's bigger, it'll more than likely be flimsier. Because an airplane, it has to carry more things, and the wings and the missile, all it has to do is guide it. So I don't think the same density is needed.
I mean, like, we don't see. Okay, the problem with that is that's one more piece of information you cannot verify. But cut it, like, you only have so many givens. by speculating now that the nose has this and that, it's like, oh, hold on. We don't even know what hit. Like, we really don't. We have several snapshots, and it's like, okay, so there's no need to like guess into it. It's like it's a scientific error, like where you're allowed one guess. You can't now take that guess and guess again in the guess. That's fucked up. You can't do that. It's Narnia. That's Narnia. That's what the Einsteiners do. One guess, and we'll stick with that guess, and that's it. But beyond that guess, you can't speculate in that. That's it. You're done.
Based on that, we shouldn't have the globe.
Like, what I'm saying? Okay, so if you got like, I don't know if you're measuring things in inches, and this thing is like, it's not quite on the mark, so I'm gonna guess it's 3.2. Okay, after that, I'm not allowed to guess another fucking number beyond the 2 because the 2 was a guess. So if I say it's 3.25, I can't do that. I can't. It's not allowed. Because you're guessing onto the guess. That's like guess squared. You can't fucking do that in science. You gotta stick to the first guess. Yeah.
Give me a rational way of calculating the size of Venus then, without guessing.
Fuck Venus, we're talking about wings and shit. But,
what I'm saying, if it isn't allowed, it isn't allowed, right? It can be allowed in a certain paradigm, and then in another paradigm ain't being allowed. If you eliminate a lot of assumptions on the globe Earth will cease to exist. You have to allow with some assumptions.
There's a name for it in the textbook. I just forgot the concept I just explained. Just something. Forgot. They teach you that shit in like high school.
Yeah, I just have the problem with the no plane theory is that many people saw the planes, people that I know myself, and like I said, it doesn't even need to be a plane. It just needs to resemble a fucking plane.
Right.
But at the same time, like, it would have been way more dangerous for them to have actually fired an actual rocket, a full-size rocket, a rocket that big as well. Bear in mind, right? Like, it would have had to have been inert, like almost like there would have been hardly any high explosive or anything in it. Because a rocket that big, they don't really. Yeah, we're talking fucking.
I'm having a hard time believing that's a plane, anyways, from all the shots I was given. So I'm a hard no planer, regardless of how many testimonies I get. It's panic and all that, and we understand when people are in panic, we can't take their testimony 100%. So I can't. That's just there's. That cookie cutter effect is like, go fuck yourself. That sure, it'll get absorbed and bent, and yeah, but that cookie cutter effect, that perfect wing slice, like, damn, that is some horse shit. It's like, damn, that is. I'm sorry, I don't believe that.
Have a good look at what I did. Another GIF I just made. I just made another GIF that shows like what we were shown that day, right? So there's the wide shot, and then I zoomed in, right, with the screenshot to show you what the image is in that frame that we're shown. Supposed to be a big plane, and then zoom in again at the very end where you see like that where the impact is, and we're supposed to believe a plane disappeared, and leaving that little mark on the building is where the plane supposedly now is fully inside the building, like butter. It just challenges any kind of common sense to accept that. Kosho, does that not point out why it seems like people are speculating that it didn't have that it wasn't planes? Does that at all show you why people are questioning it? I mean,
new perspective.
It's hard to believe.
Going
Right?
no planar was kind of like going flat Earth kind of. It was a really hard shift for me. I was like, what kind of horse shit is this? Fuck this! Everybody saw the planes. Same exact thing. Then I watched. It's like, oh,
right.
Oh my god,
denial mode, right?
So why are you playing that GIF again? I showed you a video where it shows 50 different shots of that impact. There's no
Okay, so what's your claim about the GIF I made? Like that little spot, that little thing that pauses at the very end to show you where the plane was supposed to have been in the building. What's your claim about that? Is that a fake video that I'm making a GIF of then?
No, what are you saying?
That was shown to us that day?
What do you mean it's showing where the plane should have hit in the building? So you understand that the impact, the impact and the time that it's coming out the other side, like these things are going to be moving at the speed of sound. So if you're taking still shots of it, frame by frame, There's going to be frames where it looks like that. That's why if you watch the
So
full
there's going to be
video,
a frame where you can see the whole building. So your logic says there's going to be a frame where the whole building seems like totally intact, and there's a little poof of smoke where the plane was supposedly inside it, but that's not really what happened. There's a bigger hole, but it just looks like that from the frame I captured. I don't get what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're looking at it frame by frame. You watch the full shot and then tell me it doesn't look real. Like you're saying that it doesn't look real because
I'm not saying that it doesn't look like a plane goes into it without any speculation. I'm saying there's a frame where the building's completely intact and there's just a little poof of smoke, and we're supposed to believe that the plane's fully inside the building now.
Okay.
What's your analysis of that frame existing?
That the plane hit the building and you took a shot of that moment, that exact moment when that's happening. And now take the next
happens
frame
to look
of that
way,
event.
or
like what are you
saying it's an anomaly that's
what
not actually the full building intact?
There's no
plane be happening right there.
There's no plane in the shot, and there's no.
Oh, there is a plane. There is a plane in the shot.
Osho, let me help you out there. It's refraction.
It is. Nah.
When the smoke is there, there's no plane, right?
Yeah, that's when it's in the building.
But
So,
there's
yeah,
no
at the very end of that
hole of where the plane went in.
Okay, so
there's no huge hole, no plane.
How fast do explosions occur?
Oh no! Hold on. What's your source now? What's your source? There's
how
no
fast? Anybody can answer. If no one's going to answer, I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing.
That's not an explosive there. So what the fuck are you talking about?
It is an impact. The impact is creating an explosion.
No. Explosion is not defined as that, bro. Go ahead. Look up.
That's why after that you see this. All the pressure is pushing all of the debris out the window.
Yeah, you're saying it's going all the way through the building, and the pressure is shooting out dust, out steel and concrete in the shape of a plane nose.
Wait,
we're not even talking about that,
It is shooting it out the window in that same exact direction, and it is moving at the speed of sound through all those materials.
Shooting the dust out the same size of a plane nose out a window now.
Hold on, Rakia. Kojo, do you think I'm talking about the same GIF from the nose coming out the other side, or are you looking at the one I just posted?
You just posted New Perspective.
Yeah, where there's like totally intact building, but just a little poof of smoke. The plane's supposed to be inside. How do you explain that frame existing?
Okay, how do you explain the speed that it's supposed to be happening at? If it's not an instant, if the speed is not instantly, then you should probably not be asking me why is there a frame where there's no explosion happening? Because it takes.
That sounds like you're trying to dodge the reality of the question.
Yeah, Kosho's arguing what should have been, and Perspective is arguing what is.
So is it not instantly? New Perspective? Does it take time for this? Does it take time for this impact to take place? So if it takes time, then what you're viewing is an instance where it just hit the building, and then the next frame is you're going to see it, the explosion occur.
If it just hit the building, you would still see the plane.
For the sake of science, hey, bro. For the sake of science, give me one quick word or sentence. What's going on here with the plane is no different than you playing pool. If anybody says otherwise, they're full of fucking shit. Okay.
Exactly.
Right? So thank you. So whatever plane is 500 miles an hour, whatever wavefront is moving, how the fuck is it moving at the speed of sound when the plane wasn't? Okay. It has to slow down. It's billiards here, bro.
Point, dude. That's my point. Is that's the fastest. The speed of sound is the fastest it could possibly be going. It's obviously not going the speed of sound. But you're going to be able to find a frame where you're going to see something like this.
What Coach is trying to say is that he managed to the gift that he's using, the moment just before the splash, the explosion, is what he managed to capture. It's just like you dropping a droplet in a pool, that splash, he managed to capture the image just before the splash goes big. This is what Coach is trying to say. That if you would give it a little bit of time, he would eventually see the giant hole that you're supposed to see.
In the very next frame,
The wings made the hole. The fuselage made the hole. Not the blast. Hello? It looks like a cartoon when it's all said and done. And now you're saying because of the speed of sound, we don't see where the wing went in the building?
Hold on, right?
Listen,
He
the human
retracted
being,
that.
the human, listen,
Hold
the
on.
human
And
being is
nobody
better than
I
believing
agree
the
with
official nine.
Pocho,
Hold
but
on.
I understand what he's using as an excuse. I understand it, right? It's before the moment of the explosion. Before the
This other
moment of
guy was trying to come. Hey, let
I was
this other
just
guy
going to try
talk
to
for a
say
minute.
something really,
Oh,
really quick.
yeah.
Is that
Can aluminum
Yeah,
wings
go ahead,
cut
man.
that?
hold
Can
on.
aluminum wings cut through steel like that?
No.
Can you
Yes,
just
yes,
let
it
Here's the
depends on the
thing.
thickness.
say something?
But
Can
I
you
okay,
just
just wanted
let
to say
Glatt
something
speak?
and I'll go away. Okay. The adult human being is better than having to believe the official 9/11 story. You're better than that. Thank you.
Also, nobody on the ground saw any planes go in the building. If you look into it.
Well, but Craig is
Well,
invested because his girlfriend was there. So hold on, we have personal investments into this. We're trying to kind of work him out of it slowly.
yeah. So like,
He's
literally, like, and it's not just my
emotional
wife that
investment.
says this. And I'm not emotionally invested in it at all. Like, I'm of the same opinion that it isn't a plane that did the damage to the buildings. I'm just saying there's no difference between a missile and a plane, right?
I'm agreeing to that. Yeah, you couldn't
Yeah,
really
like
tell the difference.
there's right. So there's no reason why that plane isn't a missile, and it wasn't just my wife that saw it. It was multiple people that I know. Because by the time the first building got hit by a plane, everyone was watching it, and it wasn't like they were in panic, afraid. They were fucking miles away from it, but they witnessed what seemingly was a plane flying at plane speeds off from the left, coming across, and then for the second building, and that was multiple people that seen it that I've spoken to. But yeah, like that's neither
But
here nor
correct, there
there.
is a difference between a plane and a missile. If it's a regular plane and the wings would have seemed to break off, if they, we wouldn't see that impact of that GIF that I saw. I mean, I could believe that
Right.
was a
So
missile
what?
disappearing into the
Yep.
building and then causing that little small explosion that eventually got bigger. I could buy that more than the actual 747 disappearing into that little small poof of smoke that we see with the building seemingly completely intact all around that little poof of smoke. It doesn't add up. So it's not the same necessarily, unless it was
And
a
no,
reinforced plane like you were trying to suggest.
and no offense, Crack, but earlier it was definitely saw planes hit the second building, and now they were so far away they saw what appeared to be a plane. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like it could have been a missile,
No,
like you
there's
said.
more than one person. No, no.
Okay,
There's
let me
more than one
finish.
person
If
I
you don't
know.
mind, let me finish, and you can tell me how I'm wrong. But this is how it happens. People see an object flying towards a building, right? A big explosion. They're way far off, so they're not scared. So they're looking at it the whole time. I get it, right? And then later on, airplanes hit the building, airplane hit the building, airplane hit the building. So now, from that point on, what they saw was an airplane. You get what I'm saying? Even though they didn't see an airplane.
Course.
Yeah.
But I myself,
yeah,
already calling into question whether or not it was an airplane. But what we have is video of something seemingly looking like an airplane. The same time that video was took, I know people personally that some were close, some were further away. That's why I said more than one person, and everyone said it appeared to be a plane. That's what I'm saying. I think it would have been dangerous for them to not fly a plane into it. The idea that a plane is less accurate than a missile, that's where I'm saying they're the same thing. Why they're the same thing?
Insane.
Because both of them have a guidance mechanism that's extremely similar, right? They have propulsion, they have pitch, yaw, rudder, they have all the same things.
No,
And
pilot
it's
said though, like fighter jet, like whatchamacallit, Air Force, like pilots, like they said that's impossible to do with a commercial plane because they don't fly VFR, they fly IFR, don't they? They're not actually meant to do that, right? For the instrument, like you can drive it like manually when you're landing and shit, but it's not meant to be steered based on your eyesight. You steer with the instrument, like the instruments, the instrumentation,
yeah, of course.
whatever.
Of course.
Oh, it was one of my friends who's an air traffic controller is explaining to me the differences between what that is.
Yeah,
no, 100% you can fly a passenger jet VFR. IFR is just using
You can, but you can't with the pilot said with a plane that size, you can't actually aim it that accurate. It's not that easy.
I get what you're saying. Banking and making it fly into a building.
Correct.
The building seems large, but when you're in the air going that fast, the face of that building isn't very big, and to hit it with a novice pilot, I don't see it happening.
Right, man. Like the F-16, like it's an agile little bird. It's meant to let's go, right? You know, it's meant to be flown that way. Like you aim it with your sight. But that thing is not. It takes big, slow, sweeping turns. You know, it's not even close. But it's not. Pilot testimonies. That one was like an interesting videos. What they said. The ones that are like 9/11 is an inside job.
I'll tell you what another joke is. If the story is true, where they only had their PPL, their private pilot's license, in like a single engine Cessna, and they're telling me that guy flew a multi-engine jet, no way, no how, there is no way. They're totally, you have to be trained. It's not even the same training. My nephew was a fighter pilot, single engine jet plane pilot in the Navy, flew helicopters and single engine jets, and cannot fly multi-engine jets right now. You understand what I'm saying? It's totally different.
Yeah. Oh.
He trained in a single engine prop plane for the Navy, flew single engine jet planes for the Navy, then flew helicopters for 2 years, and no way, no how could get in a multi-engine jet and fly it into a building. No way.
What would be
Can't aim it like that, right?
Controls. What would be the difference between a single engine plane and the multi? Like in the controls, wouldn't it be very similar?
They seem very similar. Like the cockpits are aligned very similar. You just have multiple, like instead of having a single throttle, you have dual throttles and all that. But the torque, the yaw and torque, and turning and all that. Now these passenger jets are flown fly by wire and like computerized, so you can kind of make a case where it's easier or whatever. But what we're saying is single engine pilots, prop plane pilots, aren't getting in the cockpit of a multi-engine jet passenger plane and flying it around like they did.
And you also have to consider they had no ground control. Like they had to find the city and then make sure they hit the center of the building. So if you think about it, like if that was the plan, and Osama bin Laden's in a cave on dialysis, like making this plan to take down America somehow, and like, okay, yeah, we'll just get them into this plane and give them a little training, and they're going to find the building and hit the impact.
No
and
way.
Going to make the building. None of that just makes any sense to have as a plan, right?
See, you're filing flight plans when you take off. You're going from point 8 waypoints, right? And you punch them into your computer, and it tells you which direction to go and all that. If they don't have a flight plan, they're just trying to navigate by going, okay, this, I'm
looking out the window.
My buddy's in ATC, and he was telling me that, like, yeah, you got to be given that data. I was like,
yeah, you can't look out the window. There's the building. I'm aiming for the building. Okay, I'm going to center this. Okay, right. It's ridiculous.
Just a general question: don't those planes have autopilot? And is it easy to just switch out the autopilot and just go manual? Like, will they be able to do that and autopilot right into
but the point at the flip of a switch, definitely. But if it isn't an actual plane and it's an actual missile, the point would be that the whole interface wouldn't be a normal fucking plane's interface anyway. If it's a missile dressed up to be a plane, there wouldn't have been any people on it. It would have just been controlled how a normal missile is controlled. That's what I'm trying to say. You could strap a missile control system into a plane, like pretty much.
Did we see the damage that a missile wrapped
around? Didn't they already have what's called a live? Wouldn't they already have what's called a live exercise? And then they already have a simulation set out, and then so the simulation is already there, and then they simulate by calling it a live exercise, because apparently there was a live exercise that day, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was going to ask Kosho, what's your speculation on that, Kosho, about the fact that they just happened to have a training, right, for the idea of intercepting planes, right?
That question tells me that you haven't been paying attention to anything I've said. So
whatever, dude. Yeah,
I didn't hear your answer to that. You already speculated on that.
As a military man, in simulations, you use drones and stuff, right, Kosho? So could it be drone plane? If they're running simulations, would they have drone airplanes? Maybe. I would say yes. That's why I think it could have been drones.
What do you want to say, Kosho? Let Kosho say what he wants to say.
Wait, just to clarify, is that something someone asked you already, and that's the reason you don't want to answer it?
I've been in this conversation with some of you guys long enough such that questions like that should just tell me that you're not paying attention to anything I've been saying. So I'm not.
You're just too weak.
I don't remember everything you've ever said.
Too weak in your stance to keep.
You don't understand.
Sounds like you're just trying to avoid the
You don't
question.
understand
Yeah.
my position this far in the conversation, so I'm not going to participate. But
listen, brother,
Well,
it's
that's-
okay.
that's-
It's
sounds
okay
like a
to admit.
tactic.
Listen, it's okay to admit that 9/11 was an inside job, brother. It's fine.
like this guy, for
You can do
example.
this. You can do this.
He
I
said he's not
personally
on
have.
the mainstream story, guys. That's the whole thing, and we're hashing out what he believes versus, like, you know what I mean, or whatever. Like, I was trying to understand more of what he was saying, like his angle, because you said.
Wait, does anybody else in this room remember what he said in reply to the question I asked? Like, is anybody else paying attention to what he said about that, or is he just singling me out as somebody that wasn't paying attention?
Kosho said he's answered that question before in the past, and he thinks you should have heard the answer way back then.
I
He's
wasn't
not gonna
there.
answer it now.
That sounds like avoiding
my
it.
position is new perspective. If you've been paying attention, because I've been in this conversation with you, is I don't agree with the official narrative. But you haven't been paying attention to me, so you haven't noticed that. I've said that to you, man, and everyone else who has been in this conversation. So ask me a question like that is almost silly.
I didn't. Wait,
You don't have
Kosho,
to believe in
promise
the
you.
official narrative
One
to answer his
second.
question.
Kosho, I really didn't know that was your position. I don't even remember ever hearing that from you either. And like, I think you know.
I heard it.
I think he knows.
Regardless, that opens the door. Then you're saying you don't
No,
believe
it
that
doesn't
there
open
was
the door, buddy.
you
I'm
don't
not
believe
gonna
there was a
participate in
simulation going on that.
You're not paying attention.
But why continue with the show with the conversation and not turn it into the Kosho show? Or
Because
what?
I got other shit to do, dude. I got other shit to do than to read.
Yeah, it sounds like you're avoiding it now, though, and it's going to make you look bad, regardless if you had a good answer.
Go on mute then,
Oh,
asshole.
that's great. Yeah, people
Go on
respond to me, dick face. Yeah.
Go on mute.
Hey,
If you have
Kosho,
a
I wouldn't blame you for not hearing
an
everything I've
answer a
ever
simple
answered to any question. Come
then
on.
go on mute.
How am I
Yeah,
supposed to
I'm
remember
doing-
exactly
I'm
how
doing
you
other
answer every
stuff, new
question? You act like
perspective,
you're
so-
hurt.
New perspective. I'm doing other stuff, so you know.
Yeah, see you later. See you
Dude,
later.
Okay, say that then. Say that.
Wait,
then.
just a minute. Wait, before we chase him off, Kosho, real quick.
There's a lot of
Did you
people
say
in
that
there,
you didn't
so
believe the official story, and the official story is that they had a
I've said that to you
simulation?
several times. New perspective.
But what is that? What's your point, though? If you don't believe the official story, you're saying they did have a simulation going on, or they didn't have a simulation going on?
Hold on one second. I'll be
The
back.
coincidence that they were having, like, the reason the planes weren't intercepted is that the planes that would have intercepted the plane that was going towards New York would have been there, but they happened to be doing an exercise that just happened to be the exact same scenario that was happening, right? Does that not seem coincidental to you?
There were F-16s that were within
He'll be
range.
back, man.
He left. There were F-16s that were within range that could have intercepted, but they weren't called upon.
There's so many holes in that story. You can poke from like literally any angle. You know, the exercise and all that. Could the planes actually make it from the? Yes, they did. And you know, the people did all the calculations, all of that.
Does anybody else here agree with me that all the mistakes were made? That all the mistakes were made on purpose, just for this very reason, to get us to argue about it, and they showed it to us on purpose.
Yeah,
I can tell you, I took off out of an airport out of New Orleans one night. There was a plane pretty close to us that wasn't responding. They scrambled 2 F-16s out of Mississippi to come intersect that plane, and it didn't take them 5 minutes to get there. And this was a single engine prop plane that wasn't responding for like 10 minutes. And they scrambled. This was way before 9/11. So piss off about they couldn't get jets there. When you're around Pentagon and Washington and New York, you think they don't have jets on standby to protect those major cities? You're full of shit, man. You are the most naive person in the world if you believe that.
What was the result? What was the result of the incident? Because it was a whole bunch of laws that were passed, but in particular, there was one major one they had passed because
Patriot Act. The Patriot
there you
Act.
go, allowing the institutions to hold anybody without any due course of court.
And now they can look at you naked in airports.
They can come into your house without a warrant if they want to, certain agencies.
Real quick, Cyrus, what did you say? What mistakes?
Yeah.
No. It was me, and I was gonna say I don't think they were mistakes. I think that it was a story, right? A mistake is when you try to do something, right, and fail. But when you don't do something at all, it's just a story.
Right, but I'm saying the mistakes like that. There's some of them were too blatant to actually make the mistake with, like the tire that was found, like completely intact after the thing. Like, why would they even try for that as like a cover story?
Yo, Geo, can we stream videos of 9/11 like in here?
What tire? New perspective? Where? Which site?
Yeah, you can stream.
Can you give me
you want me to give you this?
Can you give me the permissions to stream? Because there's one video where it's like you can see that the fucking it's CG. Okay, can I just stream it,
The
please?
wing disappears and all that. I made some gifs of it already in the.
Yeah, you're good now.
Cookie cutter.
So I think they found a tire, Cyrus, that was fully like intact, and then there was an engine found, but it wasn't the right engine. So it's like it gives you that piece of information that people can call a plant, but it was like a fake plant on purpose.
Yeah, don't forget the passport, the fully intact, not burnt at all passport.
Right.
Yeah, those kind of claims are like fodder.
Well, those were the guys in the van sprinkling the evidence, right? Here's the passport. Here's the engine from the wrong plane. Yeah, that mistake, 100%. Because they're fucking idiots. It's the same guy do that stuff. It was Dom Pettit, bro. It was Dom Pettit.
Don't you think they do that stuff on purpose because it is
was
ridiculous?
the best thing that we had tried to do since the moon landing, and we.
This is diabolical.
Here he is. So yeah, man.
We could have faked
I'm
it
with
again,
you.
but we lost that technology.
I don't think they thought that shit like that would precipitate out of it. I mean, they think they control everything. They think they're God. So
Enlarge your screen.
You know.
I think they put those things there as mistakes on purpose to fuel the conspiracy theory.
We could take down the Twin Towers again.
I think they're just retarded, actually. That's what
We
I
could
think.
take down the Twin Towers
Pettit.
again, but we simply don't have the technology to do it.
Yeah, this is where the wings disappear and everything.
The wings fold into themselves. It's the first plane ever built that way, and it happened to be both used once and then discontinued on that day. Thanks.
Because it's a rocket.
What's crazy is that once you realize that there were no planes, then
Thank
you
you.
start to see that loose change was also part of the conspiracy. Like loose change was shown to us on purpose to create the
Correct.
conspiracy theory and all of that, that reaffirms that there was planes, right?
I don't think so. I think it was just early, bro. Loose Change was like the first video. I really don't think it was like Judy Wood and people that were really starting to look into it. They came later on, right? Like, I think it was a good effort because
Hey,
that's what got
Numpty,
me
check out the
started.
gifs I posted. I did a slow-mo of this with the gifs showing the wings disappearing and the impact with like a slow showing of like that small little hole that the whole plane was supposed to have disappeared into the building.
Yeah, but
Once
we
again-
all know this is refraction.
Yeah.
Yes, refraction caused 9/11. It wasn't planes. They're going to say, okay, fine, there weren't any planes. It was the refracted image of planes.
Another coincidence that someone would have to answer to, maybe Kosho, if he ever answers the other one about the coincidence of the exercise going on, the trucks that were taking that happened to be taking gold from the vault underneath the trade center that day, that one of them was like somehow it got stuck but the other two got away, and it made it seem like the gold was stolen, and then they retrieved the gold. Remember that? Like, how the hell did that happen, right?
Oh, I don't remember that one.
Somebody even suggested, those must be the terrorists that got the gold, right?
Of course.
That's why I made that Ocean's 9/11 meme.
Yeah, that was a good one. I enjoyed that.
It was that, though. It was the biggest heist in history. And it was like, people say that nobody died on 9/11. Somebody said once, well, no, everybody died on 9/11. Just a little bit.
I don't know. I still hold to like the opinion, and I always have, like, this is that like people definitely die in these false flags, right? Like Like the idea that like they're not willing to kill people, I'm just like they fucking are.
Oh, they're willing to do whatever the fuck it takes to do whatever the fuck
Right.
they're trying to do. Hey, Big Gambino. Hey, welcome. What's your take on? I guess if we're going to talk about this instead of your lack of curvature measurements, what's your take here on 2001 9/11 Space Odyssey?
Someone's a little butthurt that I destroyed him in text.
Sorry, what?
We'll destroy him in
I'm a
here,
little
man.
butthurt that I destroyed you in text every day, trying to egg me on.
I'm
Try
just
harder.
asking you a question. I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Boring.
So you don't want to comment on it, but you are.
We're just
Listen,
asking
you're
for
in
your
the voice
actual
chat.
opinion.
Hold on. You're in the voice chat, but you don't want to talk. Is that what's going on?
I'll talk when I want.
Yeah, clearly. Okay, as you were, pleb.
This guy's clearly butthurt because I destroy him every day and he can't handle it.
I was just asking you a question, but you can't answer it. So
Let's not,
okay.
hey, you know what? This guy's really not worth talking to. Honestly, let's not
That's
focus
not.
on him, please.
Sounds
Oh,
like I destroyed
gladly.
you too. Sorry about that.
Gladly. Go ahead.
Imagine just my mere presence triggering someone. Wonder what could do that.
We're not looking for false pride here. Don't worry. We're not impressed. Okay.
And then why you triggered by just me joining VC without even talking?
I'm not. I'm just trying to say better
Clearly
to
you are.
ignore you.
See,
You can
triggered.
claim that. You could be proud of yourself if you want. Just go ahead.
I don't think he's
Doesn't bother
triggered.
me.
He was
Sounds
just
triggered
laughing.
to me.
He's
Oh,
hoping
okay.
that everybody's triggered
Not
by
to,
him.
not to me.
That's his
I don't
his
think
Instantly on
glory.
this topic of conversation just for showing up. Triggered.
Oh,
Yeah, never mind. Anyways, Cyrus, another good mistake that they made was with like Bush coming in and talking about seeing the first plane impact.
Yes.
I think that was
Yeah.
done on purpose.
I remember that one.
He was such a good liar, making himself seem stupid on purpose. He was really good at that, you know.
Bro, he can read books upside down, bro. That guy was
Like you're supposed to believe they have like an AV unit like rolled into the hallway before he goes into the classroom, showing him the first plane hitting, which nobody saw because it wasn't ever on TV.
Exactly.
And so he's somehow saying that just by mistake. Like he just happens to say that, right? Like everything the president says, especially about 9/11, would be very well thought out, and they wouldn't put it on TV for us to see unless it was supposed to trigger us in a certain way, right?
Without a doubt. That's without a doubt.
maybe he's just an idiot.
No, it would have
I'd say the same
pre-planned
with the
every
BBC
part.
reporting Building 7 going down before it went down. I'd say they
20
showed us
minutes.
that on purpose.
Of course it did. Yeah.
Oh no, she
That
read
wasn't a
the
mistake.
script 20 minutes early, man. Like
I think that's the idea, is to make them look stupid so we can believe that they're just incompetent. I don't believe 1 second these people are stupid, bro. I don't believe that.
they're not
we're not.
stupid,
That's
but they
not
can't
new
control.
perspectives.
You
New
can't
perspectives
control
saying it
everything in life.
cult sense. Whether
Mistakes
new
happen,
perspective,
man.
in new perspective, you're saying it in the sense that like they're, because Jay I think has got it mixed up. You're saying it more in the sense like not that they're incompetent, but that it's the occultic way that they need to show what they're doing wrong as they go along. They get off on it, correct?
Oh, that plus they created the conflict of us arguing about it so that we'd be aware of a lot of things. There's like so many levels to it. Like first of all, for the gaslighting and the duper's delight, but also because they pulled it off, it shows us the sheer power of that they have. So anyone that figures it out is almost paralyzed by the amount of control they have over all the media, over everything. You know, like the monolith in 2001: A Space Odyssey was representing that monolithic control over our minds, you know, through the media, through, you know, the military industrial complex, through all these things that were now one thing that we're dealing with, one monolithic structure of control.
Okay.
And they continue it, even if, like, speculate that if flat Earth is a rollout for us to see the truth about that for whatever reasons they may have planned, then without 9/11, most of us would still be laughing at that, because 9/11 showed us how much control they have. And then when flat Earth comes along, we're like, okay, well, they do have control over all the media, so maybe not, you know, we have to look into flat Earth. We might not have ever looked into it unless we're aware of 9/11. What do you say?
Mm-hmm.
I was, so maybe a lot of us
Like
Well, by the
extra
time
words.
I came into Flat Earth, I already went through every fucking conspiracy, all the fucking Illuminati and fucking build up
Right.
through all that.
Yeah, and then
Bilderberg.
you get people who come in and say, "Oh, you're just conspiracy theory addicts." It's like, well, if you want to think that, that's your deal. But now I'm really good at smelling bullshit. And you're
Exactly. The ratio between how many conspiracies actually turn out to be true, bro, is an astounding amount of conspiracies actually turn out to be true, no matter how crazy they fucking sound.
Yep.
And they show it to us on purpose, I think, because then it's called what is it? Learned helplessness, right? Like you see how crazy the control is, that there's no way to fight that, so you might as well just accept it, you know, because you're not gonna. If they can pull off 9/11 and flat Earth, and you're talking about people that convinced the world we're on a spinning ball, you're really gonna try to fight that? Come on,
easy.
Listen, I've even thought of not fighting and trying to justify why would they be doing it, right? Because you have to believe that they have to go to sleep at night, right? That they have to kiss their kids, their wife, so they have to have some form of humanity, right? So they have to have. I'm assuming
No, they don't.
All right. You can't testify that they're like, because it's easy to view them like animals, like baby eating demons, but they're people, bro. So they have to justify it to themselves in what way? And I would like to know.
I'm with you.
We're animals, yeah.
I would like to at least consider what information they have that they could sleep at night like babies.
Well, Matrix, I'm with you there. I agree that they do definitely have ways of justifying it. A lot of them are human beings that go along with it because they think it's for the better good. With the spinning ball idea, maybe there is like a certain perimeter we can't go to because of a treaty or whatever. There's other lands we have to keep the resources valuable. So if we knew about other lands, that would lower the value. It would fuck the economy up. Society as we know it would be fucked up. There's all kinds of justifications for that and reasons that they might think for the better good. You might as well go along with it. And they inherited this lie. So it's like, you know, now it's too late almost in some of their minds, I'm sure. Right? To try to change that.
Human, right? Like it could be a situation like there's a show called The 13 Colonies where there's like 13 colonies and there's like people in charge of people, but there's aliens in charge of those people, right? It could be a situation that everything they do is just something that they have to do because if not, they'll be one of us, right? And if you give a choice between being one of them and being one of us, I guarantee you 99.9% of the people will say, I would rather be them. Right? So if you know you have to do something, you'd rather do it because if not, you're going to be replaced. So what are your options? You understand? So I'm trying to find a way to hypothetically excuse it to see if maybe because they have good information. I believe we have bad information. All we have is internet and conjecture. Right? We can't prove shit.
Wait. Matrix, maybe they have bad information too, but it's on another level. They're being psyoped. Maybe they're being psyoped with the alien threat or the outer boundary threat or whatever, and they believe that they're under control that they aren't under. We don't know. Maybe they don't have. Not everybody at the top has all the good information. There's levels higher up that maybe they don't even know about that think they have better information than them.
All right, but
levels and levels of psyops.
Let's consider the resources, right? My resource is the internet. If it isn't on if somebody didn't went out and investigated and put it on the internet, I would have no idea of what even the information is, right? They could hire all the resources that they could. If they want to learn everything about Egypt, they could go to Egypt and literally interview everyone. And I'm pretty sure after they interview everyone, they're going to have a pretty accurate picture of whatever's going on in Egypt and whatever happened in Egypt, right? Because everybody's going to have a story and they're going to be able to correlate. I'm pretty sure all the elites have libraries of languages and books and shit that we don't even understand, right? So that's
true.
Information that we don't even have access to, right? So I'm pretty sure whatever they believe is way more accurate than whatever we could possibly believe. That's just logically.
I agree. Most likely more accurate. I agree with that. But there could be also bigger psyops that they're buying into. There could be even if the people at the top still think we're on a spinning ball, they could be believing the alien threat.
So what I'm saying, I say all that to say this, right? If they have better information or at least the resources to be able to get it, and they're making decisions that we might not understand, maybe it should behoove us to try to figure out what information they have that is justifying all this bullshit. That's
right. But wait, hold on. Wait, don't confuse their own justification with true justification, right? Like I agree that they're not all just evil people and that they're all demonic and they're all devil worshippers and that kind of straw man idea of like, oh, they're just going to bed with this evil thought of like, you know, oppressing humanity and not having a good, you know, heart or any of that. They probably have ways of justifying it. Doesn't mean what they've done is justified or the whole thing is justified just because they could justify it.
Okay.
It also doesn't
They
mean
could
that
be psyops.
Are we prepared? Okay, are we prepared as the peasants, right? Are we prepared to understand that we might be in the wrong and they might be in the right?
If that's the case, but you don't want to assume that.
But I'm not
Just
saying
because they have better information doesn't mean they're right.
No, I'm saying though, but if you were to consider who would more likely to be right or wrong, it would definitely not be the peasants. Because
I don't think there's a right or wrong. I don't think there's a black or white. I think your point is stronger in that there's a gray area where people justify things that may not be necessarily right or wrong, but they're justified because the system is the way it is and people have to be who they are in their positions in life.
Let's just say there are some things that have to be done. Let's just say hypothetically there has to be a certain quantity amount of people in this earth space, whatever it is, and at any given time for whatever reason, right? What I'm saying is the elite doesn't necessarily have to write the rules to this game. They just simply most likely discover those rules, right? And are most likely playing those rules that things will favor them and making sure things won't favor us, right? That's what I'm saying.
Why wouldn't it work that way, right?
Okay. Maybe it has nothing to do with what they want, and they're just playing the game as they should. Because you know what, God or whoever the fuck wrote the rules to this fucking game. You understand what I'm saying?
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, and that's not to say that what the whole thing is and the way that the masses are treated is justified, but it makes sense that it works that way. Because why wouldn't it work that way? If you had enough control over the world at some point, and you're in that family of people that have that control, and they figure out a way to make this deception so people just don't think there's another land to go to, and they can just be like completely controlled, mind controlled over their very senses not being acknowledged, then why wouldn't they do that, right? It's not about why would they lie. Why wouldn't they lie?
And just as a little exercise, just try to envision how hard would it be to rule a society as you being the master, right? As you, the person listening to this, envision that you are the ruler and just try to rule society. And I guarantee you that there'll be a time that you will be like, nah, this shit is impossible to control people, because it doesn't matter how righteous and how right you are. And you know what? I think that the more righteous and right you are, the more the people will hate you. So the more shit you try to implement for the people, for the things to go right for the people, right? And for they won't be complaining, no, we don't have nothing, right? The more you try to implement shit for their better, the more they will hate you, right? And it just works that way. Every kingdom has always destroyed, every nation, every god, it just, bro, the people are never satisfied, and it's the fault of the people. So every time people are like, oh, the elites are bad, the elites are bad. Yeah, they've always been whoever they've been. But it seems like the people are the ones that are fucked up. We are so easily corruptible. We are so easily lied to, and we just buy it.
Yeah, but the thing is we're also produced that way on purpose. Like, we're influenced from childhood to be trusting of the government or whatever, the ball. All these things are definitely deep rooted, and so you can't just blame it on us for not seeing through it, or us for being, wanting more than we should have. But at the same time, I mean, maybe the truth is uglier than the lie, and that's part of the justification. Or the resources, or all these things. Yeah, there's justification for it. It makes sense that it works that way, right?
I'm pretty sure that whatever reality really is, it is so horrible that we will most likely love to accept the false. You guys, I don't know if you guys seen Sausage Party, right? The meaning behind it, why they used to sing, right? Could you imagine if our reality is just as horrible? Wouldn't you say that you would be happy to entertain the lie, right? If our body parts were being eaten by whatever aliens or whatever, right? How would you like that? Right,
it could be that. It could be that. But your point about the just controlling society on a mass level, like when there's a certain amount of people eventually in society, they're like, wait a minute, okay, so how are we going to have all these people without having some control over what people do, or some kind of eye on what people are doing? Because there is like a potential for things to get out of hand. Like, if you're babysitting a group of kids, you're gonna maybe make up a white lie so they don't go upstairs where they're not supposed to go in those rooms, and you tell them there's a monster up there or whatever, just to keep the control. And it's not really necessarily a bad lie, because it keeps the control for everyone to have a better time.
100%. Exactly like in the movie Sausage Party, how they invented the story. Right. That's right. And they didn't do it to be malevolent, right? They did it so the food, right? The food that was being eaten by the gods, so they could go in peace, because that was their mission. Regardless, their mission is to get eaten, right? Regardless if they liked it or not, that was their mission. That was their sole purpose, for the gods to eat them. So what the non-perishers, that it would be the elites in our paradigm, they created a story so the food could just go along with it, which is what I think more than likely the elites are doing. It isn't that they're devil baby eating bad guys. I think they're just going along with something that is so horrible that I don't think that we would accept it if they even tell us in our face.
Bro, why are you talking to us in all caps?
That's the way you talk.
I have one
Oh
mode.
my God.
I have one mode all the time.
The problem.
Use lowercase, bro.
But Matrix, don't get too carried away with the justifications, as if like, oh, it's all good, because there is a deeper impact with especially with the ball eye, because of the, separating you from your spirituality and creating a society of materialists, and all of those impacts are real things that go along with it. I'm not saying it should be this way or that way, but it's not to say because it makes sense that it happens that it's okay, that that there's, and it's all okay, like it's all good because they know more than we do. You don't want to go that far with it.
And listen, that's not what I'm saying at all. But what I'm saying is that it could be more convenient for us to just go along with the story, because it might be worse if we actually find out the truth. I'm just saying, hypothetically.
You see, the problem is, right, is that, let's say, for example, right, you guys are right, the Earth is flat, or there's fucking aliens that control the whole human race, right, and they're the ones that are pulling all the strings and all the countries and doing whatever, right? The problem is that the vast majority of the people, right, if it doesn't affect their day-to-day lives, they're not going to care, right? So, like, if somebody came to me tomorrow and said, somebody from the government, and came out and said, yeah, actually, we lied, the Earth's not a globe, it's flat, this, that, and the next, I still have to go to work. I still have to pay my bills. I still have to put food on the table, and I still have to clothe and feed my kids. Yeah.
Right. Highlander, would that change your philosophy about things at all? Would your philosophy about life be impacted at all by that truth?
No,
just take some time and answer that.
But that's what I'm saying. My life would not change one bit, because everything that I do from day to day still would not change. Yeah, the only thing that would change, there's only one thing in my life that would change, and that would be my conversation between you guys.
Right, but what about these other things, like when you're lining up for the jibby jab, right? Like, would you go along with that if you knew about the world not being a spinning ball? Would that affect your decisions about going along with the program?
All that, the whole.
But are
you're
the
roboting,
people
whoever
that,
that is.
Are the people
Highlander,
that
you understand my point?
Are the people
Highlander,
that
you
lied
understand
about,
that your life might change in the decisions you make about what you trust and what you don't trust? Don't you think that would change?
I think he's completely missing the spiritual part of it. I think he's completely.
Why don't you let him answer though?
What I'm saying, like, the people that lied, if the Earth is flat, and the people that have lied about that, are they the same people that are lying about the medications that my doctor is giving me?
Possibly, yeah. You have to speculate about that, wouldn't you?
Right, but that's just then that's just speculation, then, isn't it? There's no evidence.
Yeah, but you're talking about like a worldwide control, right? Like every country shut down the same day, and then there's this big program that everybody's going along with. So they may not be the people that made up the lie about the spinning ball, but they're inheritors of that same kind of power structure. And so if there's a big enough lie that they could actually make us believe we're on a spinning ball, you have to think, oh, well, then the power structure might actually convince us of another thing that we should speculate about instead of just going along with it. That's the advantage of it. It's about discernment. Your discernment would change.
No, because I think, see, between me and my GP, right, there is a level of trust there because I've seen my GP for years. I've had things wrong with me. He's given me medication. The thing that was wrong with me is now gone. Yeah. So there is a level of trust between me and my GP. Yeah. Whereas if somebody from the government that I don't know, I've never met before and never spoken to before, comes out and says, actually, we lied, the earth is flat, I'm going to be like, all right, okay, who cares?
Right. That's why that's kind of how you want to brush it off at this point. But you might find, if you did find out that we're right, that there might be things you find out that you didn't expect. Because a lot of us said that at first. Like, why would it change anything? We have to go to work tomorrow. We hear that a lot. On a deeper philosophical level, there is a change.
You're missing my point, right?
I'm next, please.
My point is, if somebody was to come out and say the earth is flat, they have to do it in a way that's going to change people's day-to-day lives. Because if you don't, like I said, people are not going to care and they're going to go about their daily routine.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
That depends on the person, doesn't it?
Wait, just a minute. Jeremy, go.
Yeah, the thing is, it would change your life, I mean, dramatically, whether you know it or not, because inside everyone's head, you got a model of where you live, from the interior of your house to your neighborhood, to your city, your country, down to earth. Right now, your models have got you sitting on a ball. And if they came out and told you earth was flat, you now have to change that whole model. Your whole mental state would change about where you live. You'd also have to start questioning NASA. Was NASA telling the truth? Or a lot of things would change.
Yeah, and speculation about God. Like, did God create this place? Are we a creation rather than just a happenstance, the way the Big Bang tries to say? That would be
heavy implications on a creator.
Right? Yeah.
Heavy implications on a creator at that point.
So directly, your day-to-day won't change, right? Like the very next day, you won't stop going to work, you won't stop doing the same things, but eventually, it would change your spirit, and it would cause you, if you have a job that is a shitty job, right? Eventually, you'll grow spiritually. You'll probably get a new job, which will change your day-to-day. But it doesn't happen just because somebody tells you, yeah, we were lying, right? It doesn't just click. It clicks after a while, right? The spiritual meaning of it. We don't live on a globe. It wasn't an accident. You understand? There's a certain purpose to us being here, right? So it might not change the day-to-day immediately, but eventually it will change your spirit, which will cause it to change your day. But it won't happen the very next day. Do you understand?
And what if the job you're going to is for the government, and you change your mind about the way the government treats the people, so you try to make your life more significant and work for somebody that has more worth than the new opinion that you hold about some of the institutions that have gone along with the lie. That could change. All kinds of things could change.
Do you understand what I said when I said that it might not happen in the moment, but it might happen over time spiritually? Do you understand that?
Did Highlander have a response to anything that got said, or we kind of just went back and forth and forgot about it?
I think the spiritual side of things, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't personally believe in any one God or creator, right? But
we're not talking about God here. Don't. This is talking about spirituality, something else. Maybe not God, whatever. Don't concentrate on God, right? On that guy in the clouds with the long hair and the robe. No. We're talking about something spiritual, between the connection between you and whatever this earth is, right?
Matrix, your mic's mad loud. Your mic's mad loud.
I think because of what I believe now, if I was told that the earth was flat, I don't think it would change my spiritual belief. Because I believe we're all beings of pure energy. So see, when you die, you don't actually die. You just move on to wherever you're meant to be next. Yeah?
Okay, but if you live on a flat earth, you might entertain other forms of death, right? On a globe earth, you might not consider reincarnation, right? You might not consider other things just because they don't already painted you a different paradigm, right? Maybe when you die, the only information you are stuck with is whatever you've managed to learn in your life. And if you're so stubborn to not entertain other ideas but the globe earth, maybe in your death you'll be limited. I'm just saying, why not entertain the ideas and not You don't have to say you believe it, but to say, oh, you don't know how it would change. Well, we've describing how it would change, right? And you clearly come to these debates, right? There's clearly something spiritual going on that we all decide to come on these debates every day. Right? So
Matrix, wait there. Jeremy is right. Jeremy's correct. Matrix, you do need to stop shouting, dude.
Dude, you're fucking talking in all caps, bro. Please, Matrix.
Yeah, your energy's great, Matrix. Don't get us wrong, but yeah, you're yelling. I'd like to see you as a
Have
camp
Highlander
counselor.
address my point that I made that you steamrolled over me with for no reason.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Point
to Highlander on how his life would be different. Barrel, you
On
steamrolled it right over me.
On you go, buddy.
What was your point, though, Jeremy? Besides the spiritual part of it?
Can I just say, not even on a spiritual note, that
wait, real quick. Jeremy's clarifying real quick. Hold on. Jeremy,
I've
go
been
ahead.
trying to get in for half an hour, but everyone.
I know, but let him clarify because I just asked him a question. You're next, bro. Jeremy, what was your specific question?
I might have a delay thing going on, but mentally your whole mind state would change because, like I said, you have a model of Earth in your mind. That would be totally different now. You now have to question: is NASA lying? Is there a creator? How can we explain a flat Earth? How do sunsets on a flat? Your whole mind state would change drastically.
Didn't we all just go in detail explaining that, motherfucker?
Yeah, but we didn't let Highlander respond to that, though. Would your whole mind state not change? You just want to keep going back and forth with new perspective or something. I don't know.
No, he never answered. He's not spiritual.
He is spiritual. He said he believes.
This isn't about spiritual or not. It's about your whole mental state changing, about where you live. The model of Earth the model of where you live that everyone has in their mind would change. Your views on NASA would have to change. Right? He probably believes all the NASA bullshit. He'd have to rethink all that shit.
Now, everybody wait for Highlander to respond to that, please.
See, me personally, right? I don't think it would change anything because it wouldn't matter if they told me the Earth is flat or we actually live in a simulation just like the Matrix, right? Because again, my day-to-day life is not going to change. Yeah.
Well, one thing I wanted to say to that, what if it did change? Meaning, what if enough people became aware of this to where enough people are saying what's going on? You know, who's actually in power? What's going on? To the point to where we start looking into the money system, the Federal Reserve System, and a bunch of other systems that we live within. You know, the taxing system. The people, if there's a structure and power that's lied to us about where we live and all these other factors, then what's going on with the finances? What's going on with all of these other factors? To where if enough people became aware of this, perhaps life could actually change profoundly to where you wouldn't have to be a wage slave in a system like this, to where they wouldn't be taxing every last penny of your dollar or penny of your life and all of these other factors. So I understand that if you came to this realization right now in and of yourself, yeah, you would still have to go about your day in the system because the system is still in place. But if enough people became aware of this and enough people started to ask more and more questions as to what's going on, perhaps we could get to the bottom of some of these structures, and then maybe our daily lives could change even profoundly to where we could live with much more peace and harmony on the earth without having to be, you know, kind of a cog in this big machine, this big system.
When it comes to people looking into how the money works and where it comes from, and you know the stock markets and how everything's controlled that way, the only people that are going to take interest in that are the people that are rich, are the people that have money. People like myself who don't have money, who are not rich, I don't care who's controlling it. All I need to know is that I need to earn it to buy the food that I eat, to put the roof over the head of me and my family. Yeah? So where it comes from and who's controlling
we get it.
the stock market and stuff, the vast majority of the general public are not going to care.
No, I hear you, but you're having to do that, the job in the system, because the global system is in place right now. That's why you have to do that. That's why the money has the value it has. So that's what I was getting into. Like, I'm not saying that you single-handedly would get to the root of all that, or that you'd have some big role in the stock market. What I'm saying is that if there's a significant amount of people, like a tipping point of people that are asking questions, things will change. Sort of like, it's not really a related topic, but like cannabis, for example, which was completely illegal, 1960s, 70s, 80s, etc. Well, now because enough people have pushed that it has medicinal benefits and so on, now it's legal. It's just, I'm not saying it's even directly related. So, but what I'm saying with the shape of the earth and a lot of these questions, if enough people become aware of it, perhaps your life would change eventually to where perhaps you get paid a lot more money for what you do. Perhaps you'd have to work a lot less hours. Perhaps you could have more abundance that we, some of us can't have now because of the way the system is set up.
I think we've the same question in 20 different ways, and he's still gonna give us the same stubborn old mule ass answer, bro.
Hey, watch your mouth.
It's again, my point is, it's not what you say to the general public, it's how you put it across to them. You need to put it across to them that it is going to affect them. Yeah. So it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't matter what you say. If you put it across that it's going to affect them, then the general public will respond. Yeah.
The general public, we're asking you. Forget about the entire world. We're asking you how it would affect you.
Again, I've answered that already. Personally, I would not care.
Okay, guys, you guys have the answer. He doesn't care. The spiritual aspect.
Well, I find that hard to believe, though. You're here arguing about it like as if you care.
I mean, the implications of you being here every day is that you care so much that you have a little interest in it. So
Yeah, why would it make no difference at all? Why would you be here like trying to defend the ball at all if it made no difference in your life?
I'm not here defending the ball, right? I put on Discord and listen to you guys, and sometimes I join in the conversation when I'm doing my artwork when I'm not at work. That's it. I'm not.
But no, you've argued in here. I've argued with you. We've all argued with you. So you can't just say it's like, oh, I just happen to listen to Discord once in a while. You actually argued for the other side as if you had some kind of a care about the argument. Why would that be the case if it's making no difference in your life?
Completely negating the spiritual aspect of it. I don't. How can you negate the spiritual aspect of it and then be here? It doesn't. Come on, bro. You could be doing better things with your life.
Let him answer. Let him answer, Matrix, please.
Because this is entertainment. That's all it is. It's nothing more than watching Sons of Anarchy on the TV. Yeah.
Are you sure you're not trying to just write it off because maybe you realize it would be a huge impact, so you're trying to like downplay it for your own psychological good because you realize we might be right.
It's pride. This is pride talking. He would never admit it. He's stubborn.
So check your DMs real quick.
Bill, dude, why'd you send me that?
You didn't even look at it.
Well, I guess it's the idea of how things would change. I mean, I hear what Highlander's saying. Like, in a way, there's a way in which what he's saying, like, if one wanted to kind of like, sell this information to people, as it were, try to sort of evangelize it in a sense. I think what he was saying in that way is that you'd have to sell it in a way that people would be convinced it would change their lives. So I kind of hear what he's saying with that if people don't feel like it's going to make a big difference, they might not be as attracted to looking into it or wanting to pursue it. But that's where I was saying, like, I mean, let's say right now, if 90% of the entire world knew the earth was not a globe right now, today, just instantly 90%, what would change? Would we all just go to work and be slaves in the global system currently? I don't think so. If 90% of us knew the earth wasn't a globe, the world would come to a halt. I mean, who knows what would happen, but schools would have to change. A ton of things would have to change. We'd have to look into what is going on with, like I said, all these other things, the media, the oil, the energy, the big pharma situation, the food situation, so many finances, so many components of finances and structures of society. So on that level, this simple idea of the earth not being a globe, it's like the globe model has brought in this kind of globe paradigm of, I think, being like wage slaves and all of this component that we're in right now, and the imbalance, these very few wealthy people and then everyone else who's struggling in various ways. And it's created this whole dichotomy. So on that level, like I said, if 90% of the people right now just absolutely knew it wasn't a globe, the world would absolutely change. I would say profoundly, and probably in a fairly short amount of time, to the point to where maybe we'd be living in totally different ways. That would be, I think, with a lot more freedom and sovereignty. So, I mean, on that level, if it was to be sold to people or something, in that way, if it would change their entire life, like remove the struggle that people are going through and bring and so people could have a lot more abundance. I mean, even the $50 million a day that NASA's stealing from everyone, what would that do if that was distributed in a way that was beneficial? And those there's so many endless components like that that would change the way we live entirely.
Does that assume that that we have the power? Like, I understand the masses over the few, but like right now the power structure is set up so the few can make the reality that we live. Like they could do psyops and make, like I said before, like about the outer ponders, and they could, if enough people knew that Earth is flat, then they might go with another scenario that defines the flat Earth and gives them the excuse, and all. They would have to, right? They would try at least, right?
I don't know. They might lose. Yeah, but they might not even have a chance to do that because they'd be done for. Like the globe lie was such a bold lie. It was like the wolf in sheep's clothing. Like they put the mask on and we all got tricked. So if that mask is pulled off, is there any going back for them? Do they even have any power anymore? Ultimately.
Well, yeah, because then they have the perfect excuse. They say, reason we lied to you is reality is much worse than the story we made up. We couldn't tell you the truth because we were protecting you from the outer ponders. And that's who we've been fighting. That's where the UFOs come from. It's all for your own good. Now that we're telling you the truth, you're going to believe everything else we say.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that there's one idea that they're just cooked at that point. Their credibility is gone. It's just not like they won't have any time to say, oh, actually, guys, there's all these other things going on. Like, which is like they're out. They'll be plucked out of their position, and then
But how though? With violence? Plucked out with violence or plucked out voting wise? The voting doesn't count. So how would they actually be plucked out is the question.
Well, this is just ideas. I'm just throwing out ideas. I mean, and no, I don't mean any violence. I just mean that it's a big question to ponder, but I'm just saying if enough people were aware that there's a power structure like this in play, what would go down that, so when I mean plucked out, yeah, I'm not saying violence or anything extreme like that. I'm just saying that it would be like pulling the mask off of the wolf and be like, or off the sheep and be like, oh, it's actually a sheep. It's not a wolf. And I'm just saying at that point, what power would they have?
Well, they might have more power because if you pulled the mask off if the sheep thought it was another sheep, then they realized it's a wolf, then they'd be like scared. They'd be even more scared and even more powerless because it's like learned helplessness. Like, look, there's a wolf here. We can't fight the wolf. Might as well go along with the plan because we don't have any power. The wolf's too scary.
So, Gio, what do you think would happen moments after everybody comes to the realization? What do you think would happen after that with humanity?
Well, I mean, I know Noah was trying to get in. I mean, I'll just say real quick, and I'll pass it to Noah. I mean, these are all huge questions, hard to, and I'm just kind of riffing. I'm not trying to give some big prediction to the future, but I just think in general, the globe lie is so massive, and it's built this entire system, like this whole construct that people are under, the matrix, whatever you want to call it, this whole system, and it's all founded on the globe. So I'm just saying, if that globe is popped, it seems to me like the globalist powers lose their position. Like, they got their position by selling the globe and everything else that goes along with it. When the globe goes, they go with it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think you guys are thinking about it like in the right terms. I don't think it's ever going to get big. And I think people are going to always love their globe, and there's going to be some like flat earth revelation or whatever. I think that you say like, oh, like, I think the reason you can see the globe lie is like you're already kind of part of the solution if you can see the globe lie, but like going and toting it in front of people, I don't think is going to do anything. You're not going to change Brenda's mind no matter how many logical arguments you give her. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to change Zanek's mind.
Right, but what if there's like physical verifiable things that can be done to where it won't, you know what I mean? Like something like a physical measurement, something that's absolutely concrete, something that's not dependent on belief and philosophy and, appeals to authority, whatever some of these individuals might have in their psyche. I'm saying something that, I mean, it would be huge to do that, but I'm saying like some kind of physical demonstration or multiple demonstration sites or something like that would have physical.
But how do you make that physical demonstration beyond what people could doubt? Like, because they could still throw shade on it and say, well, that's just hearsay. They're just saying they had that physical, or those people are in on the psyop trying to make us think it's flat. I mean, there could be all kinds of stories they run to like try to discredit any kind of physical evidence that you could come up with.
Sounds like projection.
Yeah, I don't think flat
Whatever.
Earth is going to save anyone. I think people come to the flat Earth because they can see through the bullshit.
And it might have saved us. We didn't get in line for the jibby jab, so it might have already saved us. And I don't think that getting it to be the most popular thing is the answer. I think we've already won. The fact that we're able here to talk to each other openly about it, and the fact that we've already normalized the conversation and people that we've talked to personally are running away from us rather than laughing at us, it's already done. We already succeeded. It's over. You know, I don't think that if it ever became popular, that's what they want, and they're going to use it to tell us more lies. So that's like the worst thing for us, to be honest.
I don't think it's about saving the whole world. I think it might be about saving yourself. I think whoever planned this, right? Whatever YouTube geek planned the release of Flat Earth, that knew damn well what he was doing, right? He might have planned information so we could gather, so we can save ourselves and maybe our family nearest to us, not necessarily go on some Jesus Christ fucking adventure trying to save the world, because we all know what tends to happen to these Jesus Christ characters, right? It doesn't really end well for them.
Well, however it plays out, I hear what you're saying, like going on some evangelistic, thing to try to convince everyone in the world. That is really not probably going to be the way it's going to happen, because I think that this is already a complex conversation, and we already kind of see, like, there's a percentage of people that can see it. There's some that can't. There's some that are on the fence, and they seem to just be on the fence inevitably, or whatever it may be. So yeah, if you were just to present this to the entire world, you'd probably have something like that. You'd have a certain percentage that would see it. You'd have another percentage that are like, oh, that's interesting, but I don't really know. And then you'd have a certain percentage that would say, no, absolutely not. And they would defend the mainstream thing. But from a perspective of just the basic idea that there's a group of individuals or entities, whoever they are, that have pushed this globe model, in addition to a lot of the pseudoscience and all of these, the world wars, everything that's led up, NASA, the United Nations, all of this stuff. If they're running this whole system, this whole like globe matrix concept, I'm just like, and then the idea that they pulled the wool over humanity's eyes and are the very Mother Earth that we live on has been, we've been deceived about it. I mean, there's a couple ways it could play out. Either we never wake up as a full humanity, and that's just it. It's just a few of us, and we die when we're 70, 80 years old, and that's it. And the globe thing just goes on forever. And it's always just a little rumble of people that know the truth. That's one possibility. Another possibility is that there is a process unfolding. We're 7, 8 years into it right now, in terms of the acute component of it. But what is another 8 years going to be? What is another 8 years going to be? Where are we going to be in 15 years? Or even 5 or 10 years, so if there is a way in which this actually is an authentic process, like an organic process happening, where there's this awareness that people are coming to, and the truth is sort of coming to rise up in that sense, to stand strong. Well, then in that perspective, like we're on a train right now. It's like a freight train in a sense, and it's headed towards something, whatever that truth is. So yeah, how many people become aware of it? But I mean, if it gets to a point where there's a tipping point, kind of like I mentioned, cannabis used to be completely illegal, but now it's legal because enough people have, championed for it and claimed it's, done tests for medicinal benefits of it. So I'm just saying, if this is similar in any way like that, then we could be in a situation, maybe not where it's going to be hit mainstream to where it's like on the news and everything, not anything like that, but where there's like an actual organic process of unfolding, and whether that's a revolution thing or whether it's more of just a greater awareness or just coming to truth, whatever that is. And I'm just saying, at that point, these people that are doing the deception, their position starts to become very tenable, because now they have a lot of people that are aware of what they're doing. And like I said before, if 90% of the world right now knew the Earth wasn't a globe and it was a stationary planar Earth, the world would change pretty instantly. And yeah.
But Gio, don't you think that cannabis is a perfect example? Like, the government decided to legalize it because they realized they could profit from it, and they got ahead of it, and they made it into what they wanted to make it, so that they could set the rules and do the GMOs and make it an industry where the money wasn't going out of the country to Mexico or whatever. So they might get out in front of Flat Earth and create the outer ponder psyop ahead of time. They might have planned that a long time ago to have the more immediate threat. Like I'm saying, like that could be what they've already figured out, how to use it in a way that keeps their power and it gives them more control. So, and also, wouldn't there be a destruction if what you're saying, if it naturally even got there, or 90% new, then we're talking about like the destruction of society as we know it. And would we really be happier then? Because it would have to be like the rebuilding process, and would it be worth it? All that stuff,
So new perspective, that's what I think that is going. That's what I've logically deduced. I've logically deduced that what they want is for us to be so disgusted at the system that we would destroy it. So what? So they could come with this new fucking world order, with this new system. I think they are using us, right? And our outrage, because the fucking system is disgusting, right? That's why they're giving us all this information on how it works, because they want us to destroy so they could just carry in the new world order. We've successfully destroyed the system, so all they have to do is introduce a new system, and we'll gladly accept it.
Unfortunately, they do plan ahead. It seems like way ahead. So it would make sense if that's the case.
Well, these are definitely huge questions, because like it's like, who are they and what is their actual power and how does that work? That's what goes deeper into it. And that's where, like, you know, like I said, if 90% of the world right now knew what was going on, or knew what we know, what some of us know in this room, what would happen? Meaning, like, because whoever they are, they have control over the countries, the presidencies, you know, of these countries, the Federal Reserve, so the money, the banking system, the power structure, like the actual energy, like the electricity, the media, all these different factors. So it's a tough, and then let's say they are like a family or a group of families. Will we even know who they are? Do they even have birth certificates? Do they have social security numbers? Are they even on the system? Are they even in the system at all? Is it even something you could look up in a database? Oh, here's who it is, you know? And then do they also have control over the military? So it gets very wild to think about all those factors. Like, how much control do they actually have over the countries and the militaries? It's very complex to think about. So it's
think about, like, in history. In history, there was serfs. There was like a whole caste system, right? And people were very well aware that the people at the top aren't telling them the truth, and there was nothing they could do about it, because they were told there's nothing they could do about it, and maybe there really wasn't, you know. But to get everybody on the same page, especially with the infiltration that they have, all the people that come in and be shills and misdirect your guidance of trying to do anything about it, they've got all that, and, like, you know, monitors with like graphs of how many people know what, and what contingency plans they have. I mean, they've got it down to a system that would be, I'm not saying don't try to do anything, but I think we've already won. That's all I'm saying. Just
You
by
guys
knowing.
mind if I tell a real short story?
Go ahead, bro.
So there's this story where Earth was secretly invaded by like shapeshifters, and like they can take any form, so they take the form of humans and start infiltrating, you know, positions of power. And there's tons of them, and they all have like a collective agenda where they start, like, you know, influencing the world from these positions. And but the thing about their bodies, their anatomy, is that every single bit of them is a living cell, as opposed to like a human, where like fingernails and hair, right, aren't alive. And so they get, you know, their plan is succeeding until a certain point where it's exposed on like live television that the president of a country, he dies and his like disguise fails, and he resorts back, or reverts back to his like alien form, right? And everyone's like, oh wow, aliens exist, they're like trying to infiltrate our society, right? And so no one really freaks out that much. What they do is they implement a new greeting system where whenever two normal people meet each other on the street, they'll bow and allow each other to pluck one hair from each other's head. And if that hair, like, you know, loses its disguise, then you know they're not human. And so, I mean, that's obviously unrealistic, but the analogy to real life would be, when something like that is figured out, people would have more interest in like interrogate, like replace the people in the story with institutions. There would be, I don't know, like a special task force, or plenty of them for every town, just to go around and peacefully investigate, like, is this something organic, or is this part of, you know, the thing, that's the plot that's been uncovered? Are you a parasitic institution working for the agenda that we've now discovered is, you know, infiltrating a normal society? Are you the outsider trying to ruin, you know, take over here? Or are you on the same page with the rest of humanity, just trying to live happily in harmony and, you know, learn more and become wiser?
It'll probably go down like the movie The 13 Districts, where we put them like in their own territory and shit with borders.
Oh yeah, and it didn't take long in the story to, corner down all, it'd be simple. It didn't take long for them to figure out who the imposters are and who's real. Because it doesn't have to be through violence, It's just all it takes is a little bit of an inquisition, little inquiry, just all around to figure out who passes the test to be a natural sort of organic organism, as we'd expect people to be. But we're surrounded by things. But really, like, how hard is it to get to the bottom of it? Like, is this institution worth having? The only reason they exist is because no one really cares to get to the bottom of it. We just inherited this way of living.
Let me comment. You're assuming they don't have any kind of powers that we don't have. You're assuming that they're either equal or inferior to us in some way, and that they'll allow that, right? There's a movie called The Thing, and they did a blood test. They were in the Arctic. They did a blood test to determine if you were a thing, if you were an alien, because the aliens were taking the form of the humans, right? The Thing movie back in I don't know, 85, whatever. And however, it was like a powerful creature that would kill you, for example. So there is that. They could have mind control if they were an advanced species, for example, talking about lizards or whatever. They could control your mind, that command you, like say at a distance, for example. So it may be impossible to remove them or to fight back.
Well, then we'd be shit out of luck, I guess. But I don't think it's as hopeless as that. I think we could get to the bottom of things if people gave a damn to figure it out. But like the other guy was saying earlier, listen, I got responsibilities. I can't go fucking investigate the FBI or the CIA and see if there's any part of their institution that's up to no good. I need to make some money and feed my children. But once one of them was once one of the institutions, like a big one, was shown to have a lot of profound fraud going on that affects everyone, then maybe a critical mass would be achieved where that sets off a chain reaction that inspires a little bit of whatever, what I'm saying, inspires a bit of a motivation for people to get to the bottom of things.
Yeah, and if it could be done non-violently, which would be a big factor, because it's like not a pleasant thing to think about, but I think about how much the control system of the world right now is based within the military. Like at the end of the day, it's the military that'll come with machine guns or whatever it is to do the physical force. And so if whoever these controllers are, they have whatever power over the military. And if the military will just do whatever they want on their command, then it gives them a lot more sort of defense or power in that sense, like in the actual physical part of it. So it'd be interesting, like, to see how this all unfolds. If that's why the whole QAnon thing with that idea of Trump was going to get control of the military and all this stuff. Like, it was kind of a cool narrative, just like that idea. That there could be some quote unquote good guy. I'm not saying I think that about Trump at all. Or that I agree with QAnon. I'm just saying like that idea that there could be some way that some power position could kind of get the military would be on their side. And then if the military was on, let's say, our side, quote unquote, meaning the civilians kind of side and not the side of these controllers, of course, the military is made up by us, mostly the civilian people. But if that was able to be somehow like quarantined from them, like if they were to not have the buttons for the bombs and all that, then if we could keep the peace on the world, instead of World War III unleashing and all that, if it could go another way where the peace could be kept, and then we could, perhaps there could be further investigation into who these guys are, and then figuring out ways to kind of dissolve their power structure without violence. It's all just ideas. I mean, it's hard to know exactly kind of how it's all set up and all the layers and levels, but.
And let me read you an expert from Kennedy's speech. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined, etc., etc. Monolithic, massive monolithic conspiracy, etc., etc.
Yeah, it seems like quite a web that's set up right now, but the web is also run by the people, or at least lots of parts of it are. So it's interesting to think how much, like how tight knit and how protected they really are at the end of the day, or is it actually more of a house of cards? Like, is it actually weaker than it may seem, considering the amount of control they do seem to have? Like, is the actual power structure really that solid or not? It's sort of like if you were doing some evil thing and you had like your house was all, protected or whatever, like there'd be different levels of that. Like maybe your house is so well protected that no one could, break down that structure or whatever. But I guess
let's talk deep about protection, Gio.
I mean, I wasn't trying to go on like a violent. I was just kind of using that more as a metaphor. Like how solid is their system?
No, I hear you, buddy. I don't know. Like I was trying to say, we can transcend any system they think they have. All right, like you can protect more than just this life, right?
I think their system is very fragile, their power structure, and it hangs by a thread constantly.
Do you think they could ever take your soul? Can you protect your soul?
I don't think humans can do that.
I say protect your soul. Okay?
You better protect your neck, first of all. Second
I'm
of
telling you,
all,
protect the deck, Jeremy. Protect the deck, right? Like, think about this. Like, who is, who's ever dead that we still love them and talk about them, like Elvis or whoever, their soul's still living a little bit.
Elvis might not be dead. That's a whole other story, though.
Right? Or like, your grandma that's dead or whatever, you got a picture of her, you know what I'm saying? Right? So on that Ken Wheeler shit, you know what I'm saying? That data redundancy is God type shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, your memories, the stuff that lives on after you, right? You can protect that is what I'm saying, right? So not only, right, are they gonna fuck with you now, are they trying to fucking erase you like that? Are they trying to only let their souls, you know what I'm saying? So protect that type of shit. Is there what, like graves? I was gonna say, like, how you people protect graves even after you're gone.
Well, I don't know if we're going into this different realm in the combo, but have you ever heard of that idea that like no? Well, have you ever heard of this idea that there's like demonic type entities like in the astral plane? The space, let's say, between the physical earth and the heavens, and that there's like certain entities that they create like a false light. The idea of when you die, you kind of go towards the light, back to heaven. But this idea that there's like demonic type beings that might set up like a false light to try to get you to go to this false light, and then they're gonna possess you or do something, harvest your soul or something. It's pretty intense idea.
Yo, if you ever find yourself in the afterlife, don't go willy-nilly jumping into white light. That's all I'm saying. Just think it through, wait, be patient, make a smart decision.
The way that you I could tell you were holding in smoke as well, like you'll get, that made that sound even more legit as well. Damn right, don't go near any lights. You don't know what they are, right, guys? Like, straight up, I agree.
I'm saying watch the lights, make sure, because the person could come at you as one of your dead family members or something. Who knows if they can disguise themselves or whatever. They might come at you like a person that you trust.
We have to have a secret handshake.
Yeah, but
Man, they could observe us creating the secret handshake and then
Yeah, that ain't gonna handshake anymore.
The only thing, Jeremy, though, is that there's a lot of people.
Can they do a secret dance though, like humans?
What were you saying, Gio?
Well, I was just saying it's funny to think of like telling people to be aware of that, because there's also a lot of claims of people like near-death experiences and out-of-body and memory recall of life between life, meaning essentially when you're not in a body, and a lot of different insights and experiences people have had related to that, to where they describe pretty much what you're saying. Like there is a light. There are like they usually say that your ancestors come after you go through the light, though, like after you kind of go back into the spirit realm, then there's all, your ancestors and everyone you've known is all cheering and hugging, love and all that stuff. So I'm just saying it's funny that you're like, be careful, because it's also the way that people describe that it is, that you kind of rejoice with everyone you've known. And there's like a celebration, of your kind of reconnecting with everyone that even from this lifetime or even from others. And so it's just kind of interesting.
Are they saying the light thing's like automatic? You just go in it?
What a lot of people say is that when you die, like you're still kind of on the earth plane. So you're like hovering around your body. You can stick around for your funeral, communicating with some of the people that are still alive, kind of tying up loose ends in terms of that funeral, things like that. And that, people often say that there's like a kind of a gentle pulling sensation that's pulling you towards a light. Like it's this it's kind of slow and gentle. It's not like abrupt, but it just feels like the right thing. And there's kind of this surrender process where you're kind of leaving the earthly plane, and and then, you end up transitioning sort of, people do report it as being up. Like there is still kind of an up and down, like in that astral plane type thing. And that you kind of, a lot of people describe it like it's just like a magnetic thing. Like it just naturally happens. Like you can't really fight it. You can't force it. It's just a natural flow of a transition. And then once you sort of enter through that light, then, everything that would occur after that. So, I mean, that wouldn't be a false light. That would be,
What happens if when you die and the light that you see is actually the hospital lights, and that force that you're talking about that's pushing you and that you can't fight against and you can't stop it, is actually your new mother pushing you out through the light.
Yo, that's crazy word. Reincarnation. That's fucking scary, bro.
Yeah, have you ever thought about that?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Not the exact thing you just said, but yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking crazy, yeah.
The biggest question of all times: what happens when you die?
I don't know about when you die.
Flatliners from the 80s?
I mean, I don't know about when you die, but I personally have had an out-of-body experience.
So have I.
So for me personally, I know that this body I'm in is just a shell. Because I've stood face to face with myself before.
Yeah, I floated up. I was laying on the floor and I floated up to the ceiling and then quick went back. Crazy.
Yeah.
Were you in the water?
No, I was in a bedroom. In a bedroom.
Were there any drugs involved?
Guns?
Acid,
No.
DMT?
No, I was a kid. There was no drugs. I wasn't even on drugs yet.
Yeah, it's the same as me. I was in my late teens. I was probably 19 at the time.
You weren't on drugs by the time you were 19? No, I'm just kidding. I was like 10 or something, or 12, maybe 12, 8.
No,
I don't know.
I was going through a really, really, really bad time, and I decided to put an end to everything. Yeah. So I took the hatch off the loft and tied a cable round the banister, and down I went. And I remember standing looking at myself hanging there. And I remember slapping myself in the back of the head. And then the next thing I remember, I wake up face down on the floor.
Mic check.
We hear you. What's up?
All right, cool. Yeah, that would be annoying as hell. Like you just died traumatically, or either way you look at it, peacefully, traumatically, and then you're like, the white light. Next thing you know, you're getting pulled out, and you're like, No fucking way. And that's the last that you remember of your previous life before it's the rinse and repeat stuff. Yo, that would be so annoying.
Well, some people say that's why you're born crying, because you're crying because you know that as soon as you go through that light, that everything that you've learned in the life you've just lived, you're going to forget.
Come on, that's
or
ridiculous.
it's a traumatic, environment change for the baby. That could be it too. It just spent 9 months.
Yeah, it could be that you're squeezing through, a massive axe wound between a lady's legs, and your head's all getting squashed in, and your skull's not even fully formed yet, and it could be that, might be.
Well, animals don't have a problem with it, so there's got to be something wrong with how we do it. I mean, and why does it take humans like so long to do everything? It's like we see ourselves as like so superior, but fucking like like horses just dump their babies right on the floor, and then the
And they're
motherfuckers
walking.
shake it off and shit. The fuck, like,
Bro, I've delivered a horse myself, right? I've pulled a horse out of another horse, right? And bro, it doesn't take long for it to get up and start walking, If you help it as well, like by shoring it up and like allowing it to like let its muscles get warm, like they'll start walking in like 30 minutes after they come out. It's crazy.
But babies can't even hold their head up. Fucking
useless babies.
Helpless.
Bloody
Oh
useless.
god. Like you ever seen a baby pigeon? I was just talking about this the other week. It's like they're just left alone wherever the fuck they are. They're left there. Like
I have seen wood pigeon chicks that are wood pigeon chicks, right? I've seen them, but I happen to know that most people have not. Like, yeah, man.
The thing
That's
is, we're
because
born.
they're surviving on their own while their parents are fucking out and about annoying people for bread and shit.
The thing is, we're born helpless, but then we turn in over time. We turn into the most dangerous animals on the planet. You know what I mean? We're the most dangerous organic things out there. No, compared to anything else, a cheetah, a lion, an elephant, whatever. We take anything down.
Minus 5 points for Jeremy saying planet.
Oh shit! I said planet.
You're a
you guys got
terrible
me.
flat.
My whole
Jeremy.
shit's blown.
If-
Pete was
if-
right. I'm an agent.
If planet means like just a small portion of a plane, then that's still fine.
You got to say it planet. It's the
You guys got
pronunciation.
me,
Like,
Pete.
That's
Pete was right. I'm an agent.
Yeah, I like when Bro Sanchez, he says planet, a plane within a net.
We start out helpless, these helpless things that would just die if you just left them, but then we turn into these, fierce, smartest, creatures.
Oh, this is a nice joint.
maybe that's like by design because of our potential. We need there's a necessity for that potential to take a certain amount of time to realize, Imagine babies come out the womb walking. It's like, yo, we know there's no such thing as nuclear war and shit. Well, if babies came out walking, it probably would be, because we're evil little fuckers, man. We are.
Because look at
neoteny.
Look at like a sea turtle, right? That shit comes out, it's walking, it's swimming, the fucking first few hours. But it gets killed by a 6-pack ring or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they're helpless.
I got some questions for Guy, if I may. I'm obviously gonna start the conversation with "if I may," and the look on my face, he's gonna go, "I know." Come on, go on with it. Out with it, child.
Well, first thing I would ask the creator is, where did you come from? Where'd you come from?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even ask.
I wouldn't ask that at all. Not at all. The fact that he's there, it doesn't matter to me at that point.
Yeah,
But,
but where'd
well,
you come
guess
from?
what? Guess what? There's another god, and it's my god. You'll never meet him. But like, you know, fucking, I'm in this game here. I'm living my life on another scale called eternity, and I've got to live 25 eternities before I can go and live 85 eternities up there with the other eternal god. I
Word.
don't know what
I would be like, never mind, bro. Never mind.
He wouldn't even know though. How would he know if he had a creator that, you know, unless his
How do
creator
you know?
communicated with him? He might if
Right.
his creator communicated with him.
Well,
Yeah.
what I would ask him is because this is plaguing me. It even popped up today. Somebody saying something about what was it? Let me go on my Facebook right now because it has something to do with veganism. And I
I'm
was
just
just
saying.
saying,
Go ahead.
like with veganism, it's like I don't know why these people think like they have some sort of like moral high ground because what was it we were anyway, my point is that I would ask him why do we have to eat like things that are alive, like, you know, it cuz this fucking I was watching Kev on stage, right? He does clips of like random videos, and there's this crab that's like fighting for its life, like it's Zorro and shit, using his claw to like bat away this woman who's trying to grab it with the tongs, and at the same time is holding on to the cabinet, and it will just not let go. And I'm like, they're laughing like, I just don't want to get in the pot, and I'm just sitting here like, how evil do you have to be making light of this situation? You know, like clearly this is a living being that knows that it's in danger and does not want to die.
I
And it's
can't.
like
Yeah,
it's one thing. And I told her, I said it's one thing for this to be a necessity and to know that you have to do it to survive. It's another thing to take the light in it. You know, it's like it's to others it might be a thrill to killing, but even with those, I know they honor their killings. They're not just out here mass like unlike some, like, you know, the obviously the corporations and stuff, but just the hunter himself, like his whole mentality is different in how he respects his kill and everything like that. And I'm just like, why do we have to eat it all? Why do we have to kill it all? Like, even like, is it really the best route to eat the fruit and the nuts that the trees bear? And even that's alive, isn't it?
Why can't we just be solar powered, huh? Why can't we just go get some sunlight and be solar powered?
Exactly.
If evolution were true, we would be solar powered.
Yeah, I can't think of anything more efficient than to just be able to just sit in the sun for a few hours, and that's you're good.
And or you would live off of literally just air alone, like planets do, or some other thing that's ultimately cyclic and very abundant, right? Like the idea of calories being just as simplistic as the sun rising and then setting. That, like, you know, we can get calories clockwork in that manner. Well, we can objectively. So sun would be something we would evolve to be, you know, like basking sharks.
I don't know. I just feel like we would have, if evolution was true, we would have evolved to be the most, you know, efficient things possible, efficient creatures possible. This body we're in does not feel very efficient.
Well,
and then again,
like what
longevity. It's got longevity, though. I'll give it that.
Not compared to a blue whale or a you know, some turtles, but sure, compared to a lot of things.
Do you want to be in the sea? Do you want to live in the sea?
No,
I don't know. Maybe.
Shut up.
At least if you got like this Jar Jar Binks thing going, maybe.
It's beautiful down there.
No.
But about what you said, Jeremy, about like it should be more efficient. I totally feel it, and I agree. But there are like efficiencies we have that others don't, like the opposable thumbs and just standing upright, it's like all day long we have two entire limbs to do whatever we want with, right? Like they're always free. We can carry things. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how can a dog carry something? Well, he has to pick it up in his mouth. That's the only option he's got for like lifting and carrying things places. Yeah, but humans,
yeah, I just meant as the way our body operates, the efficiency. Like right as it is now, we need all this food, all this water. We're pooping and peeing all over the place. Like it's a mess.
Yeah,
everything
you're right.
about the whole process is just a mess.
Yeah, man.
No wonder you're from transhumanism. You're like, people, we're just a mess. This is Jeremy. Brilliant.
Yeah.
He's got a point.
We're just a mess, guys.
Just a mess, guys. This is a low place.
You got a big J Matrix over here screaming on caps lock. It's just a mess.
Yeah.
I was listening to, I think, Terrence McKenna talk, and he was talking about how humans are the only thing that throws. And he says, like, sure, like a monkey might throw its poop or something, but not with any accuracy, and usually just like in a downward.
Yeah.
It was also, they say it was also the ability to throw in groups, because if one guy throws a stone, that's not really that big of a deal. But if you got 50 or 100 guys throwing a rock, all of a sudden
that's an onslaught.
That turned into a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah,
Terrence McKenna was Terrence McKenna was the guy that thought we evolved from like mushrooms or hallucinogenics or something.
Yeah.
Well, he's just saying that he believes in this. He believes in this official timeline where the human brain size like doubled faster than we think that any brain size has even, come, just nowhere in the ballpark of that. And he's saying that like as hallucinogens were earlier called consciousness expanding drugs, that maybe they were physically mind enhancing drugs as well.
But yeah, anyone that has done drugs like that in the past knows you get open off that shit. Even just smoking weed, bro. Like that shit has my mind like open off that.
Yeah, and especially how easily you can, and especially because of how easily you can procure, magic mushrooms, right? You just follow a pack or a herd of wild cows, just follow behind them and flip over some cow patties and boom, there you go. Mushrooms love shit. They call them cochrophilic.
Yeah, that was this guy William Von Hippel did a great thing on evolution on Joe Rogan's podcast. What was his thing?
Do you guys think that modern humans are a combination of previous versions?
The fossils look like there was different versions of us, slightly different bone structure and shit. I mean, when it comes down to it, they're still humans, though. Like, there's a big difference between a chimp or an ape or a monkey or whatever and a human. They have this thing where they can't choke on food because they have two different things. Like, one's for their airway and one's for the food or something. So they can, never, it's, impossible for them to choke on food or something.
I'd take that,
to get
please.
our thing from that thing, I don't think is even evolutionarily possible.
That's ridiculous at best, yeah. You got to think about whether or not if there were missing links between people that all the way back to chimpanzees, right? We're not the same thing as a chimp, but they say we were similar to them at one time, right? If we were at one time similar to chimps, that means any time after chimps, we're more advanced than they are. What we know is that as we go from chimps to humans, the burial grounds, or i.e. where bodies are, they have graveyards too, almost. Like, they die in a smaller radius than any other animal, pretty much, right? So if we take that into consideration, millions of animals like chimpanzees that became humans, it would have meant that any point from then that developed to now, our bodies would all be more likely to be closer and closer together. We're more and more likely to end up with graveyards closer and closer together as we go along, right? So if we think about that, we think about that we apparently evolved all the way from something the level of a chimpanzee, and that it would be a slow tapered change, one that would be unnoticeable almost, right? From one thing to the next, but over time, we'll try and think about how many things that is that have died that should be close together. That, like, if we found a missing link, it would only mean that we would have to start digging within a 200, 300, 400 meter square around that we would find lots of other bodies like it also, unless they were random deaths out in the middle of nowhere. But this would have been a tapered effect all the way from the state of chimp to human. That's millions and millions and millions of years of us dying in close proximity to one another, our bodies being in close proximity.
Right.
We would have an abundance.
The thing is, I
Right,
don't
yeah,
think you're. Go ahead, no.
I was just saying that I agree with like the whole tapering process of it. It would be, yeah, gradual and not abrupt or drastic in any sense. And that's of course what we see, right?
But my point is no, we don't see transitionary fossils. We have zero
Right.
transitionary fossils at all. And actually, the guy who's like the expert in this says that's the main problem with the fossil record, is we have no transitionary fossils whatsoever. And these transitionary fossils themselves, every single fossil is a transitionary fossil. That's the problem that they're not understanding. They all need to be, because everything, even from a chimpanzee to a human, this is supposedly something that changes so slowly over time that, let's say you found a fossil of the same thing from a million years later, it may look ever so slightly different, but all the things in between there, they're going to nearly look exactly the same. You know, it could take a million years for your ears to get a little bit higher on your head, is my point. You know, or for you to start growing less hair in like one little patch on the center of your spine. Like,
But the
these are
fossils should
minuscule.
The should be there though, because we've dug up so much shit at this point.
Exactly.
Like it's weird. I personally don't think we're digging in the right spots. Like, I think the water levels used to be a lot lower, like when Atlantis was around, and we would have all lived, you know, near the seabed, near the coastlines and shit. That's where the food's at, near the rivers and shit, near the water sources, the lakes and shit. Like,
yeah,
you need to be digging. You need to be doing underwater archaeology, but you need to be digging down. Though you can't just be like looking and being like, "Oh, there's a sunken ship." Like, you need to fucking dig down in there.
Yeah, we need to go at least 12 feet at first, off the coast. I agree with you. You're completely correct. And we
Such
know
a
as well.
mysterious creature, man.
Definitely.
Like, yo, they found that. Didn't they find some crazy shit off the coast of Japan? Like a whole city and shit or something.
Yeah.
Steps.
Yep.
It like had to come from like crazy long ago. Like, history, they did not get history right. They fucked up.
Definitely, bro.
Graham Hancock.
There was a massive flood. Go ahead.
Graham Hancock on the Rogan podcast, you know, brought up something we've all heard about, but about just like maps from the 1500s having Antarctica on them, and the map makers claiming that the only reason they were able to put that part of the map on was because they were only like borrowing from previous maps that they studied.
I think the Perry Reese map was one of them that had Antarctica on it. I think as it is under the ice, the actual land, Because like we didn't even know what the actual land looked like until recently. You know what I mean? Like we knew Antarctica was there and where the coastline was and where some of the land was, but we didn't know like where all the land was because it was covered by you've seen the ice wall.
What ice wall?
We've all seen the ice wall, the giant fucking wall of ice that touches the ocean.
Do you know what makes me laugh when I say this to Globers? I'm like, I always used to say it like this. I'm like, well, objectively, you cannot tell me that if you were to carry on going south, that at one point you will hit an ice wall. Tell me different. Tell me
you
if
might
you
hit, you might just hit like land. You might hit like rocks or something, but yeah, a lot of it is just a giant fucking ice wall. From what I've seen, I've never been there, but
it's mostly ice wall. The fact that the ships, Jeremy, we have ships that go there with a whole crane on it so that they can lift the things and people onto it, right? If it had a point that they could get on that wasn't an ice wall, they wouldn't have bought or used a whole crane ship to go there. They would have used a cheaper ship and just went a little bit further in one direction to get to it. I know you need to take an icebreaker. I'm on about an icebreaker that has a crane on it, right? Like, some of them will, without a doubt, obviously, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that's a big upgrade in your boat. It's a lot more money to spend to get there than just a normal icebreaker, one with a crane. So, obviously, bro, like, the whole thing's a fucking ice wall, as far as I'm concerned.
there's probably some places with a coast, but yeah, they got history wrong, dude. With the map, with those maps of Antarctica and shit. I've heard stories where they said, oh, they just put something down there because they figured there should have been something to balance it out and shit. But yeah, I don't trust history. You know, the farther back it gets, the worse I trust it.
Yeah.
Because shit could have got wiped off the map. What if we were humans? What if we were humans doing crazy shit 150,000 years ago, and then something happened, and then there's only a few humans left, and they spend tens of thousands of years rebuilding until recently.
Listen to this.
And then hold on, and real quick before you go, in the mainstream paradigm, they got like humans at 100 to 200,000 years old. So that means up until the past like 10,000 years, for the first 100, either 90 to 190,000 years, we just basically sat around doing nothing.
Yeah.
Literally nothing.
So interestingly, if we had more technology in the past, Jeremy, let's say 200,000 years ago, if we were to give them this, right, that space was real, the globe was real, all of it, right, what would have actually happened would be funny, because I reckon that people may actually leave this planet and they would have used up as much shit as they can to do so, and they would have probably just left, right? And then left like certain individuals here, maybe there was not everyone could go, I don't know, but they would have took a lot of technology with them, they would have took everything with them, and then they would have fucked off, mate. Like, but then when you were saying about the water, right? And us having to go off the coast, and it's like, I think that's why they're not willing to look down under the ocean. I think real history would be under the ocean, and quite frankly, they're trying to keep us away from looking there, and that's why we look toward the sky, bro.
Okay,
People are not allowed to know what goes.
There was this thing that happened that Graham Hancock talks about. It's called the Younger Dryas or Meltwater Pulse 1b, or something happened where like there was a rapid increase of the temperature of Earth from ice core samples taken from Greenland, and sea levels would have just rose. Ice would have melted. Glacial dams would have got flooded. There would have been floods everywhere. And if there was some kind of advanced civilization somewhere, they might not have been like rocket ship advanced. They might have some kind of technology. I think that's obvious from the pyramids and shit. Like the pyramids, I don't know. I could go off on a whole rant on this.
In the Bible, it talks about where the ark is, right? It says what mountain range it's on, and then when they looked at it with a spy plane years ago, when it's like a part of Turkey or wherever it is, it's a mountain basin. They looked at it and it looked crazy, because exactly where they said the ark was built, there's a space, right, where it literally is between a big hill on this cliff. and it's like a cliff that goes up like that, and you can see down into this ridge, and it's like right in between these two mountains, and that's exactly where the Bible said the ark was built, was in between these two mountains, right? And this area looks like a big river used to be there, right? The whole thing, even geologists agree that this is like an area where there was a big river that ran in between these two peaks, right? And then not only the spy drone showed evidence of it, and you look at it and it looks like it's depressed, like there was a boat in it. And I usually wouldn't look at these things like, oh, look at that mountain. It was a big tree that was cut down and petrified. I don't buy into that shit. But then other people have went on expeditions there now, past World War II time, before they do it with a spy plane, or anyway, now they've been there now, and like it fits the bill so well. There's a video that I have to find it, show you. It's really cool.
So what I wanted to say earlier was about the floods and that meltwater pulse 1B and that whole thing where the thing happened. That's it. That's almost the exact dating for when Atlantis was sunk and when Göbekli Tepe was built or buried or something, which is verified by Plato. Like Plato's story of when Atlantis was and meltwater pulse 1B, those dates match. But Plato would have had no idea about ice core samples, and you know what I'm saying? He would have had no idea.
Yep. How would he have known?
Yeah, he wouldn't have known. So he just knew that there was this place, Atlantis, where people were advanced, and it sunk at this time, which happens to line up with a time where we know that, or we think we know from ice core samples, that there was a huge floods everywhere, or the temperature at least rose on Earth. They know the temperature got rapidly hotter. Like even in geological terms, it was pretty rapid. I don't know the exact numbers.
It all lines up pretty miraculously. Just don't forget that it's what Plato was told his mentor said that his brother's friend told him. Like there's like 4 degrees of separation.
Right. It's
but
already.
It doesn't matter though. It's more about the number. But
by the time,
Go ahead.
By the time that Plato gets to write it down, it's already like slipping into like lore and like myth and stuff. I
But he
guess.
got the date right though. What are the chances you get the date right on a city that flooded, on a city that sank at the same time? What's up?
He's Plato. Maybe he got the date right. I don't know.
Yeah, he did get the date right. What are the chances that he just guessed it right? Like, there's no way. Like, people just,
Yeah.
That's too much of a coincidence for me. I don't know.
Yeah. Then again, how much do we trust? Graham Hancock and his partner, the 33-degree Freemason Randall Carlson?
Let me tell you something about the Freemasons.
You're on, Mike and Jeremy, and never trust anybody with cock in their name.
That's Kosho's boy. Listen, these Freemasons ain't all that, bro. After I've learned some information recently, these guys don't even have a list of what's going on. Like, they're not getting this money, bro. I thought they were like all about getting money and power and shit, but they're really not. Like, maybe it's just for the members and the guys up top are doing something. I don't know, but they're not very well organized.
Well, the people at your local fish fry on Fridays, yeah, they're probably not up to much besides getting one of their homies elected mayor or something. But I mean, what would you know? I mean, like, what would you know about what's really going on at that top level? I mean, for one thing that supports them being like, I don't know, powerful would be the headquarters of the Scottish Rite, right, in Washington, D.C. There's a straight line from the Washington Monument to the White House, and then you just carry that line 1 mile further, and you get this grand, Scottish Rite Freemason headquarters temple. And I mean,
real quick,
how do you get that real estate? Like, how do you get that real estate if you don't have connections to a large degree?
Real quick, what's more impressive than that straight line is the straight line at the Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid of Giza, and Easter Island all line up on. That's an impressive fucking straight line right there. Because I mean, when DC was built and all that, we were in worldwide communication. But when Stonehenge and the pyramids and Easter Island was built, them guys weren't supposed to be in communication with each other. What are the chances that
Just
shit
go back.
landed all on a straight line?
Wait, I just got back. What do you mean straight line? All I'm hearing is straight line.
It depends what kind of map you're using, right? Like, have you ever done
Well,
that
if you
on the
go to
AE
if you
map?
go to Google Earth, if you do it on Google Earth, it's a straight line. It's a curved
What's
straight
the
line.
What are you on about? Tell me what
Let's
you're
not
talking
go
about.
down that road.
Fair enough.
I just came
It's
back.
a great circle route.
I just came back. I don't know what you're talking about, but I had straight line. What's the straight line going through?
Okay, it's a great circle route. It goes over the Stonehenge, Easter Island, and the Great Pyramid.
Oh, okay.
All
It's
three
just
of them.
all right. Okay.
Now, what
They're
are
all
the
like-
chances? Yeah, they're on
Bro,
a
it's an
line.
energy point. It's an energy point for sure, bro. People, without a doubt, are gonna find a point on Earth where I believe the resonance that's on our Earth, where the vibration at that point on the Earth is exactly the right pitch that it would draw people to it, that they would want to build things on these points, these ley lines of projected energy. We predict meteorite showers based on these points in the sky. These things are kind of real. It's kind of what chakras are like based on. Like, I'm not into that new age mystical type bullshit, don't get me wrong, but there is still an energy flow, circuitry and path and modus operandi that it's got its modus operandi, so it needs a way to carry out what it's doing. It's that simple.
Oh, yeah, real quick on a side note, I got an offer from Kosho. He's willing to debate anyone, any topic. He said he'll fuck anyone up on any topic. If anyone wants that beef, let me know.
Wait, you want to debate Kosho?
No, Kosho wants to. Kosho said he'll debate anyone on any topic, and he'll fuck you up if anyone wants to debate.
Has he been drinking?
Let me know. I'll set it up. No. We're gonna get some debates going on. That one with Travis and North was good. A lot of people like that. What was that, like 2 weeks ago?
When the chirality hosted.
No, listen. He is never modding anything again ever. All right.
It's great. Great.
He's all done.
Hey.
So yeah, too many coincidences, man, for this shit to be an accident. All the stuff we just went over. The straight line on the Giza, Stonehenge, and the pyramid, or Easter Island.
Definitely.
What was the other coincidence we just talked about? Oh, Plato and Meltwater Pulse 1B lining up. The ice core samples.
If we were to show that, is it that great circle route that's shown there? That's where they line up on that great circle route. Is that what you're saying?
Is there something? Did somebody post something in chat?
Numpty posted something, but are you on about a straight line across a circle?
No, it's a great circle route. I don't know what that circle is. What's on that circle? Who posted that?
Numpty, 18 minutes past the hour.
Oh, which one? The top one or
The
the bottom
second
one?
one. Look at the second one a second.
Yeah, what's on that line? What's on that circle, Numpty? With those dots?
But are you on about? That's what you're on about. The type.
I believe there's Easter Island, pyramids, Giza. There's what is that? Machu Picchu and the one right across from it. Basically, all those white dots on the second one are like places, like not places, like
megalithic structure.
Yeah, megalithic structures. Yeah, exactly.
No doubt.
So when you say it's a straight line, I get that it's actually curved. But what you mean then is that
it's straight on a globe.
It's a concentric circle, effectively, right?
It's straight in spherical geometry, I think, because you just
Well,
travel in one
I was talking
direction.
about a
Yeah.
great circle. I was talking about a great circle route, but I don't know. I don't know if that's it or not.
So, I need to look at a diagram for one then.
Like straight left to right, not turn. You don't turn left or right. You just keep going straight.
So not
If anyone's seen that guy Carl, he does some wild shit with megalithic structures. That guy's fucking dope. If you can
Who?
follow it, it's hard to follow. Carl Monk the Code. It's like 5 hours long, bro. It's so intense. Like I had to watch it like 5 times at
You have
least.
to watch him a couple times. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I watched him like 5 to 10 times. I'm not even sure,
I
but
got you, Jeremy. Don't worry.
it's like 5 hours long. It's intense, dude.
From the 80s, but it feels like it's from the 60s. It's crazy.
Yeah, my man was sick with it though, right?
Oh, he's fucking so clean, bro. Like I take inspiration from his work for sure.
Yeah, the stuff he did, like he's got more accurate measurements of the Great Pyramid than anyone that put a tape measure to it, because he didn't get his numbers from actually measuring it. He got them from other megalithic sites and shit or something. It's crazy the way he does this shit.
And he like reveals the shit in a way that you're like, oh wow. Somehow throws all these numbers at you, and then he's like, but this is why, and you're like, what? It's not like that far fetched, really. It's not like some Pete Shea level stuff.
Yeah, his shit links up together better than that. But
it's all
yeah,
math, though. That's
more,
why it's like crazy.
That's more evidence that there was this worldwide. That guy's video is good evidence for why there was a worldwide communication happening, because there's no way that shit would happen on accident if they weren't communicating with each other. Like, there's no fucking way.
Yeah.
All the sites link together, like across the whole world. Like you can.
Yeah, I was like saying, like the Great Pyramid, the Dome of the Rock, and the Mecca, they like line up into this perfect triangle, like with a right angle, and it's like how is this measurement being made? How are they doing it back then? And like, how were they all together? It's like they grouped them after or before. Like, I don't know what the fuck. It's interesting.
Yeah, tons of evidence for worldwide communicational civilizations in the past.
Like, I think, well, since we have like cell phones and communication like that, I think it gets like lost. But in that Jules Verne, and that's from 1863, it seems like he's making reference to that people used to think, if this is real, he's saying that people at that time would have heard stories about sending messages using the moon. Like, to send a psychic message to somebody else, you look at the moon and the person says or something like that. Right. I know that sounds crazy, right? But it's almost like, yeah, some kind of, they could have had some kind of communication system, maybe not based on the moon, but like there definitely could have been some kind of like radio communication of some sort, man. I don't know. I don't think Marconi just figured that shit out, or Tesla did, or no, I don't think Marconi just stole that, or right. Tesla's rediscovering technology in a way, right? Like, as much as it's a breakthrough, it's still rediscovering probably older shit. No.
I mean, maybe they could have found old shit. Maybe we were just advanced in like a different way in the past, and it wasn't with cell phones and computers and shit. You know what I mean? Like spiritually, health wise. Maybe we had people living to 500 years old or 200 years or something. Who knows?
Will the roads grow grass on them?
Have you
Seems like
ever
there's
seen that Discovery?
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, like what you're saying, living for 200 years. I do think that there's something to that. Although I don't really like think all the Bible, those ages that I don't know. Those dudes were mad aged. 400 years or more. I don't know. I'm not so 100%.
What's there in Egypt? They got like this list of kings thing or something, and like some of the pharaohs or kings or whatever were dated to live like hundreds or thousands of years. I think I forgot what the list was. I mean, could we have had some crazy technology or something, or visitors from an outer pond or something come see us who are more advanced? Who knows?
Somebody say outer ponders.
I literally thought of you when I said that. I used that word because of you. I would have
Nice.
never used that word before I knew you.
You can ask Snack here. They used to say that just to get me to come into the call. I'd be listening on YouTube and they'd be like, outer ponders, and then they know I would come in.
Yeah, it's like scramble word.
Yeah, because I still believe in aliens. People think no more aliens because of flat Earth, but those would be aliens to us, Some other civilization.
Yeah, ancient ancestors, they're just human from outside of here.
Yeah, it's basically the same concept as aliens, because they will still have to come down from the sky down. Because it doesn't. We could assume it's from like outer space, or it could just be from the other land, right? Because if the land is level, they still have to fly up through.
Or they come out of the water too. They could come out of the water through the tunnels to the other ponds. Like that's why the U.S. goes are a thing.
Still, if it's through the water, they have to still fly up in the sky and land. So it will always look to us like if they're coming from outer space.
They could have some Jar Jar Binks shit going on. That's not true, because if they came from under the ocean, they would just have to pop up and just swim over. Why would they have to fly?
Dude, they have to pop out of the water, bro.
Needs to show you.
And now you're on the top
Needs
of
to show you.
Now you're on the top of the water. And now you swim over to the land.
Yeah, okay. Trees.
Yeah, but why would you swim over if you have propulsion that could go fucking insane speeds in the air and fly around?
Maybe they don't have that. They came from under the water.
Nah, that doesn't make any sense, man. Come on, they could conquer
Did they
the
come
water
from under the water?
Air, bro. Come on, bro. That doesn't make any sense.
If they came from under the water, I don't know why they need to go in the air. That don't make sense to me.
Bro, then that would be like a submarine. Then we're not talking about an alien ship, bro. Because if they don't have the capacity to levitate, what the hell are you talking about? Submarine? What fucking?
Yeah, maybe they came in a submarine from an outer pond.
I don't think there is any outer ponds. I don't think there's anything really outside.
I think it's just
of this
us.
fucking. Yeah, I think outside
That's
of
even
this,
crazier conversation.
Yeah,
that's even
I think
crazier conversation, Numpty.
I don't think there's any fucking outer ponds, dude. I think it's just there might be an ice wall or some sort of barrier, but I think at some point you just get to a point where like it's not physical reality the way you think it is, and things don't work the way you think they do because you've been inside this area. When you go out into that area, you'd probably just get fucking evaporated.
Do you hit a wall or like is it like a video game where you just keep running into an invisible wall and you just can't go anywhere?
Or it's like
anything but continuous life will deduce to simulation. Anything but continuously just lands and lands upon lands, never ending. Anything that is some sort of wall, it will always deduce to some sort of simulation, bro. It would only justify a wall that we can't penetrate.
Well, I mean, we could be in a petri dish and some scientists.
Maybe you go beyond a certain point and there's nothing that holds the fucking
just
atoms
fall apart
together. Yeah, you
start disincorporating.
Or maybe and it might not even. It might be that it might be something before that, like intense like plasma and fire before you get to the part where it's just nothing after that. But I don't actually think.
But you just believe it's a certain zone where the laws of physics cease to exist as you know them.
One of my scenarios used to be we were living in petri dishes. Like there's millions of them on warehouse shelves and shit, and science, in a lab and with
That's
some
funny.
scientists running around looking at them once in a while, and you know, something like that.
Let me ask you guys a question that really doesn't have an answer. If you fall asleep tonight and you dream a dream that takes place inside of a room, right? The room has doors, but your entire dream takes place within this room, right? It has doors. What's on the other side of the doors, right? It doesn't. Go ahead.
It would be kind of the situation of like if the tree falls with like somebody hear it kind of a thing, what you're explaining, right? It would be difficult to decipher that.
Very similar. Yeah, well, there's nothing there because it hasn't been imagined yet, right? Or is there something there? It's just indescribable up to the point where you go and like load like in Minecraft, right? In Minecraft, it's like an algorithmically like generated world. The world doesn't exist until you go walk that direction a certain distance and cause it to provide you with a world to adventure into.
Renders.
Doesn't
Right,
the
yeah,
double slit kind of imply that a little bit?
Have you Fundy, have you ever experienced this in your dreams? Like, it's similar.
No.
That one room hold up, I didn't even say what I was gonna say, but that one room is a similar analogy to what I think reality is. But I'm gonna say something else. When you dream, right, and you're in one location and you can't go past a certain point in that location, then you leave that location in the dream and come back, and suddenly that location automatically has the pathway that you know what I mean? Like when you're in a dream, you go somewhere, and then if you come back, the place is like dramatically different, and it's weird, bro.
Yeah, and if you guys know anything about Minecraft, it will procedurally generate lands up until the point where our 64-bit computer operating systems or whatever, the game will continuously load land, but there actually is a limit to where the rules exist. Like in this game, Minecraft, there's something that the community has deemed the far lands. And once you travel about 10 million meters in any direction, which is something that would take, years upon years. Fortunately, there's a teleport function in Minecraft, but if you were to try to like walk there or travel there or whatever, it would take, years of your life. But eventually you will reach this area called the Farlands, and the world does generate from that point out, like, but the rules don't, like, solid objects cease to be solid. You just fall, like, your character's avatar just falls through, like everything just breaks apart, and it's kind of inaccessible. It's weird, but I feel like there's a lot of truth to it, or a lot of parallels to reality.
Yeah, whenever people ask for a flat Earth model, we should just say fucking Minecraft, buddy. Go fucking download it and load it up. That's a flat Earth fucking model right there. The sun and moon rise and set. There's stars fucking moving around. Oh, there's gravity. There's gravity on Minecraft. Things fall, but ain't no fucking ball. So yeah, if you want a flat Earth model, you retards. There you go. Go play Minecraft.
You can build shit on it. You can build houses. You can build.
Fundy, that would be similar to my thoughts, my speculation on what the universe is so far. Is that there's a certain point where you go past and shit just starts to fucking break down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like
But that's a belief, though.
Sure, it's speculation.
And you believe that there's a
But nothing in reality tells you that it's true.
that there's pawns. That there's pawns.
Nothing in
Like,
reality
who am
tells you.
Who am I talking to right now?
This is Snacks.
Snacks. Okay, so what do you think? Because we're
But I'm just
speculating
saying,
on what's
nothing in
outside
reality
of the.
features. There's no feature in reality that does what you're saying, or what is in Minecraft. Where
are you Glover, bro?
But you agree with me, right?
Are you a Glover, bro?
I'm asking you because we're all speculating.
I'm like
we're
so
all
flat earth
speculating-
out that you
We're
don't
all,
even understand me.
we're all speculating on what, say,
I'll just ask you a simple
4,000.
question. Forget it, dude.
4,000. We're speculating on what's about 4,000 miles away from the North Pole or whatever you would call the center. And what's the edge? Some people think it's a pond. I don't think there's anything out there. What do you think is out there?
Wait, first of all, what do you think? Why do you think there's nothing out there again? I didn't get that part.
I think this is all that there is.
No, they just want to go right past it. They just want to believe it because it's a belief. That's why.
No, it's
like
not
when
a
you
belief.
think
It's
about
we're just
like the whole idea with us
man.
being a planet, like with us being a planet, you know, like the first thing we think, oh, well, there must be life on other planets. Why would we be the only life? Like that logic seems to apply to, you know, even the flat Earth. Why wouldn't there be other civilizations or other ponds like that? That seems like logical deduction, but I don't know why thinking this is the only place that life exists.
Think about what happens as you get farther and farther away from the sun. What would there be?
Maybe there's other suns.
Frozen wasteland tundra with no
another
fucking...
system. Imagine another system that's just like this, only everywhere, forever.
Hey guys,
Like
there's only one way to
that's
find out,
That's
right?
just the multi theory taken from the globe argument, and then basically.
But the logic, like, what do you know in nature?
You're fucking gonna quote a video game. Okay,
basically
fine.
revised
Yeah,
onto
But
whatever.
the.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Besides the sun and the moon, what do we know in nature that there's only one of?
Good point.
There's only one new perspective. There's only one fundamental. There's only one numpty Noah.
Yeah, but we're
There's
people.
only
Come
one
on.
snacks. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are unique. Almost
By the
everything
way,
is unique.
you guys, I can't believe you don't know who Snacks is. He's kind of a legend that hasn't been around for a while, but he's my bro. And he started Free Chan way back when the shit was just getting started. Just to let you guys know.
Cool.
Yeah, I've known Snack's been in here for a while, but what I'm saying is, he's saying we don't observe whatever I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, the Earth has a beginning and an end, and what you're saying is that goes on infinitely. I don't really seem to see things that go on infinitely in this reality. So you're the one with things that don't seem to match reality, right?
In quotes. It has to be infinite in quotes, right? Like you can't prove infinity, but you know, what would the edge, like if there was an edge or a dome or any of that kind of like stopping point, what would you think is on the other side? More reality or non-reality? We don't know of a non-reality, so why assume a non-reality exists, right? Wouldn't there be more land, more sky, more water, no matter what, unless a non-reality or a void existed? And if we can't even imagine what a void would look like or be like, why would we assume?
The implications of that is crazy, bro. The implications of a non-reality is crazy. It's simulation. Because
it's not even a thing. It's like space, like the whole
it's
imaginary
more like space.
Well,
it's more like it's more like pre-space. Like what's space before space expands into it? That's the thinking,
right?
To me,
well, Snack Man, didn't you hear what I asked earlier? Didn't you hear what I asked earlier about having a dream that takes place within one room that has doors? What's on the other side of that door?
Differently than you do.
I mean, that doesn't matter. You can
My architecture is
entertain this
consistent.
concept.
My architecture is consistent, and I can tell time in a dream. I don't know. I dream differently than most people do.
Yeah, I'm not asking you if you've had this specific dream.
Wait, what?
I'm telling you.
Wait, what did Snacks just say?
My architecture is consistent. Yeah, like
and
buildings
your
are the
time
same.
is perfect. You said your time is perfect.
I can read clocks. I don't know. I can wake up and write the time down.
I have a question. So Snacks, if you fell asleep, right, and you started dreaming, right, and you counted out 5 minutes in the dream, and
No,
said,
no,
okay,
no.
wake up.
Just if you see a clock in a dream, try to read the time. But my clocks have time anyway. I'm just saying.
Isn't that some Carlos Castaneda technique?
I don't know.
Is that weird? I feel like that would be normal.
It's unusual.
I don't think I've ever dreamed about clocks.
Anything I look at in a dream, I can kind of see. I don't really.
Do your houses have house numbers?
First of all,
I don't
have
know.
to be conscious that you're in a dream, though, and not many people have the ability to do that.
That's what Carlos Castaneda was all about.
Have you ever been in a dream and walked over to something and picked it up and looked at it further and got more detail to the object you wanted to look at in the dream? Like, that's happened to me. I haven't dreamed for a while because I fucking smoke usually. But like when I dream, I don't know about the clocks and the house numbers, but I definitely think I could look at a clock and get a number.
Unless I smoke weed, I start to dream this like hyper lucid shit, and it bothers me. That's all. But yeah, so it's not a good example. That's all.
And to me, it's the
For me.
reverse. When I smoke, I don't dream when I smoke. When I stop smoking is when I start dreaming.
That's for me.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I do.
I feel like you're saying my example isn't a good example, but it's a
I think your example is a
hypothetical.
great example.
You said
Well,
it
I
is a
missed
great
your
example.
example. What's your
Yeah,
example? I
I
didn't
think
get it.
yours is a great example, Fundy. That's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, all I'm saying, I'm not saying you have to be lucid or anything. It's just a hypothetical thing we can all imagine easily. If you can't, then there's something wrong with you.
You should see
Saying
the
if you
Waking Life.
if you have a dream and that entire dream takes place within one room, right? There's no windows, but there are doors. What's on the other side of that door if your entire dream takes place within the room? Well,
right.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's an unanswerable question, right? An unanswerable question.
It isn't answerable to a certain degree, but you can hypothesize because what if
Yeah.
you're actually going to somewhere, right? What if it isn't some imaginary place where everything is fluffy and clouds? What if when you're in a dream, you're reliving some event that actually happened somewhere?
I'd probably argue not that,
The
but
movie, sorry, real quick in the live stream voice text. There's a movie called Waking Life. It's about lucid dreaming, and it's really heady. Like, the conversations had in this movie, you gotta if you really want to pay attention, you gotta get in deep with every single one of these characters' dialogue between each other and spend a lot of time breaking them down. But if you just want a crazy ass movie about lucid dreaming, you don't want to focus on all that. It's a pretty good one, man, and it's done in that style where they film it for real and then they draw over it to make it look like a cartoon animation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, lucid dreaming is fucking dope. I've done it a handful of times throughout my life. I wish there was something where you could, trigger that every night or at least once a week or something.
There is.
That shit
There
is
is.
dope.
No, you don't. No, you don't, bro. I hear that after a while it gets a little dark, bro. Post a link of what you were talking about there. Flat
The
float.
trailer's in the chat. The trailer is in the chat.
How do you trigger it, Dave?
There's this guy that we used to talk to on the other stream we were on that has this whole technique about being on a train and then going through the technique and you're seeing things on the train, imagining yourself on this train and observing the things that go by that on the train and having a very clear distinction of one thing from another, and then you recall that in your dream, and then it allows you to have an out-of-body experience according to him.
As you're falling
a very
asleep.
poor rendition of what his technique is that he was explaining, but Lev is his name. I'll bring him in here sometime.
Yeah,
I'm
bring
gonna be
him in here,
honest
bro. I
with
love
you.
lucid dreaming. That shit's fire. Go ahead.
How's lucid dreaming and sleep paralysis or whatever? Because I've only become lucid in dreams twice, where I realized oh shit, I'm dreaming. I gotta wake up, and then I just woke up. But you know what I've had multiple times is where you have that sleep paralysis or whatever, where you wake up but you're frozen or whatever. You guys know what that is? I've had that multiple times. That's why I don't ever sleep on my back. I always sleep on my side. It's weird because when I sleep on my back, I seem to get the sleep paralysis. But it feels like you're dreaming. It feels like you're in a dream state, but you're in your body and you're stuck and you can't move. You know what I mean?
I don't know why you try to wake up from a lucid dream, bro. That shit is fire. Right? You gotta just go find some women. You gotta go find some women somewhere in a dream. You can make women appear. It's dope, bro. If you have a good lucid dream, that shit is fire.
Yeah, just dream up a bar where there's tons of available women that all seem to think you're pretty interesting. Let it go from there,
There's also devices. Have you guys seen those devices? It's like an eye
I've seen it, man.
Yeah, and it flashes lights when you go into deep REM sleep to try to trigger you to sort of see the lights through your eyelids, so then you can become lucid.
I know I'm scared to try one of those. They're $200-300 though. I don't want to. It would be so worth it though if it worked. That would be a small price to pay, even for one lucid dream, because that shit is dope.
You can use binaural beats also.
YouTube videos, I see that too. Yeah.
There's
You
like
mean
this
while you're sleeping? You mean you play them like on the earphones?
Yeah, if you listen to them. Yeah, you can do it for like astral projections and stuff too.
But you're saying like when
right?
but you're saying like
Does
when
that
you're in
work
like
for
a
you?
meditative state, right? Or
Well, you can lay down. You can lay down and go to sleep and just have headphones in and like listen to like theta tones and different binaural beat like ranges. I'll try to find it real quick.
But Bread Rising, has that worked for you? Do you see an
I
increase
tried
in
it.
the whatever phenomena?
So I would say something definitely happened. I don't know what for sure. It was like back in 2011 was when I was doing that with like theta tones and stuff because I was trying to like get into like pyrokinesis type stuff, but yeah, because I saw like in high school this kid I'll tell you a quick story. A friend of mine that I was in my same class, his older brother was 2 grades older, and we were in the locker room together. And there was a few kids standing around him, and he was like holding his wrist with his one hand and staring into his palm, like very like severely. And he starts like breathing. He's like breathing like heavily, and he's like kind of grunting in a way. And then he's like super focused in on his hand, and all of a sudden like static starts going like by the webbing of his hands, of his finger on the one hand, his fingers. I mean, so it was like you kind of heard like static, like you know, like by his webbing of his fingers. It was the craziest fucking thing ever. I don't know how he did it, but after that, I started getting into like theta tones and researching harnessing like your chi or your ki, whatever. Yeah, that's about it.
It's really funny, like when you start looking back in like historical shit and ancient stuff and like way ancient stuff. It's like, man, that chi sound is like in a lot of stuff. You know, it's really interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting.
It's like people known about this prana or chi like for a long time. That is a crazy story. Nice.
Yeah, it was definitely probably one of the most shocking things I ever witnessed. He also pierced his own throat that then got infected. Yeah, it was weird. He was like some kind of like into like voodoo type shit. But I feel like the timing element this when I was doing like listening to the different theta tones and stuff and the higher frequency ones, I would say like above 900 hertz. I can't find anything right now. But it was like the really high ones when you listen to them, like the first few times, you can get like really nauseous. Sometimes even throw up or like just get like really uncomfortable. Like you kind of have to work your way up. There's like from the delta ones that are the
See,
low.
that's why I was hesitant on listening to those because I don't know like which ones are good and which ones are bad for you and shit. So I'm like, yo, I'm not even fucking with that.
Yeah, when you start from the lower, like there's more relaxing, like the bassier ones, the low frequency. Those are like more mellow, relaxing, just kind of help you like sleep.
I
But
just want one that's gonna make me lucid dream now.
they're like more high frequency ones, I believe.
You know, it's one of those things like sea monsters where you're raised up as a kid considering sea monsters this like thing, like it's like a fictional story element, right? But then you like really take a step back and look at the world, and you're like, yeah, we do have like 50-foot squids and 100-foot, whales with giant mouth, and if you want to entertain like the megalodon, ancient shark, whatever, it's like, oh, sea monsters, what a fictional element of a story. Like, no, like we live in a world with sea monsters. And then like the same thing applies to, oh, you got Dragon Ball Z, where people have this, life force energy flowing through them, right? And it's their power. And it's like, well, okay, let's look at reality now. Is it not like accepted science that human bodies have fucking lightning flowing throughout their entire body constantly, and it is like the animating principle of what keeps them like in motion and alive? Like, call it chi ki, fucking nervous system, electrical pulses, whatever, right? Like,
Well, then you can Kamehameha, and if you Kamehameha, now you're starting to like apply some vibrations to it. So like, there's like a whole other dynamic.
Was that a joke, or what
It's
do you?
true, right? I am being comical, but it's true.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think people are gonna, replicate the same things we see in the stories or whatever, but we
Okay.
do have an
Jesus, it's real now. Just don't glaze over it. It's like, where people like
that's my point.
martial arts, like you make a sound and you're releasing that sound force in a way, right? Too. So yeah.
Sure. Yeah. The same thing as like the tennis players, right? Fucking
Okay.
screaming as they hit
That's
the ball.
fine. That's your example. Okay.
I don't know if it actually helps them perform better by letting out an utterance or whatever. Maybe. Yeah.
Do you have hit things like for accuracy?
Do I ever hit things for accuracy?
Yeah. Like a golf ball or a pool ball
Sure.
or
Yeah.
a tennis ball.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. Plenty of times.
I mean,
I don't usually scream when I do it though.
Well, no, but like just in the transition between these things, there's sound that happens anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't have like a pickup like to a racket to hear like those strings flex. You know what I mean? But the ball is flexing. Like all those things have phonics to them. You know what I mean? They're like just a result of physical mechanical shit happening.
True.
But there's like I just think that there's like an interplay with sound and acting. Squeaky wheels get oil.
Always.
Yeah,
that's undeniable for sure.
Yeah, so Kamehameha is not just for shits. I think something's to it. Not that you can necessarily go Super Saiyan 2 or whatever. But.
Sure. Kamehameha is the inspiration is from not a president, I don't know what they call it, not a pharaoh, but like a Hawaiian leader, right? That was his name, supposedly. King Kamehameha. Yeah, never mind.
Didn't know that.
Well, yeah, I mean, we do all have this electromagnetic energy flowing through us. It is our life force for all intents and purposes. It is our chi ki, and to what degree that can be harnessed or high or taken control over, like with the binaural beats or through like meditation or focus or concentration or any of that jazz. Like I'd like to get to the bottom of that.
Don't forget hyperbolic time chambers.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's practically. Well, it's not exactly the same, but something like that would be, a fast traveling spacecraft, right? It's not exactly the same, but there is a sort of time. See, it's a time and space dilation in the hyperbolic time chamber. You know, like it isn't one takes and the other gives. It's just like an expansion of both. It's a whole new place with expanded time. That'd be so cool though. Although
Can
there
you
is that.
explain expanded time?
Oh, like to enter in a room where time is expanded, right? But you still travel through it at the same sort of feeling of experience where, you have this sort of feeling where you've, felt all these things, experienced so much experience, and then you look at the clock and it's like, oh wow, only 5 minutes have passed in the real world. If there's just an expanded sensation of time where you can cram more events into the same amount of minutes. Oh, I have this idea that time dilation might not, or like time space dilation, contraction, whatever. It may not be as ridiculous as an idea as it comes across, to flat earthers because of what they tell you about, um, the twin astronauts or whatever, and one is now older than the other because the one of them went on a ISS trip or whatever. There might be some fact. I mean, just hypothetically, I have no clue, but we might want to keep our minds open to like time dilation or whatever existing on a flat Earth model. Perhaps the further south you go, the more time gets dilated or something. Sort of like I don't know, sort of like a record player, or sort of like the penny going down the funnel, or sort of like a person with a laser pointer spinning in circles and them tilting the laser pointer further away from their feet versus closer to their feet. It has the same angular speed, but it doesn't have the same like tangential speed.
You know what they say? What they say? Well, the way it works is supposedly you're traveling through space time at the speed of light, and so the slower
And
you travel
the
through
more
space.
space, the less time, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. So if you faster through space, slower through time, and vice versa. Yeah.
Well, how is it? How could you ever travel faster through time so that you travel through less space? So it's not quite vice versa. It's sort of one way, right? There's no way to perform it the other way around.
Yeah, I guess not. Yeah. I
What,
guess
hey, Coach, you know that
What
time
is
travel,
it?
if it was possible, time travel would debunk the globe.
So time travel is possible. I mean, we're doing it right now, right?
Well, no, think about it. I know you can say that you can put it that way, that we're time traveling just because what we live one moment to the next. You're traveling through time that way. You can think about it that way, but like it's the way that like Back to the Future does it, where like you could disappear and reappear in the same spot. But by the time you reappeared in that same spot, the planet would have moved out of the way and you'd end up in the middle of space.
Yeah, that's a big problem for things like ghosts too. It's like if gravity can only pull along your physical body, but if ghosts existed on a globe, the ghost wouldn't be affected by gravity. They wouldn't be pulled along by the force of attraction, because they're right. But they just float in space as the planet would leave them behind. Ghosts can't exist on a globe.
Yeah, they can. Of course they can.
No, they get left behind. The globe would go along, and it wouldn't have any
spirit-
sort of gravitational force to attract it, to keep it on board.
Their spirit rotates.
So gravity affects
Okay.
your spirit, Sean? Does gravity affect
No, I didn't.
the ghost?
No, it's its own entity. The creator created the ghost matter so that way it wasn't affected by anything on Earth.
What are you guys talking about? You know, you ever seen the movie called Ghost? Remember there was that ghost that lived on the train?
Yeah.
Right? The train was moving. He didn't get left behind. He went
You
with
talking
the
about
train.
with Whoopi Goldberg?
That's
Yeah.
Yeah, with Whoopi Goldberg.
So ghosts just automatically spin along with the globe through space.
No, the ghosts are subject to the conservation of momentum, just like everything else. You know?
Yeah, I mean, ghosts
involves
have
matter.
to obey the laws of physics, you know.
Nah, ghosts who get left behind in space.
They have the spirit
on a
physics. It's not the
globe.
same.
Oh, yo, Fundy, I just wanted to go back to something you were talking about, man.
Okay.
You were kind of alluding to different like dimensions and space-time possibly being different in other parts of the universe compared to ours, and that is an idea that is out there. You know, there's this thing they have called the inflaton field, and this is the field that caused the accelerated expansion of the universe over a specific period. And the idea is this expansion is supposed to be even in all regions of the universe. But if there's a region where time and space might have expanded faster than time and space in our local region, then in that region of the universe, laws of physics might be different. And then you could consider that a different dimension compared to ours.
Holy
I'm not.
cow, somebody's been drinking.
Guilty,
which one?
but yeah. Man, I just don't know where that gets us. It's so like unrelatable to almost anything else. Like it's an idea. I'll give you that. It's an idea.
Yeah, I mean, you was just spitting out ideas, right? So I'm just adding to that.
Hey,
Right
hey,
on.
funny. There's this other idea that like actually like reality is not at all like it seems. It's like we're actually spinning on this ball, like hauling ass through space, and we don't like experience any of it. And it's a total crazy idea, but some people think that's totally true. Like they actually believe it. I can't believe it.
You
Wild,
want to
bro.
hear an even crazy idea? This is this idea that there's some mysterious dome above us made of something we don't know or can't see, but it's there. And above this dome, there's waters or some weird shit. But, you know, that's an idea some people believe in.
Yeah, the Bible is not really true though, very much. Sometimes it is though. Maybe that's the
Whoa,
one
whoa,
time.
whoa.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Bible idea. Water's
Hey,
above.
you forgot to mention what's above the water. You forgot
What is
that part.
above the water?
A pyramid.
There's a pyramid? Oh, shit.
Yeah, you forgot that piece of the puzzle.
So did God create the illusion that our reality is like stationary and level and then actually we're spinning and he just made it like perfect so that we wouldn't actually experience what we're supposed to be on?
Yeah, he loves us and he just wants
I
us to
think
experience.
God didn't make reality just for us, and there are a lot of things God has made within reality that we, as human beings with limited sense perception, just aren't able to grasp. You know, there's spectrums of light, for example, that we can't see just with our eyes, but God made those spectrums of light. So there might be motions and movements
convenient.
that we can't feel either, but God has, you know, made them.
Are you equating the fact that we can't see spectrums of light to the idea that we don't feel motion?
Yes, I am exactly doing that.
Non sequitur.
Exactly. How's
Total
it a
non
non
sequitur.
sequitur? How?
Because
I'm saying that there are
the
things
fact that
our
we can't
senses
see
can't
certain
perceive.
things. Yeah, but there are things that are like the spectrum of light that we can see, right? We know about, and we know there's spectrums of light that we can't see, but that doesn't mean that all of our senses are completely unreliable in every other way because of that fact.
It does though, because we do know there are certain types of movements we can feel, but they do happen. There are things we can't smell, but they are there. There are things we can't hear, but those noises are out there.
Wait, what types of movements can't you feel? Like I
For
feel when I'm
example,
on a plane, like one linear plane direction,
things
one linear
moving.
plane direction.
I'm trying to tell you, Dave. The fuck.
Okay, but I just got to before you give us
Because
one linear plane
you can't
direction
ask
or
me a
something like
question
that.
and then when I try and answer,
I know,
you
but
just
right.
say
I just want to make sure you weren't going to go with the
so
usual one
annoying.
plane direction and one linear motion. That's all. Because it's not
Well, why
comparable.
not hear what I'm saying so
Okay,
you could
just
be
make sure you're not going to
2
include that.
billion% sure, huh? Huh, Dave?
Go ahead. What kind of movements
Yeah.
besides one linear plane direction don't we feel?
Movements inside your body, Dave.
Movements inside your body?
Yeah, you don't feel all your organs moving while they perform the
I
functions
like
they
feeling the
perform,
elevator
do
press
you?
up on me.
So that means we should be on a spinning ball, which you would think with all those different directions you would feel.
No,
But
that's not what
because you
that
don't feel your
means.
movements in your body, that makes it equatable.
Now that's a straw man.
I know.
What that means is there are certain types of movements you cannot feel. So all of your senses are not necessarily attenuated or tuned to feel, see, touch, smell, taste, everything, right?
How about movements that you'd expect that you could feel that for some reason you can't?
Give me an example.
Like a roller coaster. Like if you went on a roller coaster and you got off and you're like, man, it felt like I was just stationary the whole time. That'd be surprising, right?
I would be very surprised. I don't think anyone's ever said that,
Well, that's
right? Do
kind
you
of
know
like what the
anyone?
globe proposes, right? Like you're on a
No,
roller
no,
coaster ride, but you don't feel any of it. And that's totally like
no,
what we should expect according to regular life. We have plenty of
no,
examples.
no.
Nate,
No,
is there
that
a
doesn't.
is there a roller coaster that would be big enough that you would not be able to feel it if you got on it, even though it's going at millions of miles an hour?
Yeah, I think if you had a roller coaster that goes around the equator and you travel along this roller coaster, it takes you literally 24 hours to complete, the track of this roller coaster. I don't think you would feel that motion.
But even if
Going
the roller
1,000
coaster
miles
was
an
going
hour?
1,000 miles, 1,000 miles an hour, you wouldn't feel the roller coaster going around the Earth at 1,000 miles an
No,
hour.
no,
Just
it could
because
took
it takes
24
that
hours.
long doesn't make it any slower.
Yeah, but the fact is, it's taking you that long to complete one.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. That's
one
irrelevant.
trip
It's
on
irrelevant
this
to the
roller
actual
coaster.
speed.
Why is that irrelevant? Huh? Why
Because
is
1,000 miles
that
an hour is
so
still
long
1,000 miles an
irrelevant?
hour.
Yeah, in 24 hours is 24 hours, Dave.
Right. So it doesn't matter if you're going
Right.
1,000 miles an hour.
No,
It
it
doesn't matter how
matters.
long it
24
takes.
hours
It's still
matters.
presently 1,000 miles an hour. I
All
don't know why
right.
that makes
Yeah,
it
but
so
This
how
is
bad.
long it
why I
matters?
made me and Xanac go through this a week or two ago. So we calculated exactly how much weight of force would be on you. And it was like an ounce.
Pretty miraculous, don't you think?
Yeah, you
An
believe in his
ounce.
gravity.
Oh
He
my
worked G into
God.
that, didn't he?
So I got to feel this ounce, like the change in this ounce over a 24-hour period. Like, I don't know, Don. You need to
No,
speak
it
to
would
your
be a
people,
consistent
man.
ounce.
A consistent. So there's not even a change. So what am I feeling then? Speak to your people, Don.
No, like a tap. Like, you know what I'm saying, man. I don't fucking know how to equate this shit, but it would be like, you know what I'm
No,
saying?
I know exactly what you were saying.
Yeah.
It's just an ounce of force pressure I'm feeling on me throughout this 24 hours. So it's like feeling the atmosphere on you for 24 hours. How would you? There would be no change.
Hey, what's your name, man?
No. It would be constantly hitting you in a different direction, right?
What?
Got off an airplane when I was traveling about 600 miles an hour, and the only thing I really felt was the bumps. Other than that, I was just fine.
Like when you whoosh around on a roller coaster, you're feeling you're pushing in all the different directions as it circles around, but it has many pounds of force on you. So 1,000 miles at the equator, 24 hours. It's only like an ounce.
Wait, we have to caveat that with that's Xanax math.
No, that's
I mean, we
Don's
roughed
math
it, but
as
we
well.
scaled it out from like the equator to the orbit of the sun to the motion of the galaxy.
Yeah,
And
math
tiny
doesn't
stuff.
just belong to the globe. Math should work on the flat Earth as well. So if a glober and a flat earther perform some math and come to the same conclusions, the same answers, I think it's everyone's math, and we should
Yeah,
all
so the
agree.
math is the same. The math is the
Hey,
same, but the fallacy is that you guys take all the vectors and you use vector math to make it all one motion when it's actually separate motions in separate directions.
Hey, Shirality.
So it convinces
Yeah.
you that it's all one motion, even though it's different vectors at different speeds. And then you have an elliptical. Then you have an elliptical orbit and an elliptical planet, which wouldn't give you that same exact equation. You would just assume it's a round, perfectly round ball, and call it consistent, and then say, well, the elliptical orbit has this, like, divided by g with a vector mass, and then that's how much you would actually feel. It's the way of working it out mathematically.
All right. Show me
Show me
the
when your
math.
body is feeling a millionth of an ounce.
The
You
way
have
you would
3
disprove
business days to show me this math, Dave. All right.
Yeah, the way you would actually disprove that would be go through the math yourself and then find the inconsistency in the numbers. Instead of just claiming that the math is somehow incorrect because
I
it's on
didn't
the
say the
globe.
math is incorrect. It's just vector maths. You have to admit that's what you do. You take them all, make it into one motion, right?
Yeah, free body diagram.
Yeah.
I think it's called.
Yeah, you just do that,
Show us
right?
the math, Dave.
Doesn't mean it's reality. Math doesn't mean it's reality just because the math seems to work out, right? It's just a way of making it seem plausible through math. That's
Reality could be represented through the math.
Yeah, Dave, let me ask you this. Dave, let me ask you this. If there was a force... Oh, sorry, funny. Go ahead. I don't know if I interrupted.
No, you go ahead, man. I'll go after. I said you go first, man. I'll go after. I don't remember my question.
Oh, oh, could you not hear me? Oh, maybe my push to talk button got stuck or something. Sorry. Okay. Oh, yeah. So new perspective. I was going to ask you, if gravity was what they say it is, do you think it would be possible to be stuck to a ball and not feel yourself spinning? If it was what they say it is on that gravity.
I have no idea.
Right, but could you at least, like, possibly in a way, I'm not asking you to do this, I'm just saying, like, do you think if you were to somehow just accept their theory of gravity that it would maybe be the way they say it is?
Open your mind, Dave. Come on.
I think people are convinced for a good reason, yeah.
No, yeah, but he's asking you. Open your mind, Dave. You. Come on.
Like, if I were to accept, like, the fallacious idea that we're on a spinning ball, would it
No,
work
not
out the way
accept it. No one's saying you should accept ideas. You're just asking, is it possible? Open your mind, Dave.
No, I think that the math makes it seem totally plausible. That if you think of it as only as math, it makes it plausible. That's how it's designed.
Take away the math and everything, and just think about you being on a planet with a downward force. Would things be the way we experience?
I think there's all kinds of contradictions that are still unanswerable.
Dave's mind is closed off. It's closed off.
No, there are a lot of contradictions. There are a lot of
open mind.
I would agree. There's all kinds of problems and contradictions, but because B-ball, it's not just something pulling to the center. It would require, I know it's going to sound funny, but it's true. It would basically require not only force that's pulling things to the center, but it also would have to somehow be affecting, like, the entire world to make it completely experientially stationary. So it wouldn't just be pulling things to the center. It would also have to, like, hold, like, the air. It would have to, like, hold the entire environment in some kind of stationary experiential state while actually going millions of miles an hour. More than just pulling.
I think the only force we would feel which would be gravity. The force of us rotating is not as strong as the gravity.
But that's the thing. Right. So it would have to pull things to the center of a globe, and it would have to counteract the rotation of the Earth and the rotation of the Earth around the sun. So that's another of the inconsistencies. Like, it would have to, that's what I meant by experientially stationary. Like, it would have to somehow counteract all of those things simultaneously to make it completely experientially as if it's stationary.
Right. So which force would be stronger? It would be the gravitational force, right?
So that's needs to be like an inverted gyroscope.
Yeah, you would need, like, multiple vectors that would have to constantly be changing. Like, you'd have to, you would have to have something that would cling to the center of the ball. Yeah, the sphere, you would need that, but then you would also need these multiple other vectors that are counteracting, like, the elliptical orbit and the actual rotation of the Earth on its axis. And then that would have to change. Yeah.
If one force is stronger than the other, then we would only really feel one. The other one we'd have to have, like, very sensitive equipment to detect.
Listen, the Earth stands in its position on the solar system is effectively in a position where it's on the outside of what looks to see like a gyroscopic motion, right? Like the Earth would need to be like in the center of it, or in an inverted gyroscope where there's a constant counteractance of one thing by the next motion, like what Gio was just saying.
Afterwards, I want to ask Ferrari a question.
We don't have that with a globe.
Yeah, well, yeah, go ahead, Funny. But the last thing I'll just say to B-Ball, and then if he wants to respond, but on this, which is just like B-Ball, have you seen those magnets where, because you can make things stick to a sphere with magnets. Like you take a spherical magnet, and then you would take ferrofluid, and you can actually the ferrofluid will stick to the magnet, and it kind of looks like that's the closest thing I've ever seen or has seen reproduced as the idea of things sticking to a sphere like water or something like that is a magnet with ferrofluid. And even with that, you can have the ferrofluid stuck to the magnet. It'll kind of do that the way that the idea hold on, let me just finish. The idea of the globe model, you could do that, but if you then start spinning that magnet in on its axis and you tilt it, and then you also put that around an elliptical orbit around a sun, it's gonna all be swish-swashing all over the place. The water and everything. The ferrofluid would go at a different rate than the axis rotation. Like it wouldn't keep up with it. You know what I mean?
First of all, how fast would you be spinning it?
Well, I guess if you want to make it like a globe, you could say once a day.
Yeah, so that probably wouldn't do much to the fluid. Now,
you think the ferrofluid would the ferrofluid go along with that rotation?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. If you wanted to measure or calculate or estimate this, just like New Perspective said not to do with the vector math, that's exactly what you would have to do. Is you have to take the vector of gravity, the direction and the magnitude, take the direction of the centrifugal force, the direction and the magnitude, and then take all the other tiny vectors that you're also talking about, and you add them all together. And even still, after adding them together, the greatest one would be the gravity vector acting downwards. So this is what you'd have to do.
Right, that's what I was trying to get at. See, Coach, you explain things a lot better than I can.
No. That's the vector math is exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you feel? Oh yeah, Funny was gonna go next. Go ahead, Funny, because you were gonna bring something up.
If this isn't over, please continue. I'll definitely wait until this is resolved.
Well, I guess just the last thought I was going to say, because I think we've talked about a lot of this stuff before, and I understand where they're coming from. I understand those mathematics and the gravity claim, because when I generally accepted the globe, in the past, in my life, I understood that as being their explanation, and it made enough sense to me. Then, I wouldn't say it was like a very solid system, but it was enough to. So I guess like Kosho or B-Ball, do you guys feel like this is just an ironclad perspective, I'll say, or viewpoint you have on what's going on? Like, is it just you think it's ironclad, solid, and then I guess like if it's a belief system that you think could be happening, like a physics that you think could be happening, are you just going to remain in that, or like what would you need to break out of that? Like just a measurement of the lack of curvature, or would you need something else? Like what would you need to be like, oh, okay, that actually isn't the case? Because theoretically, I understand, like it seems like it fits enough in terms of some of those components.
Until someone comes up with another theory that explains things, I'm gonna have to just go with the one that fits the most. It might not be 100%, might be 99.9%, but until something else comes up, I'm just gonna go with what works best.
That's fair, but then how come you're so like aggressive in the debating and pushing? Because if you're only 90-something%, you're not even sure yourself. So why would you assert it?
Well, nothing is for sure,
guys,
right?
I gotta go. If Fundy could maybe ask this question quickly. I'm so sorry.
Real quick, the other theory.
Well, no, let's give it to Fundy.
Reality is like
Come on,
teams
Dave.
instead of the opposite.
Come on, Dave.
Adding
You
that.
lost.
The other thing is like it's
You're breaking up now.
Dave, you're roboting, but we kind of heard part of it. But you were roboting. Go ahead, Fundy.
So I want to establish something real quick between us about the globe model, that the centrifugal force that like a person or any object experiences versus the gravitational force an object would experience only have three positions that have no interference between the two. One would be standing on the North Pole or the South Pole, and the other would be standing on the equator. Right, so those are the three positions where there's no interference between the two vectors, because at the North and South Pole there is no centrifugal force, so zero can't interfere with another force. You know what I mean? And then the centrifugal force would be aligned with the gravitational force. One would be upward and one would be downward from your perspective, right? No interference, no like diagonal resolve. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they cancel each other out. Yeah, yeah.
Well, not cancel well, yeah, however you want to put it. Sure, that's fine. That's fair. Anyways, and also that the position of most interference would be at like 45 degrees north latitude, right?
Maybe. Uh-huh.
And in that position, we would expect like a plumb bob to not actually be perpendicular to the horizontal plane of the ground. If it were like flat ground, like flat level ground, at 45 degrees north latitude, the plumb bob should actually be some degree off of perpendicular, right?
Maybe.
You would, well, the centrifugal force would be interfering with the gravitational force, making the bottom weight of the plumb bob lean southward if you're at 45 degrees north latitude. This is just simple, you know, vectors adding up, right?
I don't think the plumb bob would be affected by any centrifugal or Coriolis force.
No, if you're on a giant merry-go-round and you're hanging a plumb bob, the plumb bob will obviously, because you're on a spinning platform, not be going straight down perpendicular to the flat merry-go-round surface. It'll, obviously being thrown out to the outward region,
Oh,
right?
okay, yeah, true.
Right,
Yeah.
and so on your globe at 45 degrees south or north latitude, this would be the largest interference between the centrifugal and gravitational forces acting on it.
On a bigger planet, it would though. That would be dependent on how fast your merry-go-round was spinning. If it's spinning very, very slow, then
No,
of course
nothing I've said right now depends on that. To the degree the plumb bob is not perpendicular, sure, that's where that degree comes in. But what I've said so far doesn't depend on anything. All that what I've said depends on is just that that's something matter of fact, completely understood, like non-negotiable. Like this is just how it is, how it would be. So there is no like appreciable, I mean, maybe if, with the most sensitive equipment ever, right? Like you could detect the plumb bob being, most non-perpendicular at 45 degrees north or south latitude. But of course, like, most builders don't give a shit about that because it is so neglectable, right? But I just want to ask you a question before going on to the third point. My question is to you, and it is sort of rhetorical, but I hopefully we agree on a certain answer, even though it's rhetorical. Why is the Earth spinning? Why is Earth spinning at the speed it is spinning? Sort of happenstance, right? It just kind of worked out this way. No real design.
That's why we evolved. That's why we evolved with the balance we did. They gonna say.
Sure, but to answer my question directly, why is and it's not like let's get to the bottom of it. Let's just agree on some certain principles. Why is the Earth spinning at the rate it spins? Well, just because some celestial, inanimate material interactions of gravity and pressures and forces just kind of coalesced and ended up in a sort of happenstance sort of way, right? Just kind of happened this way. Nothing intentional about it. It just ended up spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. It could have been faster, could have been slower. It just kind of happened this way, right?
Wow, that's quite a question. Yeah, I mean, in the most strict like Big Bang kind of origin as well. Yeah, what is their reason? Just swirling, whirling.
A certain amount of mass coming at certain vectors, coalescing, just kind of wrap themselves into it, and ended up, spinning at its current speed. Right? It's just happenstance. Is that fine to say, guys, Globers? Nothing intentional about it, right? Just how matter interacted with the forces applied.
If you wanted to go with even like a creator-based system of a heliocentric system, I suppose you could almost have something where the creator is sort of like adding some flow, like some sort of almost like breathing life into it, and then swirling and twirling, and then the matter would all be. And then
I didn't get an answer though. I'm waiting for the answer, to be honest. It should be just like a simple agreement, right?
Well, if you're asking a Globe Earther, I think Nate and B-Ball dropped out of the VC. So I don't know if Kosho or Chronic, Carnivore.
Is Sterility still here? Because he was the one I was trying to talk to.
Oh, wait, B-Ball's back. Oh, he popped in and out. Maybe B-Ball's trying to reconnect.
Well, it doesn't seem like this is going well because of people's, absences and coming in and out. So
Kosho said in the text chat, he said, agreed, I agree, in agreement. So he gave a triple agreement there. That's what he thinks. It's just I guess that's the answer to just the...
Yeah, just that part. So then the next question, after we establish that the position we're in, on the globe spinning at the rate it is, if it's just happenstance, right? And understanding what's implied by that point is that there's no reason why it wouldn't or shouldn't or couldn't be spinning slower or faster. So the potential was there. It didn't work out that way, but the potential is there for the Earth to be spinning. Let's just say even 100 miles per hour faster than it currently is. And if it were spinning just a small fraction of its speed, just 100 more miles per hour faster, would it not then be noticeable? Where if you lived at 45 degrees north latitude, all buildings would be noticeably tilted southward in order to be structurally sound. That actually have to lean to the right in order to have the experience of standing on level ground. Or really, how much faster would the Earth need to be spinning for things to be noticeably tilted to the right at 45 degrees north latitude to have the experience that we currently have? Because we find ourselves in a very lucky circumstance where the Earth just so happens to be spinning slow enough that at 45 degrees north latitude, it seems like everything is just plumb perpendicular to level, But if it were spinning faster, it would be extremely noticeable, especially at 45 degrees north latitude. Every building would be, leaning southward, and you would obviously see it. A weight hanging from a string would what I'm saying. It would lean to.
Yeah, it makes me think of the elliptical orbit as the Earth claimed to be going around the sun, that it does change in its acceleration and orientation. So if that was the case, it reminds me of what you're talking about. Wouldn't that kind of slant everything that is stuck to the ball? Because the reason it's stuck to the ball and stationary is because it's all kind of perfect, I guess, is the claim. so that it's all perfectly synced up. But in that elliptical orbit, that would change, and then it would seem like the whole system would get thrown. It would get like misaligned.
To me, there's just a collection of things that are sort of too good to be true in a random happenstance model, right? So on the planet that just so happens to have, water all around it, right? That just so happens to pull off the miracle of creating life, that just so happens to have an atmosphere that's actually visible, because there's no good goddamn reason why the atmosphere shouldn't be more opaque versus, the almost perfect translucence it has, right? And then that planet happens to be at the Goldilocks zone that happens to have a sun and a moon that are the same size. There's just a few too many miracles to believe in to be a glober. You have to believe in, countless amount of miracles to buy into the cosmology you've been sold.
What about water bears? Is the environment opaque to them?
You talking about those microscopic little invincible creatures?
Sure. Yeah.
Or are you talking about the water bears from SpongeBob, where you draw a circle around yourself to protect yourself from them?
Same, man. Like, opaque is relative, isn't it?
Both.
No, I don't think opaque is relative versus like translucent, as long as you like consider eyes operating in a similar manner. Like, I don't know, like I would say my eyes versus like a dog's eyes. I don't know. We look through the same atmos.
Yeah, but isn't it just really about light at all? Because, it's gonna touch you no matter how much you sense it or not, like, or what you're sensing it with or not. I'm saying the light is in that area, supposedly,
Yeah,
because yeah,
that has nothing to do with the translucence of air or glass or quartz crystals or whatever. That's about like the thickness and the impurities of the medium. That's not really relevant to the eye. That's more about the medium. And we happen to live, isn't it wonderful that water and air are both extremely translucent?
you could be blind in every category
I
you're
could be
talking
blind.
about. Every category you're talking about could be described as like, a shape or a feeling, right? Except then you could add this extra
No.
category. Well, yeah. Anyway, you could use a totally different description system of, like, for instance, you could have instruments measuring it out, measuring the properties, and I was going to add the additional category, except for the fact that, like, light either goes through it or it doesn't. Right? But you could figure that out even if you're blind. And then it doesn't matter how beautiful it is anymore, but the environment still is the thing it is. And they just have outs to all the stuff you're saying, is all I mean. They just be like, evolution.
Okay, I mean, I feel like sight is probably like one of the most amazing and crucial, sensory, devices or whatever. It's like, even this idea that sight is even something like of course it exists. From my perspective, it's like, yeah, of course sight exists. It would be a shame to live in a world where it's not even worthwhile to develop eyes because they wouldn't serve you because the atmos is so opaque. But luckily, we have eyes and a translucent, medium we live within. I don't think like evolution really gets to the bottom of anything. That's more just about like,
But
creatures have the tools that they need to survive in the environment they live in. I mean, that's the consistency of all things. Sure.
We have like very sensitive, very detailed light sensing instruments, whereas the bacterias, they didn't have that shit, and then they started to, or whatever, and it evolved and got more. You notice
They have bacteria still exists. They didn't do it. They're still around, and they have everything they need to do their job.
Great point.
Every like when it comes to biology or evolution or adaptation or whatever, the only data anyone actually has to describe it with is that there's living things, and each of these living things has what it needs to live its life. The birds who eat the insects inside of the tree have the beak.
You're attacking evolution right there then at its roots then. I mean, you don't have to, that's more of a means to an end attack. You're attacking at the root means, whereas the other one, you're coming at the end and going back and like trying to attack the means when that's kind of like their whole argument. But, you know, attacking it at the root right where you're doing just, you're basically saying, I think you're basically saying, why mutations at all? Right? That's basically the question. If it has everything it needs, why is it mutating and changing? Right? Is that fair to say that you can attack evolution from your perspective?
That's not where I was coming from, but I see your point.
Okay.
I only have one point, is that when you're alive right now today and you look around, there are living things, and each of those living things is equipped with everything it needs to live where it lives.
Right.
That's
So,
all. That's my only point.
Right. So, I guess, but evolution still could happen, and we could get better things, right? I mean, I guess from your
Yeah,
perspective,
I'll wait for the compelling evidence. You know, it's on the table. I'm not satisfied.
right. But isn't it interesting if we take both philosophies of your point and the evolution point, where it's like you're saying it has everything it needs, but then it's like evolution saying, you know, maybe it doesn't have everything it needs because it could be better, you know. So why?
No, evolution can never say it doesn't have what it needs, because it's there. That means that its parents, which were the same as it, had everything it needed to live its life and produce offspring.
So things have everything they need, but they just produce offspring different than themselves.
What do you mean? What do you mean different? Some chicken makes a non-chicken or something?
It makes a slightly different chicken, not an exact copy.
Okay.
Right. There's basically
I'm
evolution
different. I'm different than my parents slightly.
Right, and that's what I mean. But you're kind of, it's like, look, they're saying we're in some growth form, some advanced form, stronger form, more survivable form. You know, like
Sure.
it's just weird, right? Like
it is weird. I mean, there's a big mystery we're involved in. I'm calling out anyone who says they've gotten to the bottom of any of these mysteries. What are we? Who are we? Why are we here? How do we get here? Where is this heading? Where did it come from? Right? The people who come with certainty to these questions, I call that the answer providing industry. And it's also the comforting industry, because these are things that have always been deeply troubling to everyone. And, you know, no wonder people have come along to take advantage of this, uncomfortable feeling that, everyone wants quelled, everyone's a solution to. But I don't know. It's fine. We should be trying to tackle these questions. We might be getting ahead of ourselves. Anyone who comes along and says, "Oh yeah, any of those 5 questions I laid out, yeah, here I am to quell your aching hearts. I have the answers to any of the 5 big questions." That's what religion does, right? Christianity, it says, "Oh, you're the son of God. You are going to heaven or hell. That's where you're going. Where do you come from? From my creation, from the garden. Why are you here to pretty much redeem yourself because your ancestors fucked up?" And then, the scientism answers the same 5 questions. Where do you come from? Big Bang. Where are you heading towards? Heat, death, entropy of the universe. Why are you here? Oh, no real reason. Just sort of chemical, just a sort of chemical chain reaction of events. And who are you? Oh, you're just, an organism in the middle. Where are we? Oh, you're just like in the middle of nothingness, surrounded infinitely by, just the emptiness of space in all directions. Both, scientism and Christianity or anything, they're all part of the answer providing industry, trying to give you something to give you comfort, addressing the uncomfortable questions everyone will eventually ask themselves. Well, unless they're encouraged not to ask those questions and they're dulled down to just a zombie of a person. Any red-blooded person is gonna be like, oh shit, someday they're gonna say like, oh boy, what a mystery. Where the fuck do we come from? Do I have some sort of duty? Do I have some sort of responsibility? Is there some use of my time? Should I be applying myself to something? Is there a reward? Is there a punishment? Is there something we're all heading towards? Do I have a part to play? Where are we? Where did this come from? Will it end? Did it ever start? Like, there are no answers. We can't figure out these answers. Anyone who comes along and says they have the answers to that, well, they're trying to take advantage of you. We should continue searching and speculating and trying to get closer to those answers. But as soon as someone comes along and says, Eureka!
How do you know, Fun?
I don't. Maybe someone's got it right. I don't know.
Don't listen to him. I've got all of those ideas. I've got all those ideas, guys. Everything he said that someone can't offer you. I've got it all. I've got it all. Don't you worry. Just 50 quid each, and I'll let you know, innit?
Yeah. Hey, maybe John Brown down the street has all the answers. Although I wouldn't believe him even if he was right. And I think that's probably the right until you can show me, but I don't think that's possible. I mean, do you guys not recognize what sort of position we're in? Do you not recognize like what kind of fucking mystery we're involved in here? It's fucking trippy.
Yourself, but don't believe other people who also might be believing themselves. But let them influence you and then believe it for yourself. Only if you gotta check and triple check what they say, or like, because I'm just like,
No,
bro,
don't believe anyone. Not when they want to provide an answer to those questions. Those are things that you're gonna have to take your best guess on. The answer to all those questions, you're gonna have to take an individual endeavor on taking your best guess at answering those from yourself. Probably accepting that you're not gonna get it right, but it's still worth trying. It's worth trying. Just know that you're probably wrong, but maybe you can get kind of close.
How can greed be programmed as a survival instinct? It's such a fucking I don't know, torturous fucking thing. It's like the pain of loss.
It is.
You know what I mean? You're like, oh, I fucking just lost that. It's like being like, oh, I don't give a fuck, go get more or whatever. But it's like, no, this shit makes you sick to your stomach sometimes.
Boy.
Yeah. It's an uncomfortable position. You got to find some way to be. You got to find some way to be comfortable facing the unknown, because they say it's a natural human instinct to fear the unknown, right? But you just gotta accept that shit and be like, yeah, I'll be logical. I'll be like cautious in the face of the unknown, but fuck fear, right? Fuck bone chilling fucking. Like scaredness, right? Like, fuck that shit. Be logical, be cautious, be careful in your life, but don't fucking like panic and shit yourself every 2 seconds. That's a waste of time.
Amen, amen, amen. You know it, bro. You know it. Do not give in to fear ever. If you're going to be in fear of things, then you're not even living your life at all.
Mm-hmm. But also don't think you got it all figured out, or some guy, with a degree or something has the answers you're looking for.
Just grab that. No. Just hold it. Just touch it.
Jeremy, you're hot like him, bro. Someone mute him. It sounds like he's in like a personal situation. Shit.
Anyway, I got my time in tonight. Thanks for participating with me, guys. I appreciate it. I'm gonna take a back seat. Thank you.
Fundamentally, it was good hearing your voice. Fundamental was pretty much fundamentally cool.
Should we believe in rockets yet, and/or are they on the moon?
I'm so glad you asked that, bro. Because I was just about to ask a question concerning that. Since it's quiet, who here knows anything about escape velocity? What a rocket needs to escape Earth's gravity.
It always comes back, right? So they hit the what? They got to hit that special spot.
Osho says he does. Yeah, well, from what I know, you have to go 25,000 miles an hour to reach escape velocity. Now, I had it out with Blue Marble Science yesterday. He seems to think that that's not the case. So I'd like, you guys want to talk about it? I'm interested to
Jeremy
hear
said
your...
Kosho is up for battling anyone, anytime, any topic.
What's not the case, Kosho?
That was a couple hours ago.
Sorry, bro. What did you say? Sorry?
He said Kosho was up for. Jeremy had said about a couple hours ago, Kosho was up. He was soliciting Kosho out to debate battle, basically.
Kosho could hold his own.
Kosho said that in a debate, Essie, he would whip your ass effectively.
I probably would, yeah.
Well, that was a bit defeated.
You're saying
I know you're joking.
Him who had a discrepancy,
I'm not.
right?
He probably would whoop my ass because I can't keep up with his sophistry. I know you didn't, Kosho. I know he's messing with me.
Kosho, obviously, you know I'm joking, right, Kosho? Fuck. Not shitstone, joking. But yeah, no, fucking, yeah, he gets paid to do this, I know, so. I'm joking, I don't think he gets paid to do this.
I've always said, I think Kosho is the top baller debater or talker, whatever.
And
I haven't
yeah,
seen
definitely.
anybody make it up on the fly like Kosho.
Plus, he is objectively one of the nicer dudes too, so he's kind of got like that. He's the
Yeah,
best.
he's got the package. Yeah.
Yeah, he's good at his job.
Absolutely, yeah. Doesn't get mad. He doesn't swear.
And when he does, he says it in sort of like a no homo, cute sort of way, you know.
It's almost bordering on homo. Yeah. Although
Almost.
Jeremy would say he's full homo, but hey, not that there's anything wrong with that. We're messing. Why isn't it Kosher? You can't talk.
He's flabbergasted. He's speechless. Lost for words. Lost for words.
You mean he doesn't want to have his girlfriend hear him?
Totally.
It's not fair to roast him like this, though.
He can only type. She's only allowing him typing privileges right now.
Oh, he's been whipped. Oh, God.
He's run out of his allotted daily time that he can speak on Discord for the day.
To be fair, he's got a pretty big portion. He has a good innings on the old Discord today. It's not like she's stopping him, too much.
It is pretty cool to think how we can connect like this. Like I was thinking, like let's say in the '90s, there was just none of this. I guess like when AOL first came out, you could do little chat rooms, and that's when things kind of started. But those were really basic. It's pretty amazing now how we're able to connect almost as if we're in the same room hanging out. Like it's pretty amazing.
We actually have more utility than being in the same room sometimes, where we can like show the same screen to one another, write things down and show things in a text box where we can post supporting images, PDF. It has a utility that's like beyond most forms of communication, even face to face. It feels like.
Oh yeah, like links and references and documentation. Yeah, there's a lot more that you can do on here than you even could. Like I guess if you were in person and you had some kind of a system like this, then that would be pretty cool too. If it was like combined.
Yeah, definitely. But if you're like sharing info and all at the same time with 10 different people in real life, a system that's able to allow 10 people, a space even that allows 10 people to all look at the same document at the same time while all watching the same video at the same time, all with good enough volume that you can all speak together at the same time as well. That's a pretty gnarly capability, really, when you think about it,
For sure. And for the current time period that we're in and the unfolding of our understanding of the earth and who we are and where we are. And I think as that expands, it's not realistic that everyone on earth can be in the same physical location as well, so like we're always going to be in different places. I mean, it'd be great if we could be able to
teleport.
Yeah, that'd be the best.
That would be dope.
That's what we need. Just instant. You could just go to Hawaii like that. Boom.
I'd love to be like
shoot to South America.
Remember the Dragon Ball Z characters that could like disappear from one location to the next really quickly? I'd love to be like that.
Yeah, we need that power.
Yeah. That'd be dope. I'd go in a vat of acid if I knew that would be the outcome.
Well, do you think it's possible, like the way they describe black holes? Of course, they put them all the way in outer space in a place that we could never go, see, touch, or feel. But what if those actual time-space warping things are actually on Earth? What if they're actually on Earth, like in the North Pole region or in the Antarctica beyond the South region? That you actually could enter into something like a portal of sorts, like enter into it, and then you would completely your time and space coordinates would completely change and transform.
Like a magnet, right? Where we have the black hole in the middle, we have the 0 point in the center, yeah. Yeah, the divergent point of the field. I don't know. I guess like I just kind of see it being that ever, but yeah, that would be so weird. It'd be so weird.
Well, people always talk about Narnia, but it's kind of what happens in Narnia in a way. They go into the coat closet thing, and then they basically just like walk through the back wall, and then they're just in like a snowy forest,
and
then they're just in this whole other world with a whole other set of circumstances and entities involved and storylines, and so it's pretty cool of a concept.
Yeah.
Speaking of Narnia,
yeah, go ahead.
If I was to ask you guys, what speed is Artemis traveling now towards the moon? What would you guys answer, just off the cuff?
29,000 miles an hour.
Good guess. Anybody else would like to take a crack at it?
850 miles an hour.
How much?
850.
Is that Terry? Terry, is that you?
Yeah.
in the house, in the house from another land.
From down
Yeah.
under. So
What's up,
Terry knows where I'm going with this because they did a roast on me yesterday. So, guys, if I was to tell you that it's going 700 miles an hour right now, what would you say?
I would say that's too slow.
Too slow,
That's
right?
what I thought. Yeah. But according to the boys over on Terry's and Blue, I'm nuts. I'm crazy.
No,
Right, Terry?
slow.
I thought Kosho was saying
six-
it's like Kosho was saying it was like 3,000 miles per hour, I believe, because I believe that was the number that.
Well,
they
at the
were-
moment, it's going 653 mile an hour.
653. You hear that, guys?
Well, what was the 3,000 number that Kosho said? Was that the escape velocity speed, or there was one that he had calculated the other day that was in the 3,000 range? But you're telling me this thing is going to the moon at 653 miles an hour?
At this
At the
moment,
moment, yeah.
Well, they can do whatever speed. It's all just a model. It's just a simulation model. So they can claim whatever speed, and it links up with their propaganda of when they release their CGI images.
That's like, and I found that like strange. So we got a craft. Escape velocity, by the way, is 25,000 miles an hour. But they're claiming that it doesn't need to reach 25,000 miles an hour to go on its journey to the moon because the moon is orbiting the Earth.
Yeah, they didn't escape.
Yeah, but
So they have to aim like off to the left.
yeah, they gotta offshoot it like a duck, of course.
Yeah.
No, but the speed, like imagine now a craft having to leave at thousands of miles an hour and then decelerating to now at 650 miles an hour. And I found that strange. So we were talking about it, me and Blue, and apparently this is how it works. So just wondering, does anybody know anything about this? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, Miss in the chat is saying she doesn't understand, and I would like to hear it again because I was kind of stepped away for a minute. If you want to share it again.
Yeah, of course. So look, this is the story, right? In order for a craft, this is what I've been taught. This is what I knew all my life. Now, apparently Blue says I'm wrong about this. So check this out. To reach orbital velocity, a craft has to reach 17,500 miles an hour to circle the Earth, right? Now, I'm not saying I believe this now. I'm just telling you the mythical, what the story says, right?
Yeah, 17.5.
17.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now escape velocity, I've been told and I've known forever, right? From as far back as I can remember, is 25,000 miles an hour. So we got a craft that has to reach escape velocity to leave the pull of the Earth, to lift off the Earth and not be influenced by the gravity. And no, Blue, I don't think it's zero gravity. You know? Yeah, so that's the story. So it has to reach escape velocity, and then it heads towards whatever location, the moon, whatever. And they're saying that it bleeds off, and right now it's traveling at 650 miles an hour from 25,000 miles an hour to now it's traveling at 650 miles an hour. And I found that strange.
That's quite a deceleration.
Yeah.
You'd be hitting the brakes for days.
Like, I don't see how, but apparently I don't understand orbital mechanics, blah, blah, blah. This is how it is.
So from the ground of 0 up to 17.5 to escape, up to 25,000, and then back down to 650.
Well, according to him, as the craft goes further away from the Earth, it slows down until it reaches about 25,000 miles. According to Blue, that's halfway point. Now, keep in mind, the moon is 250,000 miles away, they say, right? So it decelerates until it reaches about 25,000 miles, and then it starts accelerating again towards the moon.
That's bizarre.
Has anybody ever heard that story before?
From my understanding, right? It's now I'm no expert in orbital mechanics or anything like that, right? But it's just my own personal understanding of it. Is escape velocity only has to be constant force that's greater than gravity, right? Now
Right. And what's that?
That constant force, which is greater than gravity, right, depends on the size of the object trying to leave the Earth. Yeah. So obviously, the bigger your object, the more force you have to have. Yeah.
And the time that you want to do it in.
Yes. Now, as for slowing down, all they have to do is just stop accelerating, because once they reach low Earth orbit, as soon as they stop the acceleration, the force of gravity will naturally start slowing them down.
Right, but I think what they're calculating is if you're at the surface, what does your velocity have to be if you're going to not add any more energy from that point? You know what I mean? They're like, all right, if you're at the surface and you're going 25,000, you don't add nothing else, you'll beat gravity compound slowing you down. So, of course, you can do it at any speed, of course. I think the term that they're relevant to that.
So you can do it at any speed as long as the force that you're applying is stronger than the gravitational force pulling you down.
Right, but you'll have to keep adding that force, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
So I was talking about, like, I don't know the terms, man, enough. You know,
Yeah, well, like I say, I mean, I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm no expert in it, but that's just my personal understanding of it.
I feel you. All you gotta do is beat gravity, and you're gonna keep moving. Who would argue that?
You are aware that NASA claims that the craft has to reach 25,000 miles an hour in order to reach escape velocity.
Yeah, again, I'm saying I think they talk about that specific condition where if they're just at the surface and they let it go and they're not continuously ejecting, mass, right? Because my man's point, what he just said, right, SE, if you're constantly adding force, I mean, it could just,
Well, if you're constantly adding force, pick an airplane, for example.
You could be moving 1 mile an hour.
Yeah, an airplane cannot reach escape velocity, right? So there's a certain speed that has to be attained in order to reach escape velocity. No, I'm not saying that I'm saying that. I'm telling you that NASA is saying that.
Wouldn't it be great to just do it and have a camera looking down one time? I mean, they halfway did it, then they ejected the car, and then they kept the camera on. But why wouldn't they just do one thing? Like, who wouldn't want to see that, you know?
Well, that's another point that I was making. We don't have interrupted from liftoff to the moon. I mean, this is a complete joke. You know, there's 16 cameras on it right now, and there's nothing of it. There's no live anything. There's no,
Cannot afford the batteries, the solar panels. We can't afford the bandwidth, SE, man. It's just, it would only be done to appease 1 in a million flat earthers. I mean, so of course, why nobody would want to see that awesome I mean, that never done before stuff.
Yeah,
Glad
who'd want to see that,
you
right?
two will appreciate this. I'm glad you two are here. Right? Last night I started watching a film, right? I was at my mum's. And there was a film on, right? And I was like, I'll leave it on. It looked ridiculous. It's called Space Warriors. Like kids going to space camp. And the irony of this movie is listen to this. This is fucking brilliant. You've got to go and watch it. Their space looked better than ours. NASA, anyway, in this film. It's kids at space camp. They're like having to like do this thing. Emergency mission happens, but there's not enough air on the ISS, right? So like they're like basically what they end up doing is like we're gonna train you. They train them everything like that.
Dude,
One
space
of the
is
kids,
ridiculous.
one of the girls is a pilot, yeah. And listen to this. Can I just finish my point? Is that all right? Who's trying to talk? Do you have something important to say? Let me know.
No, go.
All right. So the point of what I'm saying is that effectively what ends up happening at the end is like they have a rescue mission, but these kids obviously aren't going to the ISS. So what they do is they set up this whole movie studio with like these suits that have got like the bobbles on them that you see in CGI rooms. They green screen the back off. They make like a fake frame that's like representing the ISS, and then they tell the kids the robots up there on the ISS that you can control, and you do it with VR headsets on, and you're on this frame, and like on the frame you're going to take these like things, and like via VR you're actually controlling the robots on the side of the actual ISS, and you're replacing these bits, and you're actually fixing the ISS up there with the robots, but down here on Earth in a CGI recording studio that everyone at home is watching of you doing these motions, touching nothing really, but you're really controlling a robot. And bro, like I'm like, yeah, people would actually believe that, wouldn't they? They're like, yeah, we've got robots up there. We can do it down here on movie studios with CGI and all that. Bro, I couldn't believe what I was fucking watching.
So it's like that's how they get the footage by getting their training footage. Yo, that's fine. Look, I've been pulling the needle on this camera issue about this stuff, these cameras far away, and I'm glad Chronic's here. I'm sure he's listening. He's probably.
If anyone watches it, you can't really understand exactly how serious what I'm saying to you is. It's like they're like, I'm like, yeah, people would believe that even if we were to tell them our astronauts don't go to space anymore, what they do is they go into this room here, right? We set it up, it looks like space. It's a fake ISS, and like they change modules and stuff like that and fix things, but then whatever they do with their body is mimicked by these robots actually up in space. And I can imagine people would actually believe they were actually controlling robots in space doing that on Earth. Well, I believe they would believe they're doing it. It's called Space Warrior.
Space Warrior.
Huh? You roboid.
Oh, my check.
Bit tinny, but no, you sound fucked.
All right, any better, man?
Yeah, anyway, yes, but what were you gonna say?
I'm just thinking about these cameras we talk about in space, you know, and they send these far off probes, and I swear my memory. There's one I think called Cassini or something that was freaking, or maybe no, there's one called Voyager. There's one called Voyager that went past Saturn, I think, and was leaving our galaxy. And they're like, I swear I remember the article saying something like, for the picture.
It's not left the galaxy. It's left the solar system.
Sorry, yes, sir. I do apologize. Yes, the past our last planet, or the solar system, but and going out past the heliopause or something supposedly, or this one area, but when they said it turned around to take a last look at Earth, you know what I mean? Like to look back, the little baby dot past Saturn, and I'm just thinking,
why can't we see that footage?
yeah, right. But like, why they got this whole fucking probe? Like the whole thing has to turn for the camera to turn. Like, why they don't just turn the camera? You know what I mean?
Well, in this clip, then
Like,
the ISS, they had a girl controlling the ISS like it was a real spaceship, but she wasn't up there. The young girl in this film was like driving it from like a fake cockpit down here, controlling it remotely, and she was like dodging an asteroid belt and all this stuff. And I'm like, the ISS isn't a fucking like spaceship in Star Trek that you can start like doing maneuvers and shit with. Do you know what I mean? It was so fucking funny. But people would believe it if we told them an asteroid belt was going toward a satellite. Oh, no worry, the pilot of the satellite has managed to dodge his way around the asteroid belt. But people would believe it, I reckon.
They've said that they've had to make little corrections before to dodge shit.
Yeah, I'm guessing that like they kind of did like a fucking a slow loop to loop, bro. Like a slow barrel roll.
I know that it has to be exactly what they tell me, because like they said, you know, they see something go overhead, it's a certain angular size, and we know that the ISS, we just know. They guarantee know the ISS was a certain size when they put it up there, so it has to be a certain far away, right?
Yeah, right.
Because they can guarantee you what size it actually is up there.
No, they can't.
They can, oh, man. They would bet their life on it, man. They really would. For some reason, they feel like it's that serious. It feels disrespectful to me. It feels disrespectful to like not think that the leaders or the government would be capable of doing some sneaky or funny shit. It just, you know.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, what was that?
Ah, she crazy.
Who crazy? She crazy.
I know Chronic's jealous, man. Chronic like looking at them stars and shit, and you know, like the observatories down here and shit. They can spin them around and point them around and shit, and look at wherever they want.
Yeah,
they send them probes out there getting
I was
closer.
just going to say that.
Yeah, they got the whole thing,
answered,
right?
and
That
that's
what's the new
exactly
one? The
what I was
James
gonna
Webb.
discuss.
They gotta spin the whole fucking thing around.
Yo, Jim, what you
Yeah.
said, my brother? My fucking.
What's up, Jen?
10 years older than Idris Elba.
Nice one, crack villain. How you doing, everybody?
You crazy man?
Yeah, man.
How are you,
Nice to hear
sir?
all your voice. Yeah, I'm a bastard there. You better believe it, man. I'm destroying those scumbags. Yes.
Better Jen in the house.
How you doing? Now, I was just going to come in and ask, am I crazy, or is it, shouldn't the observatory should be spinning telescopes around and looking at Artemis at the moon, shouldn't they? Shouldn't they? You know these observatories that they have around the world, Hawaii, Peru, Big Dome observatories, shouldn't they be training their telescopes at Artemis on the way to the moon? Shouldn't they not?
Why?
Why? So we can see the rocket heading to the moon, surely.
Right. You're sitting in mission control, right? And you're getting all the data from Artemis telling you it's traveling at a certain speed, it's at a certain distance, and it's on a certain trajectory, right? So why would you need to point a satellite that's doing a different job for someone else towards it to look at it when the data that you've got tells you exactly where it is and what it's doing?
I'm talking about the observatories, you know, the ones we have in Hawaii,
Yes,
Peru.
yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Jen. Did you listen to what I just
I'm
said?
sorry. That's what you've just said is unacceptable, because they knew this was going to be happening. It's supposed to be a big event. I want to see the rocket. I don't want to see fucking stars today. Today I want to see a man-made object traveling through God's space, let's say, on its way to the fucking moon. That's what I want to see. I want to see fucking stars. Okay?
So you want
Don't talk
right,
shit.
Right, so Jen, what you want
What you
is
said is totally
right,
unacceptable.
hold on, Jen. Hold on, Jen. What you want is for the Hawaii Observatory to stop doing what it's doing and studying what it's studying, right? to point at Artemis
on for
just to please
One at a
Professor
time.
Jin.
One at a time, you two. One at a time, you two.
Well, maybe if he'd let me finish instead of shouting through me, he might hear me.
I heard what you said. It's unacceptable. Eyes on. We've got all these observatories wasting time all these years looking at stars. There was the most important event in 50 years happening in the stars, man-made, and you're not going to have that eyes on with your telescopes. Are you fucking mad or what? Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Again, Jin, the job that the observatory
It's
is doing,
unacceptable.
right?
I'm
Jin, will you
sorry.
ever let anybody speak, or do you constantly just shout over people?
Yeah,
Right?
Jen. Hold on, Jen. Please don't interrupt, man. We don't have to mute anyone, at all. So just please try not to. Go ahead, Highlander.
Right. The observatory, the job that it's doing might not seem important to you, Jin, right? It might not seem important to any of us, but to the people that are doing that job, to them, that's an important job, right? And they're not going to stop doing that and point the telescope towards Artemis just to please Professor Jin.
Oh, I like
that. I'm glad you know my position there, but the thing is, there can be nothing more important at the moment than looking at Artemis on its way to the moon. 58 on a 6-week mission, right?
I agree.
Remember,
I
the
agree.
observatories are looking at stars only. That's all they've got to do. What else are they doing?
I mean,
What job are they
I
doing?
think we could show both sides some respect, right? Though,
Most
like both of you guys are right. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, the guys got us, but you guys are both right. Isn't it kind of important? Can we give each side a little bit of credit, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, right?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not saying I'm not saying that. Right, I'm not saying that what Jin's saying is wrong, right? Because yes, it is an important event, right? That I agree with him, yeah. But these people that are doing their job in the observatory, what if they've been doing that for the past 5 years or 6 years or however long? Maybe to them, their 5 years of work is slightly more important than watching something go to the moon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but a couple of
and
hours.
they don't want to interrupt their
Well, all right,
scientific study.
I hear you on that, but I think kind of what I was getting from what Jin was saying, and then if Jin wants to respond as well, but okay, for all of the equipment we have on Earth, telescopes, all these incredibly expensive telescopes and satellites and all this equipment, this thing that's claiming to go to the moon, it surely would seem that we would have all eyes on it, like Jin is saying. You would have shots of every direction. You'd have thousands of satellites that would have seen it exit the Earth.
Right.
All those satellites could have gotten even more coverage. And then as far out as the farthest satellite they claim is out there, that one would then get the last and then the craft itself would have cameras all over it. I mean, they put cameras on cars, on even automobiles, regular cars these days. Obviously, they're on like airplanes and military equipment and submarines.
Gio, don't they say the Vatican owns like the most observatories and stuff? I would even philanthropic endeavors, anybody who owned the equipment, this would be something that might catch their eye at the opportunity moment and be like, hey, I got strong enough equipment. Let me go look at that.
This is something they would really, really care about filming, without a doubt. It would, in fact, I would guarantee that the biggest telescopes, if I was someone that was launching rockets, making missiles, and I had people from many different locations on the Earth that would be able to look at my rocket as if they were 20 feet away from it due to the amount of zoom that they had, I would be paying them thousands to record this with cameras at the end of those telescopes in high speed. I would get high speed cameras there. Yeah, slow-mo cameras. I'd take them there and I'd hook them up to the telescopes and record my missile. I would want to be able to observe my rocket's trajectory and what it's doing.
Yeah, not only that, you could have the likes of like Amazon and Virgin Atlantic having their logos on the NASA rocket, more advertising, more revenue. It's totally unacceptable what's being said. And I'm asking for maybe 1 or 2 telescopes from Earth. That's all. Seeing there's important work done, like the earthbound asteroids that may kill us, perhaps. That kind of work. Okay, fair enough. But I don't believe that's ever going to happen in my lifetime.
Well, Chronic is in here.
dedicate one or two.
Chronic is in here, so perhaps he would have some feedback as to why we don't.
I haven't been paying much attention.
Chronic, if we were to take your if we were to take one of your cool ass observatories, and if we were to like look up at the moon, could we see the Artemis crossover like we see the ISS cross over the sun?
Probably not.
Oh man.
Yeah. Not sure what you would what are you expecting to see?
The whole trip.
I haven't been in the conversation.
Any of the trip there? How about any of it?
No. What are you physically expecting to see if a telescope?
Could we zoom into Artemis?
Of course not. But what are you? But Don, what are you expecting to see? You keep asking questions, but I just have one. What are you expecting to see?
We want to see Artemis.
Yeah. But elaborate a little bit. Okay. What about it? What do you want to see about it? You want to see the little solar panels?
Yeah, how awesome it is.
Solar panels on it, the little windows that are on it. What do you want to see?
Jin wants
to see close up.
On the way to the
of course not. Of course not. Impossible.
Jin wants to see it going to the moon. That's simple.
The
I'm asking about
the transit of the spacecraft from the Earth to the moon. The whole transit.
There's no reason why you couldn't view it.
Yeah, so if you're expecting to see, the mannequin that's on there waving out of the window, with your telescope, you'll be let down.
No one's expecting that.
Does not even the Vatican have a mirror big enough, Chronic?
We've been over this so many times.
All right. How about this one? Whatever they did to look at the black hole, could we do that?
They used radio telescopes.
Boom.
Well,
how about this one?
How
about if Artemis was able to see you?
What about the pinging off the moon? What if we hit the right spot and we let Artemis cross it and then it ping?
Did you not hear me, Don?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. How about if Artemis was able to see you? How about if Artemis had 16 cameras aboard it right now? And how about if none of them were turned on? How about that?
Okay, I've just posted a live stream for you to look at.
And aren't you sick of your probes?
Believe that.
How about there is only a limited amount of power on the Artemis, so therefore to save power and energy on the way there, they turn all non-essential equipment off, i.e. the cameras.
How do you know what limited power they have?
Highlander,
how do you know? You're
trying
just saying
too hard, man.
He makes it up on the fly. He makes it up, but it kind of possibly could fit in some.
You can't try that hard in these types of conversations, Highlander. You got to sort of chillax a little bit on the.
But a camera can use a very simple battery. It'd be a very simple battery. I mean, what I would expect to have the footage of, without any question about it, for the millions and millions of dollars, NASA and the whole thing, if they're really sending something to the moon, would be at least one camera on the back and one camera on the front. Perhaps a couple side cameras. I mean, every car in a lot of new cars have cameras all over them now. Dash cams, all that stuff. So I would expect to have at least one or two cameras on it. We should see the footage of it launching off the Earth, going all the way up. The Earth starts to turn into a ball. It goes out into outer space. You see some satellites, and you'd see buildings sideways. The whole deal. You see the whole ball as you zoom out.
Tesla was live for days. The car streamed live.
And then that ball would start to shrink as you get further and further away from it. It would get smaller and smaller and smaller as you're going away from this globe. And then the moon would go from being, that's why you'd have a camera on the front and on the back. The moon would go from being small to bigger as it goes towards the moon, the camera on the front, and you would be able to see that whole journey. And then the whole trip.
Now that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
We could do this, but we will have to raise NASA's budget at least 2 more trillions, and then we'll be able to do it.
Yeah, minimum trillion. Yeah.
But did none of those? I mean,
I
haven't been following that.
To put cameras on the rockets. Yeah.
I honestly haven't been following it that closely, but I'm sure are there not any no images have been released, regardless of if you think they're CGI or not.
Oh, there've been some images.
I have just posted have just posted the live stream.
Okay. So there has been things, regardless of whether you believe they are CGI or real, there
Now,
are things that have been
it's
released.
in there, but it's only looking at Earth. It's
Yeah, look
looking
at the
Earth.
things before you
only
Have a look
at
at it
Earth.
though. Have a look at the images. Have a look at the images. Are they satisfactory? Have a
No,
look
think
at the
about
image.
this, man.
This is Artemis.
Yeah, I mean, Chronic.
Satisfactory is in your is.
Why
in
can
the
they live
beholder.
stream it now, but they didn't live? Think about this.
And this live stream is so limited; it just shows this distant. Chronic. It really seems to me like the quality of this footage and stuff. It looks like they literally went back into their 1970s folder and pulled out a couple B stocks and just released it.
Yep.
Chronic, aren't you thirsty for swivel cameras by now? Like, why have to turn your whole probe or satellite around? Like, why not just have a joystick like your observatories and security cameras can just swivel? Why?
You guys know that we have 360 degrees cameras in 2022, right?
By the way, Chronic, you now have to answer 15 questions all in a row. Go.
You're done. You're done.
Go. You get to talk for as long as you want now because you have to answer all those questions.
The only one I caught was Don's video game joystick camera system. I don't know, Don. I don't know, man.
We win.
Yeah, you win.
Can I make a comment on the battery power that they say we don't have and they conserve, and that's why they don't have the cameras on? In 1969, ladies and gentlemen, we had live footage from the moon with batteries.
But we don't have that technology anymore, and it's a painful process to build it back.
Something like that, yeah. Just keep that in mind when they tell you, oh, we had to conserve energy, blah, blah, blah. They were on the moon for 2 days. They had batteries. They used it for air, to repressurize the capsule, life support, heating, everything on batteries. And they're telling us now they have the newer batteries with solar panels on this ship and they can't give us feed. Yeah.
But
if you buy that, I can sell you a bridge, man.
Gio, let me ask you just one. Let me pick one specific part of the several sentences you said there. So you were asking why isn't there this? Why isn't there that? Why isn't there images of from the cameras that are showing it leaving, it's traveling further away from the Earth and the Earth getting smaller into a ball. I think those do exist, do they not? Whether or not you think it's your own dogma or not dogma, whatever, if you think they're CGI or fake or whatever, but they do exist as far as I've.
No, it seems to be limited again. There's no full transition.
Hold on. 2 minutes ago, you didn't have a clue. Now you're saying they do exist because Jin posted a video. Did you see it, first of all?
I'm pretty sure they do. I haven't been following extremely closely though, but I've been seeing some images, and I've seen some images that Gio was asking why they don't exist, but I've seen them with my own eyes. Whether or not they've been generated with a computer, they exist. So that directly.
No, clearly you didn't hear what he said. He said uninterrupted footage from liftoff. Yeah.
Okay. White knighting, steel man, putting words in his mouth. Like, come on, man.
You're on the right
directly
track.
to Gio.
That's what he said.
Computers exist and CGI is a tool. I mean, he's on the right track, guys.
Yeah.
No, you're gonna make excuses for NASA now. Why the greatest event for 50
Gio asked
years?
why they don't exist, and I just said directly they do exist. Whether or not they're real or fake was not the crux of his question. His question was, why don't they exist?
Well, it was also specifically about Artemis. This is modern day. This is high definition 4K cameras. We have them all over the place. They're on our houses. They're on our cars. They're just everywhere. Drones. So for the millions of dollars you're putting into this. I mean, no, there is
not.
Absolutely
There's not. Okay.
The only one I've seen, you guys remember when Kosho, we were joking that he just like made it himself one day, but the only one I've seen is this one Kosho posted one day where it does kind of show like a rocket that takes up off of what looks like a globe. It looks really fake. Like it doesn't even look close to real. And the thing doesn't even arc. You know how normally they show the rockets arcing? This thing just goes straight up into space. Anyways, Kosho claimed it was from NASA, well, I don't know if he said it was NASA. It may have been. I forget. If he's here, he'll have to repost it.
Sorry, someone said are we sticking to Artemis or are we going general?
Well, my
What are we
point.
doing?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying that's the only one I've seen of a rocket seemingly kind of looking like it actually left the Earth and went into space. The only one I've ever seen. But there are ones that go from the ground up to certain altitudes, but there's nothing that actually shows the whole trip from ground into outer space, and then the ball Earth getting smaller as you go away from it.
Is that true?
That's 100% true.
I guess
They always have a cut in.
Who actually spends their time researching this stuff. Maybe Kosho's around, but
That other one Kosho posted might have been SpaceX, by the way.
Hey, Chronic, I want you and your generation to understand this. The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
okay. Thank you.
That was said by your great grand. That was a quote from your grandfather.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, would you agree, Chronic, that footage at this point in humans' history of how many times we've claimed to be taking trips from this globe Earth into this vacuum of outer space, do you not see it as a bit odd that that's the one footage, if someone were to claim that this is real, that is at least the footage? Now, of course, the footage could be faked or whatever else. I'm not saying it guaranteed to be legit, even if it existed, but at least shouldn't that exist? If all of the space travel is real, should we not have at least one footage over all these decades and decades of what someone might claim is NASA's, wonderful, whatever they're doing with all these billions of dollars?
We have countless accounts with footage. Maybe I'm a little lost, but
of a whole trip from the ground of Earth into space.
Like flat earther constraint, like you're putting a globe skeptic like constraints on it. So
just any footage that shows something leaving the globe Earth and going into space.
Yeah, countless times. Yeah, countless. Now, if you start putting different screws and different sockets, yeah. So if you start adding constraints, uninterrupted, zero cuts,
countless Chronic.
Oh, I see one from Kosho in the chat. He is.
Hold on. The word that you quarreled with was uninterrupted. Here's the problem. If they're faking it, they have to interrupt it. So, yes, of course it has to be uninterrupted to even have possibility of being legit evidence for that being possible.
If they're faking it, they have to interrupt it?
Unless it's the best CGI ever, unless they can know every speck of any fucking spontaneous dust or event that would happen, think about it.
And that's the whole point of it, is that they go up in a rocket. They go up in a rocket to high altitude. Oh, we're up there. We just released the payload with a little fisheye, whatever it is, to make it look a little globy. And then they flip to either CGI or a totally different cut. And that interruption is exactly what would have to happen if they were faking it, because they can't actually go to space. So they have to basically transition from high altitude rocket and then into quote unquote outer space.
And then do it every time. And every time we talk about it, Chronic, you have the smartest guys in the world playing dumb.
So Don,
you don't understand what we're talking about.
You directly contradicted what you said 5 minutes ago.
I'm sorry.
Is CGI technology good enough in the 21st in 2022 to fake something like that, or is it not good enough?
It could be.
You just said both ways within the span of 5 minutes.
It could be, but I'm saying Gio's point still stands. Like, you still would want the strongest. You still would want the strongest possibility of.
So what's wrong? So what's wrong with Kosho's video in the chat?
I would predict that now that they're listening to us, they're probably going to be working hard on that, and I'll give it about a 6 to 8 month period to where they'll release this. So they'll get on it.
This is another
foil hat statement.
Can I just point out?
Go ahead.
Just because something is CGI doesn't mean it's fake. Yeah. If you take a picture with your phone, that's a computer in your phone generating that image. Does that mean that the picture that you've just taken of yourself is now fake?
Dude, you're still trying too hard.
My God.
That was the most.
Well, I think it's a good point. I think it's a good point.
No, it's not. It's obviously.
Come on.
It's obvious that we all know the difference.
But he's right. He's right in the sense that it is a computer-generated image. But I mean, I think Highlander, like the word CGI, is usually used in terms. Of course, the context that this is being used is that it's either like a composite image, which is like partial real with partial additions, or it's like graphically fabricated and there's many different ways that they do it.
Well,
But
the two different ways is the fact that when you have a digital photo that then is on a computer, yeah, it's a CGI, but it's generated via the data that's received from a sensor suite inside of a camera. So the data that's been interpreted and changed to be built up is representative of what a camera sees, which is
So
representative
for
of
the
what I sees.
Yeah.
Another CGI image that we usually bring up, Highlander. Yeah, it's layered data from, let's say, telemetry versus infrared to be able to scan topographical locations. It's different. I don't know why you would straw man it like that. It's weird.
So for the third time with crickets and silence after I ask it a third time now, what's wrong with Kosho's video?
I got it. I got
Let
your
me
answer.
address
Can you
it,
hear
man.
me?
Let me address
Can
it.
you hear
Someone
me?
answer. Yes,
Wait,
anyone.
what about
Let me
he
give
just
him a
said?
coherent.
I got a picture. I got your answer right here, Chronic.
all right,
Says Kosho.
let's let SE respond though. He's on as well, Don or Don or SE, or you guys. Can
What did
just,
Chronic say? Say it again,
well,
Chronic.
Look in the
Kosho
chat,
posted.
Chronic.
Okay.
That's why.
So he asked, "What is
you're gonna
wrong
need
with
to-
the picture? Right? What is wrong with that picture?"
That's the limit of it. It's like it reaches space. The claim of Kosho's video is that it reaches space.
Okay.
And
You
that's
guys
you
are
guys
missing the
playing
big
dumb and
picture,
straw
man.
manning again. Exactly what Gio described. This is it. This is your limit. Kosho, am I wrong if I found the wrong video? Is this not the limit? Could you show the Earth, what Gio was talking about with the Earth being a little ball and getting closer to Mars or what, any of that?
Maybe we should let SE try to address it.
Okay, yeah, because you don't understand that, Chronic. Like you don't understand that we described leaving Earth, and then this is the end of the video. Isn't that a problem?
I'm confused that it seems like this video is addressing exactly what is being
That video to you
demanded.
looks like it's left Earth.
What would you consider it?
Gio, does that video look like it's left Earth to you? Because it doesn't to me.
So are we just getting into opinionated? Yeah, so we're just on subjective.
You need to hear
in
what
your
we're
own
telling
mind.
you, right? So maybe you should understand from now on.
No, I fully understand that you, in your opinionated, biased, subjective mind, don't think that this uninterrupted, non-cut video is showing a rocket leaving Earth.
Well, maybe
However,
you should play back
I
how
think
Gio
otherwise.
described it. We're trying to shortcut and talk efficiently here. I don't want to have to say the 18 extra specific elaborations that Gio already said to you that you're ignoring right now.
I'm not ignoring them. I know exactly what
He said, leaving Earth, watching the Earth get smaller, the whole ball.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see a whole ball there, do you?
I see a rocket uninterrupted video launching from the surface
Wow,
of
this
Earth.
guy, you see what I'm talking about,
leaving
guys?
Earth. Let me finish.
You got 14
And-
degrees, not 360 degrees.
What appears to sort of be entering and actually going sideways. I think I don't know if it was Geo, but someone claiming a few minutes ago they never show it going sideways into orbit. This is the most clear thing I've ever seen of something going sideways
He
into
didn't.
an
Oh
orbit.
my God, you're such a strong Chronic. You got to be more fair to your opponent. Be more sympathetic, man.
No, I'm
For
fair.
real.
This obviously doesn't show the entire spherical 100% of the globe getting small. Obviously.
Okay, but
Obviously it doesn't.
from now on, understand that is what is being desired every time we've explained this to you ad nauseum for years.
Now you're not
dozens
being
of
fair,
times.
Don.
Well,
Don,
it's what
we
I would
both
say,
have to be honest here.
what I would say is that it is the evidence that would be required if one were to assert or claim that there are rockets that are leaving a sphere going into space. This would be the evidence that's required, and it doesn't.
Thank you for Geo. So look, if there's 16
He's saying
demands,
what I'm saying is what
Don,
would be required, dude.
Don,
I need to clear you up. And the guy
Don.
who said CGI, that's where they cut to CGI every time, right there after
Don,
this shot.
if there's 16, here's an analogy. Here's a direct explanation. If there's 16 different types of miniature, sub demands that are part of this entire argument, and let's just say this video addresses, 14 out of those 16. The two that it misses out, yes, we all understand.
It doesn't address any of them.
You're grasping drastically
It
onto those
doesn't address
remaining.
any of them.
Are you? You're just being intellectually dishonest now.
No, I'm
You
not,
are.
buddy.
The part that this video is missing
No,
is
fuck
the
this.
part.
No. I don't have to stand alone. Gio, how do you feel about this? About what
But
you
it's
talked about and what we wanted, and then what
Don.
they
It's
provided?
ironic that you're telling me,
No,
you're
let's just
demanding
hear
me to
somebody
be
else.
honest.
Let's hear
when you're
somebody
just
else, Chronic.
I
The
think
part
Chronic
that
got
video,
interrupted, and then Gemsy was trying to get in. But Chronic, I feel like you didn't quite finish your thing either.
I mean, okay, it addresses 14 out of the 16. Now,
No.
I'm being honest. Like Don is
You're
claiming
talking out your ass.
Are you on something?
We
Gio,
haven't bullet pointed it. We
let
have
me-
not bullet pointed it. You're just
let me
being
get
loose.
a clear mic though, Don. Let me just get a clear mic, just a clear mic, because I'm being
Can we ask
intellectually
Gio?
honest.
Can we ask
Yeah.
Gio?
In 1 second. In 1 second.
Yeah, John, we don't want. It's ideal if we don't have to mute anyone. You have been kind of jumping on him. Just give him the floor, man. Let him fully speak.
So of course, it's this specific video is not showing. Like I said, I'm acknowledging this. I'm not skirting around the point. Of course, it's not showing the Earth getting smaller and forming 100% of the ball. But it is addressing generally not just what Gio's specifically asking for right now, but it does address quite a lot of what these skeptics demand and ask for. It addresses quite a lot of it.
All right. I just see the common disconnect of going into space, meaning like you guys think that we want it to be close to Earth, and and to y'all that's in space, but to us it's like just kind of high up.
Subjective opinions. Yeah, of course.
Right.
It's funny how they're the ones that say that space is millions of miles away, but when it comes to like, them being like, yeah, we're gonna go to space and like trying to take this big ass achievement, they're happy to just go like literally like a foot off the off the basketball.
I don't even know how to address that.
None of them are
Get
really
out of our
Who says space is millions of miles away?
Well, the point
Who's
is
they,
that,
man?
well, no one's
ESA says the atmosphere is to the moon.
Don, I can do it on my own, bro. Come on. Go on, no,
I think Gemsy was actually trying to get in before. Actually,
right? Yeah, was he? Sorry, go ahead, Gemsy.
Yeah, Gemsy.
I just wanted to say that the part that this video is missing is the part where the rocket goes back down and falls in the water. That's why it's being cut off. That's it.
Yeah, that's the part. That's where they're cutting to. They're cutting from the actual camera on the thing just shows it going back and hitting the ocean. They cut it there and then put another outer space composite in replacement.
Yeah, that's why we had to cut it there, because obviously we don't want these people to see that part.
What do you have to say about that, Chronic?
No,
say about.
What he just said, isn't that a fair theory?
Well, first of all, he's saying they as if it's the entirety of some other side. But
well, would you agree, Chronic, that if space is a thing that there's no space to go into, there's just a limit to how high we can go, and if they're faking it, would you agree that rocket would then just come down and probably go into the ocean and they would go retrieve it, or whatever they do with it?
I mean, there's so many jumps there. So your first if statement was if it's all fake, then
if there is no space, quote unquote, to go to, there's a limit to how high you can go in this realm, but there's no actual space. What I'm saying is, if that's the case, and if what goes up must come down and all that, you would then agree that the likely thing that would be happening is that rocket does come back to Earth, and the fact that they cut it all the time means that we don't really have any way to know.
One if, Chronic. A total of one jump that he's asking.
If it's all fake, then maybe it could also just be all CGI and the rocket never actually launched. Maybe it could be, think of some other thing.
No, because that footage looks pretty legit. I mean, on most of the rocket launches, on a lot of them, there's some legit footage on it of a craft going up for sure.
But I mean, if that's we're back to subjective. That looks pretty legit to my eyes. So,
dude, how high was that? I mean, they don't even tell you what was the telemetry on this.
Of the one Kocho posted, I have no idea. I have no idea.
So wait, was that?
I guess mostly when you look at the what NASA puts out, what the information under how high the rocket goes, usually about 100,000 feet, and then it goes straight.
Yes, Gio, I was basically saying, in my opinion, it's silly to use this looks real as an argument.
Right, but did you understand what I'm saying? That usually, that's when they launch a rocket, supposedly when they go up high, the highest they go is 100,000 feet, and then they start going in parallel with the Earth.
Is that true? Maybe.
That's what NASA puts out. So if they're saying they're seeing curve at that distance, I mean, we have Neil deGrasse Tyson and a planetarium saying you can't even see it from the ISS. So how are you saying that? Well, they do see it. You do see the roundness, but I mean, they're telling you that you can't even see it from the ISS, and they take about SpaceX takes about what 3 days to make it from there to that from Earth to outer space.
People
SpaceX?
say you can't see the curvature from the ISS. I don't know.
Yeah. So it's a planetarium, dude. That actually
one 34-year-old guy in a planetarium in New York
that
somewhere said
actually
this one thing
studies
that
this
is
and
now
it
means
tells you.
everything for the world.
Well, I mean, he studies the Earth's ferocity, whatever.
Again,
so
it's
he should.
opinionated, subjective
It's not
stuff.
an opinion. It's a
And
mathematical.
anecdotal.
No, it's not even. It's not even his opinion.
I
It's
heard this one guy said this one thing one time. This means,
listen to what I'm saying. The math, your Earth math, this dictates that this is impossible from the ISS.
I'm not so sure about that. Can you show me that?
He actually says this mathematically. This is impossible.
Yeah, the one guy from New York, right? Or from
I'll
wherever.
look for the video.
Planetarium. Oh, is it on BitChute or YouTube? Sorry, I'm trolling now.
I know
What'd
you
you
are.
say in the chat, Gio? Yeah, I mean
I mean, dude, if they've claimed that this is like this multi-billion-dollar government space agency, big NASA, the huge deal, the whole thing, all this wonderful, amazing,
like I said,
engineers and all this stuff. The fact that through all these decades, the moon landing, all of it, from 1969 till now, the space shuttle, all of it, we don't have any footage of any craft leaving the Earth that is legit, that looks, it's not interrupted. It's just a sequence of frames, of legit looking frames, meaning there's no cuts, there's no funky business. From all these decades, we should definitely at least have, to even assert this as having evidence that of a visual nature or, video that is legit, you would absolutely have to have this. Without it, it's not even tenable based on that evidence.
I mean, in my opinion, we're just gonna claim our opinions at each, just say our opinions at each other. But you use some interesting words there, like funky, that are kind of nebulous and not, ambiguous. And what you and your brain, tells yourself is quote funky is not what I call funky.
Did I say funky?
Yeah, you said funky. Yeah.
I like
uninterrupted. That's not funky looking video. I mean, you think something's funky. I think it's
oh, well, yeah. So what I'm saying with that is that, okay, for footage to be legitimate, like if I was to take my video camera out, I was going to just videotape my yard outside or in the forest or whatever. And then I was going to give it to you and be like, hey, dude, is this legit footage or is this some CGI I made on my computer? One of the first things that I would suggest to do would be to take that footage and look at every single frame. And the frame, if it's legit footage, like if it's actually a camera that's actually taking footage of something in reality, there's going to be a sequence of frames. And those frames are going to have consistency from one to the next. There's not going to be any cuts. There's not going to be any CGI layers. There's not going to be any composite layers or changes in contrast or any, that's what I meant by funky. Lots of things like that's what I'm saying. There would be a sequence of frames that would be required. That would be like step one. And if you have that, then now you at least have, it's like trying to put your key in the keyhole and get it to unlock. Like you got to line up the keys. So it's like, that would be the first thing you would need.
Yeah. So again, these are opinions. Sure, we could examine frame by frame by frame. Let's just say like one random frame, skips. Now it depends. Now we go down a branch. We go down there's a fork in the road there where maybe someone like you would take the path that says, oh, that one frame was skipped. Entire thing fake, global cover up space is fake. And someone like me might take the other path down the fork in the road that's simple. Simple, like the processor on the camera, just glitched out for a second and it just happened to skip it got sluggish just for a moment and a frame was skipped. No big deal. You see how it's sort of like just my interpretation versus yours.
Well, yeah, I mean, a little skip in one frame is one thing, but complete and total cuts and dramatic changes and composite layers, and those are the thing that starts to get.
Like, I mean, I can
And
say
a
the same
pattern
exact
of
thing,
the same exact
but
thing, and you have the
I can
scientific
use the same.
possibility to reproduce it if you want it, type of
I can use the
situation.
same
Chronic.
argument, Gio, though. For each of those that list those 4 or 5 other things you just, I can use the same exact argument, the same exact one. You think that you would go down the fork in the road if there's a cut to a different camera, that there was a full cut to a different camera. I conclude this entire thing is fake and there's a global cover up. And my path is obvious. You already know what my path is, so I won't even say it. It's a simple.
Well, no, dude, I feel like that is actually a straw man because nobody said anything about global conspiracies. I don't think anyone even said that at any part of it. We're just talking about the evidence that would be required if you wanted to give video evidence. Okay, here's what I'm saying. If you were going to make a claim, hey guys, we're taking these rockets and we're going up into the sky. And then the Earth is a globe, and then we're going out into outer space, and we're going to the moon or whatever it is, etc. If you want, if someone was to make that claim, and then someone else might say, "Oh my God, I don't believe it. What's your proof of that?" And then they might say, "Oh yeah, personal testimony." And it's like, okay, well that only goes so far. And then they would say, "Well, do you have any video of it?" And you were to say, "Yeah, I do." For you to have a legit basis of evidence to assert that and to back that assertion, the uninterrupted footage of frames that are uninterrupted with no cuts and no anything like that. Now, if there's one missing frame, okay, that's one thing. But of course, it depends on what the severity is. So, I mean, that would have to be considered. But what I'm saying is that the basic thing that would be needed for you to back that assertion with visual evidence, or in this case, video evidence, that is what would be the foundational starting point of what you would need to have. And if you don't have it, then you really don't have any valid basis for evidence that things go outside, up in the sky, outside of a globe into a vacuum.
I'm just repeating myself once again that this boils down to your standard of evidence versus my standard of evidence. I mean, I don't want to waste more of just my voice.
Well, I might put it this way. That might help. It might help if I put it this way. And this is probably non sequitur as well. But like, say we all went to like a magic show, right? And we all thought it was like really impressive. We're like, let's say the tickets were really expensive, right? And like we didn't actually, that it sucked. Like it sucked really bad. Like, it was like because it sucked and you paid a lot for it, and it was like obviously not magic, like it was like the mistakes were everywhere. Like it was just like, man, that was just awful. Like I can't believe we paid that much for the ticket to that magic show. And it feels like we're walking out and you're going, man, that was crazy good. Like I totally thought it was real magic. Like
if you think the magic show is NASA,
of it,
if the
your
magic show is
impression of
NASA,
it, I know it's non sequitur for that reason. I know
sure,
it's
it is.
But
It was a good explanation, actually. Yeah, because I'm looking at these ones that Carnivores posted. This is unbelievable that they're claiming this is Artemis's close flybys. Oh my gosh. Okay, I don't start on
it. Feels like your standard is that you walk out of the magic show that sucked and say it was great.
It's an incorrect analogy. If you're so in your analogy, if NASA is the magic show and we are the tax-paying people, it would be one of the cheapest magic shows ever in human history. First of all, so I don't know why you put that it's an expensive.
Because relatively
gets half of a penny of every taxpayer dollar. But anyway,
when you add it up,
$52 million.
Say the number.
One magic show doesn't get every fucking person, Chronic. You are terrible at an application.
Yeah, not only that, it's the way you rationalize, like everything has to be like minimalized. Like it's always only one revolution a day, so 1,000 miles an hour is not that fast. It's the same kind of like thinking that, first of all, and if it was a magic show that they were putting on, I think at $52 million a day, a movie budget, because that's what it would be, a movie budget, 67 million over a year, they would come up with a really believable movie. So that's not a very good way of.
They need more money.
How much is it? Has anyone done the calculations? Like it may depend on your income bracket and all that, but does anyone know like what is the actual amount like per year that each person is giving to NASA?
Yeah, half of 1 penny of all of their, of a taxpayer dollar.
It's more than that.
It's half of 1 penny.
Wait, it's a half a penny for every single dollar they make?
It's a.
Wait, that's
for the
a lot.
US?
No.
Wait. No, just explain
Okay.
what you mean. Just
All right.
Chronic, think about how much that is, and then ask yourself: is there a magic show that makes that many millions of dollars? You got 300 million people, right? So
Holy
that's $3 million.
shit, Don.
It's $1 million, boom, guaranteed. And he's lying. He can't even do math. How the fuck is it half a fucking penny, Chronic?
Very similar argument to.
You got 300 million people.
Hold on,
That's
Don.
$300 million if it was $1. You said a penny. That's $3 million. Then you said a half. That's 1.5 million. That's how much it costs. This guy's a liar, bro.
You gotta chill. All right, Chronic. What were you saying about the half a penny? What is that?
So if you took, if you took, all of the federal government agencies that receive taxpayer funding, money from taxpayers, right? So you have all of those agencies, the military ones, the security one, NSA, CIA, the NASA, all of those together, and you appropriate the amount of funding that they each get, the percentage, the fractional number of funding that they all get every year from taxpayers, and you put that on a scale of just one total dollar needs to be distributed to all of these funding agencies. All these federal agencies. Let me finish, Don. Let me finish.
How much does it cost each person,
Let me
Chronic?
finish. Let me finish.
Dude, hold on. Out of respect for Chronic, hold on. Out of respect,
Thank
I just temporarily muting you, Don, because dude, he's got to finish this thing, man.
Okay. I mean, you can see. Hopefully, most people are. You get where I'm going here, but let's just, for example, let's take military industrial complex or something. Some federal agency that gets some of this portion of $1. Military can all be lumped together, and they get 72 cents of that dollar. 72 cents of that entire dollar goes to anything military related. So how much left of that dollar do you have? You have 22 cents or whatever I said, 24 cents. Okay, then of that 24 cents, that gets given to, the CIA, the FBI, all these other, and then all the way down, half of 1 penny is remaining, and that is given to NASA. That's what I'm saying. It's the same argument, Gio. It's the same sort of understanding that people will say that the if the Earth, if its orbit, its supposed orbit is not a perfect circle, right? It's like a little bit of an ellipse. That the difference in that non-circular orbit is like 2 million miles different. 2 million miles different when it's at the closer to the sun, and then when it's further away a little bit. 2 million with exclamation marks.
It's 3 million.
3 million with exclamation marks, triple exclamation marks. But what they don't, but what they don't hear,
a day is a lot of money.
but what they don't hear.
A day.
This is my last. This is my last part, Jen.
Expensive.
My last part, Jen.
Expensive.
But what is not said ever is that difference is actually only 0.01% of its of its total orbital distance. It's the same sort of argument. It's that you're dealing in absolute numbers instead of relative numbers.
All right,
it's sort of a scare tactic.
Absolute numbers are important.
Of course they are.
It's a lot of money.
That is a slightly different topic, which is interesting. We could go back to it or go on it.
It's different, but it's a similar analogy.
I just still don't think I get the exact half of a penny thing with the NASA. So let me ask you this: if somebody makes $1, they work and they make $1. Okay, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they make is $1.
Yeah.
They went to work one day. They made $1 one day and went home. How much of that dollar is going to NASA?
Half of 1 penny.
Half of a penny. Okay, that sounds very significant to me. So that's take $1 that you make, you take 100 pennies, and then you take one of those pennies and you dice it in half.
But before we go, hold on, Gio. So half of 1 penny goes to NASA. Okay, you think that sounds, that's crazy. It's significant. Think about the other agencies though.
Well, it adds up.
The 76 cents. For that $1 day of work going to the military, you're damn right it adds up.
Well, I agree that there's way more going to the military if that's your point.
Of course. No, of course. That absolute numbers are important, but relative numbers are still just as important.
It's still a waste of money. Look, $23 billion a year is a waste of money. What is it? $23 million toilet that they never use in space is a waste of money.
Jen, what's not a waste? How much is
toilet
not a
that
waste
Wait,
of
hold
money?
on. I just
Jen,
did the math for it,
what
by the
number
way.
is
I just did
not
the
a
math
waste of
for
money,
it.
Jen? How much is not a waste of money? Give me a number, Jen, please. What number is not? 0? So
Okay.
zero should
Zero,
go to
don't go to space. It's
yeah.
a waste of
So
money.
Geo, if
0
you
to
make
military, 0 to NASA, 0 to FBI, 0 to
Geo,
education,
Absolutely.
0 to
Absolutely.
okay,
Absolutely.
hey
literally
Geo,
anarchy. Let's
Geo,
just
if you
live in
make
$0
$60,000 a
world.
year, if you make $60,000 a year, you're giving $3,000 to directly to NASA out of your pocket a year.
Is
3,000.
it that much?
Yep.
Well, that's what I'm saying. A half a penny is actually a lot because that's per dollar.
Yep.
So
Hey,
if
Dave, how much are you
like,
giving to the military, Dave?
So if you make 100 grand, wait, that's a ton. That's a lot.
I'm not saying any of it's justified or not justified, but if NASA's fake, then you would think that's crazy a lot, right?
Wait, you're
all
telling
this
me
math is crazy, and all these stats are crazy. Come on.
So wait, you're telling
Come
me
on, Chronic.
calculations? You're telling me the calculations. If you make 60 grand, the calculations is $3,000. $3,000 a year
out of your pocket.
Out of your pocket goes direct from each hardworking person. That much.
How can that be?
$3 grand. That's like several. That's for that could go a long way for a lot of people. They're taking $3 grand of that, and it's going to
waste of money.
NASA's
Chronic, how you gonna let him say that when you said something completely different?
How much goes to military industrial complex? How much goes to CIA? How much goes to
How much per
Yeah, it's all
CIA
relative.
worker? How much per NASA worker, Chronic?
Well,
maybe
that's
there's
Don, that's
maybe
another
there's
thing, Don.
150,
Well, these
or maybe
companies-
there's even
these
1,000
companies
times. Do you know how many people are in the fucking government and motherfucking agencies and the motherfucking information motherfucking agencies and shit, bro?
It's the same similar type of argument that is levied when people complain that or they claim that like a James Webb telescope is a $10 billion waste of money, where you need to think though that the entire James Webb program, the entire 25-year long program that employed hundreds of thousands of people that needed to pay those people to do work. Like, it's not that the single piece
It's
of
a waste of money.
it's not the single piece of
Let's
metal.
get to the nitty motherfucking gritty.
It's
How
not
many
the
people,
piece.
Chronic?
The pieces of metal did not cost $10 billion.
How many people, Chronic? How many people, Chronic?
You want an exact number? Come on, man.
Yeah.
A waste of money anyway.
That had anything to do with the James Webb telescope that was a salaried employee for the past 25 years? I don't know, 100K?
You're thinking there were 100,000 people involved in that shit, bro?
That had any connection of any kind in the past 25 years? Yeah, I'm probably underestimating.
No, watch this. Watch this. How many $250,000? How much do they need to make? Millions a year? How much do they make, Chronic?
It's a huge spectrum. What do you?
How much do they fucking make? These fucking people.
It depends on who.
Jesus, dude, just give me
on
some fucking average baseline, something, so I ballpark this shit.
It's a huge standard deviation, man. Like, what do you mean? You're talking about like, admins, like program, managers versus like low level, like, a tech guy or something,
So I'm just saying, say you're talking about 100,000 people. Let's just do a low number probably for this, $100,000 a year, right? So how much money is that? Just that right there. Does that ballpark this budget that you're talking about? Can you add those zeros? Is it 5 and 5? Is it 10 zeros or what? How many is that? 100K and 100K.
I don't know, Don. I'm not doing.
Look at it. You don't even care. See, you don't even want to measure this shit, bro. You just spout numbers out your ass.
But
do you think that for 3,000? So I know this is kind of. Oh, go ahead. You were going to respond. I was just going to say
if Don's so interesting, he should like do the math and then call me out on it. Like, I'm not doing the work for you, Don. You can ask the questions, but I'm not. I'll just answer them. I'm not like doing the work for you. If you want to whip out a calculator, do the math.
Yeah, but you don't really
All right,
care,
well-
do you? You don't
Sorry,
really care.
go ahead.
All right,
James.
I'm an idiot. My phone doesn't say. Y'all gotta help me out. It says 1.E10
That's 10 billion.
is a billion. Is that 10 billion? Is that what you
Yes,
said
Don.
right there? Well, how much is
Yeah.
that?
How much is 10 billion? It's 10 billion.
That's a James Webb telescope.
So they
Ron,
paying
you gotta admit-
100,000
Sorry, go ahead,
people.
Gio.
Look at y'all. 100,000 people a year for this. So how many people now? Now watch this. Now watch this.
100,000 a year?
I'm saying that's a low number, bro.
Oh, you're talking about salary. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's a
because
low
you're talking
number.
about
I
there's
don't
this
think
budget,
I don't know
right?
if that's the average.
Right, but the budget you were talking about James Webb was 10 billion or something, didn't you?
Total budget for the whole program.
So didn't we
Actually,
just
probably
kind of
even more. I
ballpark
think
it,
it was like
Chronic? Didn't we just kind of hit it?
So the 67 million a day adds up to 24,455,000,000, right? 24
Okay.
billion a year, right? The homeless
Well, this is two
budget,
different
the
things.
homeless
That's not
budget's
James.
3.576 billion.
Sure.
Three,
Oh,
so
okay.
we're talking the
Here's the
homeless
kicker.
budget compared to 67
Yeah.
or whatever that number is. Yeah,
Wait,
that's
wait.
that's the point.
Don, here's the kicker.
24 billion compared to 3 billion.
The number that you calculated was a bit off from what I claimed. Okay. The point of what I claimed is that the $12 billion, the total budget, is not how much like the metal in building the thing costs. It was to employ countless people for 25 years. So then
And
what? So
maybe
then
some
why are you getting into
special-
the nitty gritty numbers of it? Like,
What I'm trying to feel out here, bruh, is you will say statistics without measuring the actual value, without knowing is there leaks, fairness. You're comparing things in industries as if you're going one industry gets 150 times more funding than the other industry.
Yeah.
Right? Half a penny compared to
that's
75
kind of important
cents.
in my opinion. That's kind of important.
It is important to me too, but I'm adding extra to it that you seem to just probably you're not aware of. You have no idea what the measure on this is. So I can see to you that was a great estimate. If we can estimate like a little salary and a little 100,000 employees and get kind of at that project budget, that was pretty good, right?
So what's the goal though in your mind, Don? What's the goal though?
Okay, so now let's say that we have baselines like this. We can compare it to the other industries. We can see what's going on. We can see, like
There's no comparison to military,
is our taxpayers getting a fair deal from this industry, right? You can talk about
And
what
they're
it's
not.
producing.
And they're not.
You complaining about 75 cents and thinking that you're like, oh, that's cool with me, and the half a penny's cool with me, and then thinking other people's angles isn't cool with it. You need to take more
Don,
serious other people's side by looking in deeper, buddy.
Your question, Don, your question is nebulous and ambiguous. It does not have an objective answer. Your question was, after we calculate all this, we can determine whether this amount of funding for this agency is worth the taxpayers' money. That question right there you just posed can only be answered subjectively.
I failed to give you one hypothesis, Chronic. I know you want to state it as hypothesis. There's multiple hypotheses, bro. The purpose is to explore the truth.
They all boil down to someone's subjective
not just
opinion.
spout off random stats, bro. And then go, oh, I don't like your opinion, Gio, or whoever doesn't like NASA's budget. You in 3,000 a year. We're not gonna. What every person that this started by somebody saying a magic show or whatever, and you're like, oh yeah, it's the cheapest magic show ever. That's the actual claim you're defending.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah,
and it's not
Hold on,
true
John.
because there's no other magic show taking that much money from people, the American people.
What? Don, you maybe skipped a.
One
you might be having a
project
brain
got
fart.
$10 billion. You tell me the magic show.
You're
Is the
having a
magic
brain-
a $10
a brain
billion?
fart, Don.
I'm about to look up the magic industry real quick, Chronic.
Yeah,
Hold up.
I mean, I would say if that's the calculation, the half a penny, which is if you make $60,000 a year, you'll be paying $3,000 of that to NASA. I would say that is an extraordinarily expensive magic show. I would say most people in their lives would spend no more than maybe $50 on a magic show in a year, or maybe $100 at the most, let alone 3,000 of their hard-earned dollars are literally being spent. That is an extraordinarily lavishly the most expensive magic show. Every hardworking person that's making 60 grand a year, or if you make more, if you make 100 grand, you're whatever the math is, you're giving them 4,000 or whatever it is.
I don't think this math is right. What he's saying, I think
Gio, what
Chronic
about-
is saying,
Hold on.
1 penny. Hold on, Chronic. I'm trying to. 1 penny of every actual paid taxpayer dollar, not of how many the money earned, right, Chronic? Because if you earn 60,000, you paying, let's say, 20,000 in taxes, right? Maybe 15,000 in taxes.
So it's a half.
And
a
so
penny.
half a
Depends on
penny
your
of
salary.
that.
Of that,
Half a penny of that would be $150, wouldn't it? Or
no, it'd be like $1,000.
$80.
No, it'd be like 1,000 because it'd be a third. I mean, like if 60 grand is 3 grand, then 20 grand is 1 grand. So yeah, that makes more sense that it's not 3,000. That sounded kind of high to me. So do you think that's what it is? But is that what I don't know. New Perspective did a different calculation. So which one is
No,
it?
there's no way it's that much money. You're missing a decimal. You're missing a decimal.
It's not, well, you're saying that it's not out of every dollar earned, it's out of every taxed dollar. So like you said, if you make 60 grand and you pay 15 or whatever it is in taxes, out of that is what the half a penny.
And then you pay 1/200th.
Oh yeah, I was
here. Oh, here we go.
I was
Here we
doing
go.
a half
Yeah.
a penny out of every dollar earned.
Here we go. Here we go. Okay, to clarify, the NASA's budget represents half of 1% of the total U.S. budget. So
Right, half of the
that's why
taxes.
it
Or half
is
penny of taxes.
0.48% of the total budget that goes to all the different agencies.
Right.
Is there a reason you're purposely choosing the tiny number and then we're having to like extrapolate it out to get what the actual number is? How come you're preferring to go?
Let's say you pay 10 grand in taxes. 1/100th of that is $100, right?
Yeah. And then
right,
half
and
of
then
that.
half of that. So you pay
Yeah.
$50 a year to now. I don't pay $50 to any fucking magic show, Chronic. None.
Well, 50. That's not that expensive.
That's like saying everybody who's working at this tiny ass little income number has to see if it. Ain't no damn magic show out there getting 300 million or 100 million fucking customers. You are
actually,
fucking
like,
on crack, bro.
Yeah, because dude, it's 20 billion a year or whatever. So I mean,
You are not the cheapest magic show ever. Stop it.
Don, if the $50 if the NASA magic show is $50, I don't want to know how much the military magic show is. Don't even calculate that. Don't even calculate that.
Well, that's
please don't. My brain
and
will
it's
literally
a fair
explode.
price, $50 for a night out, whatever.
David Blaine charges way more than $50 for a show.
Yeah, you're right. Whatever. But you're got everybody as a slave customer, and it's not.
Gio, I'm exemplifying. The reason why is to exemplify that casting these numbers in different lights can sometimes be more or less like illuminating to the overall picture. Just like the moon, just like the difference in the Earth orbit thing. It's like
if they're faking it all though, you'd say that's a pretty high budget, right?
What do you mean?
If they're faking it all, you would admit, wow, what a hustle that they're doing, and they're just
it's still a lot of money.
scamming-
When you think about it that way, it
everybody.
seems like a lot.
I mean, wait, if they're
It's a
faking it all,
scam.
shouldn't
It's
they?
the most expensive magic scam going.
If they're
Okay.
faking it all, why would they not push harder to fund it more?
Because they have to privatize it now. People have caught on and they realize.
There's only a limit they can go with, otherwise people will complain.
I
Come on.
guess.
You're like people caught on, and that was funny.
I guess, yeah.
But anyway, definitely a waste of money,
He
especially
was
that
saying that-
military complex budget.
That
Yes, everything's a waste of money, Jen. We know.
They're transitioning to the private companies. I mean, I got to be honest, Chronic. This latest Artemis thing, it literally looks very similar to the stuff that we got in the 1970s. It's really that remedial. So what's up with that?
I have no idea.
1960s, 1970s shenanigans.
I mean, you can ask what's up with that to like anything. What's up with this Elon Twitter conspiracy? You can ask what's up.
I got a better response for you. You should say, well, Gio, if it was really slick, you just say that's because technology got better.
Badum.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's
All
up
right,
with that? I
Chronic,
don't know.
I'm ready to destroy you. I'm ready to destroy him, guys.
Go
Are
ahead,
you
Don.
ready?
Go, Don. Go.
Stand the fuck over. I'm gonna direct everybody's attention to the fucking chat, Mr. Cheapest magic show ever, right? How about 10 times bigger than the whole U.S. industry, motherfucker, by your own estimation? Here we go.
It's like old distressed, like
We already clarified it
government
like 5
assets.
minutes
Like,
ago, Don.
if you don't think that
Sorry, go ahead.
Twitter is just a distressed asset of the government, and
No, I
Elon's
think
just moving in just like other things.
I think Elon acquired Twitter to silence the like the small voices that can be heard on Twitter. Yeah.
It's already a government asset.
Ooh.
That's why he's able to acquire it.
Yeah.
Chronic's got his best tinfoil hat on tonight.
Yep. Yeah, it's he said he wanted to acquire it to be like a town square that everyone gets like a voice, but
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, because he's full of shit.
these like billionaire like elites that want to squash, you know, like uprisings by smaller, you know, because Twitter, anyone can have a voice on
right.
Twitter.
It's a government project.
Yeah, sure thing. But so I think his purpose, like the conspiracy like minded Chronic thinks his real underlying purpose was to actually drive it into the ground and kill it.
Damn. Does he say fucking no censorship period?
Well, I mean, usage of the N word on Twitter spiked 500% after he acquired it.
Wait, you're saying that you think there's a lot of voices. You're saying that the idea is that there's a lot of voices that are speaking various things on there, truth and whatnot. And you're saying that he knows that and therefore bought it in order to kind of change it, control it, and slowly squash out the voice of the voices.
No, just like a more general, like the elite, like the billionaire elitists of the world, who sit in their, you know, iron palaces, like are afraid of the numbers, the much higher numbers of the smaller guy, like the, you know, just a plain old person has a voice on Twitter and can go viral with whatever like agenda they might want to push, like you know, and be seen by the masses, just any regular, you know, Joe Schmo. And the billionaire elitists don't want that. They want to continue, you know, their whatever agenda and hold on power and influence and economy and stuff like that. So he claims he wants to do a good thing by opening it, making it more open and free speech and all that stuff, but actually just gonna like kill the app.
Well, what do you mean by kill the app? I mean, okay, so
he's firing 80% of the workforce. There's people leaving. Like he's demanding crazy, unrealistic, like hardcore work hours, 100-hour a week, like sleep at the headquarters, like don't go home, like stuff like that. That's just driving people out and not
really
good in general.
Is that the story?
Stuff like that, yeah.
That's going on right now in Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
Wow. So Elon came in and just became a tyrant, and I mean, I'm saying that's the story. I'm not even like. That's the narrative that they're claiming, and then there is also real people that work there that are claiming it as well. That he's literally, I mean, is that
not just that, but overseas jobs in other Twitter offices, you know, in other countries.
Wow,
Yeah.
so it's a total co-opt.
Well, I mean, I mean, it's
the government money is over.
Everything's in chaos over there, but
I mean, somebody sold out, but I don't know, for that much money. I mean, I you know, but it's still sad if that's the case. Although I don't know, I think Twitter's kind of already has some issues with it, you know, of control before it. So I think that whole thing's kind of corrupt anyways. It's we got to transition to things that are not centrally controlled.
Yeah.
It's just an extension of the military-industrial complex.
Yeah, it is. And their surveillance.
Chronic. Can you take back the cheapest magic show ever?
I would never take it back, just to keep triggering.
Hold, just to make me mad. Well, then, why are you calling, guys? He's calling the military a magic show, but just an expensive one. That's crazy.
Sure. It's more than a magic show, but I mean, the military.
Yeah. If NASA is a magic show, the military is like the freaking Ringling Brothers circus or some shit.
Well, that's a whole topic in and of itself, what the military really is. I'll just
Do
say
you
that
see the numbers I posted in the chat though, Chronic? I mean, it's
not
10
to
times bigger than the whole U.S. industry.
it's not to protect us, it's to protect them.
Exactly.
Hey,
yeah, I saw it, Don. I saw it, Don.
We're taking it to the streets, Chronic. Let's go. Let's get our picket signs out.
Signs, yeah. Yep.
I wanted to
give us back the earth. Give us back the earth.
Yeah.
Oh man, they really hijack shit, dude. I mean, why are we paying taxes to people? Like, why is that even a thing? It should, why to live on land on Earth, you have to pay money that they're making. They're printing it, and then you have to pay them that thing. And they control all the systems that control all the money. And we're just letting that happen?
Yeah, they conquered the land, so.
Conquering wins, so stop acting like it's bad.
Sure. I wanted to share something.
Our way to that revolution at last. The revolution is coming. I know it is. I can
Good,
hear in your
Joshua.
voices now. You're now sounding like Jin CBR1 with all this stuff. Good. Because I've been saying this since I was bloody 19. But there you
We're
go.
all Gen CBR1.
Yeah.
Jen's Utopia
Speaking my
aside.
language now. About time. Because that military-industrial complex spends 5 times more than the whole world combined on their military. Combined, America spends 5 times more than that.
I think
That's an awful lot of money.
Kosha wanted to say something. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I just
Yeah,
wanted
go
to
ahead, Kosha.
sort of a change of subject, although it's, SC was talking about this earlier about the speed at which Artemis is traveling. You said it was like 700.
Yes, it does seem rather slow, I have to say.
It does, doesn't
Carry on.
Well, I wanted to address Kepler's 3 laws of orbital motion. Okay, so I made these pictures. So his first law just says that the object that is orbiting is going to be the center of the ellipse, or not. I'm sorry, one of the focus points of an ellipse. So that could be the center, or would be one of the focus. Anyways, the point is that's the first law. The second law is this. You see how there's 8 dashes? Let's say that every second he's gonna one of those lines is gonna sweep across that circle, and so in this circle it's an equal amount of space. And so the second law just says that each one of those lines, or for an equal amount of space that it's traveling, it's going to take an equal amount of time. Okay, so anyways, the point is, long story short, that let me point my next picture. Long story short,
what
is that if you have an ellipse, okay. I realize I made this picture wrong, but it's not.
Oh, there's the real thing.
Sure.
Are you sharing screen?
No, I'm not.
He's in chat.
Yeah, I messed up this picture. It's not important. What's important, though, is that you can see that it takes the same amount of time. I totally fucked this picture up. Fucking hell.
You have the cross section, and then it's like kind of egg shaped.
Yeah, but I totally did it wrong, dude.
You made it oblate. Well, you have kind of a plane in the center of it, and then you've got some angles there. You got something going. You got a little world.
Yeah, but I did it backwards. Is the point? Either way, the second law, which is important, don't look at the picture, I guess, but it takes the same amount of time to travel the same amount of space. So imagine that these open space. Oh, fuck, I gotta read this whole picture. This is not gonna make sense anymore. You're gonna totally be confused by what I'm saying. But the point is that the speed that he's traveling to these smaller lines closer, it's gonna take the same amount of time to do that than he's traveling on the bigger side. So even though it looks like he'll be traveling faster when he's further from the sun, he's actually traveling slower. Okay. And that's the point, is that when Artemis is in its orbit right now, even if it was going 17,000 miles per hour when it was close to the sun or close to the Earth, that same orbit, as it extends closer to the moon, it's going to be slowing down
Oh,
at a
is
great
it like
rate.
jumping up and down, Kosho?
And kind of, sure.
Where
Yeah,
you go slow at the top of your jump?
Hold
yeah,
on, Don,
exactly,
for a second,
exactly.
if you don't mind.
Got him.
Yeah, just like when you throw a football in the air. That's right. And as it
So,
reaches,
Kosho, hold on. Are you saying that the further away the rocket leaves the Earth, which means the less the gravity has effect on it? Would you agree?
not
According to your
exactly. Well,
model?
that is true, but another way to think of it.
Okay. Let me finish. So you're saying the farther it gets away, the slower it goes?
Yeah, that's what he's
More or
saying.
less, but it's all a part of Kepler's laws. So if you were to use the ISS, for example, let's pretend like the Artemis was orbiting at a perfectly circular orbit at the distance of the ISS, but it wanted to go to the moon. What it would do is, when it's on the opposite side of the Earth that the moon is, it would accelerate so that the other end of its orbit would get bigger. And so what you'd end up with is an orbit that looks like this, where one side is closer to the Earth and one side is much farther away. And so on a side that's closer
What
to
they
the
call, is
Earth,
that not an elliptical orbit? No.
yes, is an elliptical orbit, but the side that's closest to the Earth is going to be 17,000 miles per hour. But
Yeah, but it's still 23 times the speed of sound. So no matter what, it's quick anyway. It's not slow. That's the thing you have to remember. It's 23 times the speed of sound. That's fast. Can never be considered as slow, ever. Okay?
I'm not sure that's the speed of sound in space, but regardless,
Well, you know what I mean. That 17,500 miles per hour is on Earth 23 times the speed of sound. And that's fast. Not slow, is it? Is it
And
now?
that's just orbital velocity.
Yeah.
That's another thing I want to ask you, Kosho. Escape velocity. Do you know what the escape velocity of a craft from the ground leaving the Earth? Do you know what the escape velocity
yes, I
is?
do. But escape velocity is only in regards to a ballistic object. Just I think Dodd said it earlier. Wasn't
Hold
sure I
on.
heard him say it.
So you're disagreeing with NASA because NASA says a rocket needs to be
It's
traveling
just a
faster.
specific situation, like I told you before.
Yeah, Don said it. Don said it correctly when he said it. It's when an object does not has any thrust. There's no thrust being applied. It's
Stationary
So you're
object.
you're both
stationary, but
Don and Kosho are in agreement here. You're disagreeing with NASA.
I would disagree with that quote that they had. Yeah.
Okay, all right. It's your opinion is recorded, I guess.
Duly noted.
So
Yeah.
what
What was
is
the what was the claim by NASA anyway? The man that needs to break through the gravitational force of Earth. Is it 18,000 miles per hour or more?
25
from the surface.
25,000
Right,
miles
because
per hour?
it used to be 18,000, so now it's 25,000. Okay.
No, as far as I can remember, it was always 25,000. Maybe you're confusing it with orbital velocity, which is 17,005. It's close to 18. Maybe you're thinking of that.
Yeah, I thought it was leaving Earth's gravitational pull. I heard it was 18,000 miles per hour, and then I thought, well, if it's 18,000 miles per hour, then it loses some velocity because by the time it gets to space, it's moving around 17,005 miles an hour, going to the moon, or 18,000 going to the moon. This is so. Anyway, 25. I'm going to make a note of that one.
Yeah, that's according to NASA, which
Yeah,
these guys disagree.
Well, I don't know why they would disagree. I mean, what evidence do they have?
Yeah, but even if we go with their even if we go with their speed, which what did you say, Kosho? Was the escape velocity? You think?
Well, no, escape velocity doesn't apply. It only applies to an object that you're describing its velocity. So you take the distance that it is from the surface, and then you can describe the velocity it would need to travel, or it would need to travel from that point then not given any other forces, so there's no more forces applied to it, what speed it would need to travel from that point to eventually reach escape velocity, or to eventually escape Earth's gravitational pull.
So
and
not a
basically make
rocket.
parabola.
So not a rocket, just a projectile. You're saying.
Yeah, just a ballistic. Yeah. Although it's used.
So why does
sometimes.
NASA then claim that in order for their rockets to leave, it needs to be going at 25,000 miles an hour?
Yeah, I'm not sure why they say the way they say it.
Which we never see happening. When you see the rockets leaving Earth, going up, it doesn't. They don't travel at that speed. That donates an instantaneous pow, like like your fireworks. As soon as you said it, pow, and that's what should be happening. But this is a slow motion lift up. It's a slow motion lift up, and by the time it's gone into the sky now, it's picking up some speed, but it's not going that fast. Should have been an instantaneous. Is what I expect to see, really. But no, we don't get that, do we? All slow motion. I don't think we ever see the thing doing 25,000 miles per hour. We don't see that. Do you?
So, Kosho, you can envision a craft going that fast and then slowing down to 600 miles an hour. Now, keep in mind, this is in your mythical space, which is free of friction and all this other stuff, right? And it's leaving your supposed gravity, which is a force which we won't even get into that. We know it's not a force, but we'll pretend for now. So you've got two things going against you here.
Somebody else.
And Newton's third law. A body in motion remains in motion unless acted upon by another force. That's another question in space.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah, no friction. I covered that one. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna load you with another question. So now you're gonna have another one, but it's kind of related, Kojo. If you were in a spacecraft like that that's going 25,000 miles an hour, if you opened the window and put your hand out, what would happen?
The wind resistance would be challenging my hand.
So your hand would be blown off by 25,000 mile an hour wind instantly, and then the whole ship would erupt because of the pressure change.
Exactly. That's what I would expect. Yeah. Well, before that happened, though, my craft would explode.
But there's wind in space.
But there is no wind in space. But you were describing my hand in the wind, so.
No, putting it out. Like in a car when you put your hand out the window and you feel the air.
Sure. Yeah. If I opened it in space, nothing would happen. Yeah.
So if you're going with no friction, well, whatever your claim the friction is at 25,000 miles an hour, what I'm saying, if you rolled the window down and put your hand out, what would you feel? Would it, even though you're going 25,000, would it just feel totally still out there, or would it be? It would be still. Right. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So 25,000 miles an hour, and you put your hand out, and it's just like a spacewalk.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what happens when they do the spacewalk.
Because you think they're going up to that speed as well. So once they get up to 25 Gs, they're just cooking at 25 Gs.
Yo,
check. Exactly. Yeah, there's nothing to challenge.
Shit.
But
check this out, Coach. You know how you ride a motorcycle and the babyest grain of sand to hit you and you can feel the sand and shit, bro? What if you hit the babyest, tiniest fucking particle out there, bro, at 25,000 miles an hour?
It's going to hurt.
Come on.
Okay, so I posted this instead of the picture I made, which is incorrect. I fucked it up. I don't know why I did, but here's a picture that describes the second law more accurately, okay? And you can see that if this were a circular orbit, these would be equally spaced. But each of those areas in that part of the circle, they have to be equal. So as it moves further, it takes a longer time to go a shorter space. So it's that equals that the craft is going to be moving slower. So just by virtue of its orbit being eccentric, it doesn't have to apply any thrust or any deceleration or anything like that. Just as it's moving away from the body, going to the outside of its orbit, it's going to slow down just due to the nature of its orbit. So that's what the craft's doing right now. It was going very fast when it was close to Earth, but its orbit has extended out close to the moon. So as it's going towards the moon, it's slowing down without having to apply any thrust.
Because
you're saying the ship is
trying
slowing down
to fall back to the
because
Earth,
of its
right?
elliptical orbit. Is that what you're saying? Trying to make us believe?
Well, that's the Kepler's second law. That's the nature of how orbits work.
By the virtue that it's not oval, that it's elliptical, you're telling us that Kepler says a craft can slow down from 25,000 miles an hour to 600 miles an hour because of the nature of the orbit. You're seriously trying to sell that one.
Yeah, his second law says that each area of that ellipse, so the ellipse, the focal point is going to be the center of the orbit. So you put that there, and then the area, if you split it up equally, the area is always going to be equal. And so as you do that, the side that's furthest from the orbiting body is going to take up a bigger area to do a much less space. So it's going to take it's going to be moving slower to travel the same distance. You see what I'm
That
saying?
doesn't make sense. What mechanism is slowing it down? There's no friction. We agree there's no friction in your mythical space. So what mechanism? You're saying just because of the ellipticity of the orbit,
Right.
it's slowing down?
You know, a new perspective put some pictures of like bodies that are falling. The same thing. When you throw an object up in the air, as it reaches the top part of its arc, it's going to be moving slower to go the same, same distance, right?
What?
Yeah, it's going to be moving slower. It's going to.
We're not talking about a parabolic arc here on
Right.
Earth. We're not talking about that.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. It's exactly.
No,
the
it's
same
not the same thing. No. You're traveling in a mythical, frictionless medium called space. That's what you're doing. You're not doing a parabolic arc on Earth in gravity, whatever you want to use.
Yeah, this is what Newton had basically his claim to fame is equating these two things. These two things are the same phenomena: objects orbiting in space and things falling on Earth.
What is the mechanism by which the craft is slowing down? Now, Blue told me something. You're telling me something else. You're telling me it's because of the ellipticity of the orbit that's causing a parabolic
It's because it's
trajectory and
falling
causing
to
it to slow
Earth in a
down.
more stretched out way. The perfect circle makes it fall in the like perfect floaty fucking circle. But when you jumping more straight up and down, you know how you falling back down to Earth. That's what they saying, bro. It slows down how you get to the top of your jump.
Who's jumping, bro? Are you going into their mythical fantasy?
They're
Have
close
you
to
been
Earth,
fooled by
and
this
then they
stuff, bro? We're
jump
not
away from it.
jumping, bro. No one's
Hey,
jumping.
I'm trying to analogize that. See, this is really their story. They're gonna stick to it.
Yeah, but why are you championing their story, bro? I'm showing the stupidity in it, and you seem to be like falling for it, like relating it to a jump. This is not a jump, bro. This is not a jump. You got a trajectory. You got vector. You got movement.
You got sustained power in a linear direction.
Yeah, you got sustained power. That's right.
No, okay. Well, you're trying to. What I'm saying jump is like trying to leave Earth. You always fall back down to Earth, right? So it's a more straight up and down fall than the perfect circle, right? That's why I'm equating it to a jump. A jump is straight up and down. The orbit's a perfect circle. This is a more stretched out. Now, why they talk about this dramatic decrease, dude? I can't do the math.
Bro, your model, I can tell. Bro, your model afflicted. Don't take this the wrong way. You're looking at it the way they're looking at it. You're looking at it like you're jumping and you're falling back down. But that's not what's happening. If you want to take it by their way, you're jumping and you ain't falling back down. You're going the other way. You're going wee. You ain't falling back down. In their mythical thing, you're falling towards another ball. Wee, that way. That's what they think.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about?
What do you mean falling towards another ball?
What happens in your orbit? What happens midway between the Earth in your fantasy? What happens between the Earth and the Moon?
No,
midway.
but that's the thing, though. That's the beauty of this path is they're extending the orbit from the Earth such that the orbit is now going to intersect into the Moon's field of influence. So we're still extending the orbit around the Earth. It's just when we get to that side of the orbit, decided we're moving really slow, far away from the Earth, we're now close enough to the moon that we can, we're basically going to be in its sphere of influence. So that's exactly why they make the orbit the way they make it. It's because it saves the most amount of energy. Instead of having to spend energy traveling the whole way there, they just have to extend our orbit and then intersect our orbit with the moon.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand what they say. I read up on what they say. What I want you to tell me is, what is the mechanism that slows down the craft traveling in a frictionless, I can't even say it.
Frictionless
Frictionless medium. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Is it's the nature of Kepler's second law. Like
So Kepler did it. Kepler goes up there,
Kepler
puts
did
his
it.
hand
Kepler
there, says,
discovered.
"Whoa,
Yeah,
this
Kepler
is the law. Slow down." That's what you're
Bro,
telling me, bro.
He observed this. He observed
I don't
these
care
laws.
what Kepler observed, bro. Tell me the mechanism. Don't tell me a name. What is the mechanism?
That is the mechanism.
Kepler.
No, Kepler's second law.
What is
Space and
Kepler's
time,
second law?
This is the
What
way
is Kepler's
works.
second
have
law?
a spacey time.
Tell me Kepler's second law.
It says that the equal. Well, it has a word right there. Planets sweep out equal areas in equal time. So that means that if you take a point at the center of the body that you're orbiting, and you sweep some lines around the ellipse, the same amount of that ellipse that is going to take up the same amount of space is going to be traveled in the same amount of time, which is why each out of the 3 blue areas that I have there, those all take the same amount of time to sweep across for that reason. So when it's closer, it's moving faster.
So drawing some imaginary lines in some mythical area is going to cause a craft traveling at 25,000 miles an hour to slow down to 600 miles an hour. Anybody buy that here?
I mean, it's what's
hands
observed.
up. Who believes this?
My hands
Kepler.
up.
Hands up.
Me.
That's
When I
one.
jumped, I buy that their story kind of makes sense. When I jump towards the moon, I go from like 10 miles an hour and then I slow down to 0 and then I fall
You
back.
jump towards the moon. You've jumped towards the moon, Don. Have you been drinking, bro?
Kosho, I got a new productive project we could work on.
Go ahead, man.
It's more productive than this conversation. It's
Go
a
ahead, Mr.
cool.
Chronic.
It's a different animation, not the PSF one, but
right.
It's on.
Can you provide a mechanism?
It's for the
by
Roman
which
telescope.
the craft slows down?
Yeah, Kepler's second law.
Whoa, another juicy thing. Kepler's second law.
That's what I just told you.
How is that another? Yeah, I repeated what Kosha said.
The mechanism. Tell me the mechanism. What force? What mechanism stopped the craft from traveling at 25,000 miles an hour? Don't say Kepler's law.
Look in the chat, man.
What? No. Tell me. I want you to tell me. I ain't looking over. What is the mechanism? I want it
Kepler's
to be heard
second
out
law.
loud. What is it? What's the
Kepler's
mechanism?
second law.
What is it?
KEP. L.
Hey, SC, check your DM. Hey, SC, check your DMs real quick.
You know, it's important to understand that Newton's universal law was derived from Kepler's third law. Okay, so if you take that into consideration and then just conclude that Kepler's laws are going to be, he observed these. Newton's universal law is derived from Kepler's law, so that it should stand to reason that the second law is also in relationship to Newton's law of gravitation. So you could almost say that the second law is happening because Newton's universal law is what's happening. So take that for what you will.
I take it and I throw it in the garbage. I want a mechanism by which a force, a rocket, an object, a mass traveling in a vacuumless medium gets slowed down from 25,000 miles an hour to 600 miles an hour. And don't tell me Kepler's law. I don't give a shit about Kepler's law. I want the force. I want the mechanism. If you guys can't produce that, I'm sorry, I'm not satisfied. If you want to believe, if you just want to say Kepler's law, because equal areas of lines and bullshit and time, I don't buy that.
Well, just be.
Now I want you to get a truck moving, and I want you to say, "Hey, Kepler's law," and stop it.
Just be disappointed, man. You'll just be disappointed. Kosho, you said you had an update for me earlier. Before, is your girlfriend asleep?
Yeah, she is, but she can probably hear me now. But yeah, I made a couple different things. I wanted to ask you a question though before I add this extra shit in. Was there is there a difference for different wavelengths of light? Like, do you do different functions, like different models for different wavelengths of light, or for
No.
each? You said no.
The PSF model is different, but the like procedure is the same.
Okay, but
Like
generally,
the size and shape of PSF model might be different for different wavelengths, but like the procedure is still the same.
So I
So
should,
how
I
did
should, I should
Kepler
basically
test
focus
this?
on a general
How did
one. Then.
Kepler test this law, guys?
He didn't. He tested it by observing it in nature.
Just observation. Got it.
Yeah, he observed it and noticed it was always true.
So some dude hundreds of years ago noticed something up in the sky, right?
You
He
know
made
that
a
you'll be
law.
unsatisfied, and you
He
still
made a
are
law,
questioning.
right?
You're
Now
still
you
questioning.
guys are using this law to say that an object traveling at 25,000 miles an hour in your fantasy medium that has no friction is going to stop to 600 miles an hour.
Oh my God.
Beautiful. If that satisfies you, that's great.
Okay.
It just so happens that when he came up with he discovered these laws, it started to make sense of retrograde motion of the planets and everything else that's seen in the sky. So
Sure. Uh-huh. Like I said, I know your explanation. I've heard about this before. It ain't the first time I heard about Kepler.
Well, you're
Thing is,
asking
I want you
800
guys
times.
to produce a mechanism. What is the mechanism that this happens? You can't just say Kepler's law, do some math. Look, I looked at this planet. It's retrograding. It always travels this way. Yeah, we know that. Even the guys that had the Antikythera mechanism that made that, right? You think they knew about Kepler? No, they saw the same thing.
they didn't know about Kepler, and they didn't even say anything about this.
The Antikythera mechanism,
it didn't say
five planets. It knows 5 planets. It knew the motions of 5 planets, the moon, the phases of the moon.
I didn't get the last thing you said, by the way.
The eclipses. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What I'm saying to you is, so I should just focus on the general model then, right? I shouldn't worry about. Okay.
No. I want you to provide a mechanism.
You thought you were talking to him.
You're saying Kepler. Kepler did some math, did some orbital mechanics,
talking
right?
talk about something else.
Okay. Yeah, focus on the general thing. I mean, this new idea actually is probably like will have a bigger impact if you. I'm fine if
No,
you.
it's easier. It's easier not to. It's just when I was looking up different images and stuff to get inspiration.
Did I DM you one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I guess you could find resources online too.
Yeah, but I found a bunch of them. I just did this is some of the ones I came across. They were specific to the wavelength, so I didn't know if that's usually how y'all do it.
So is everybody here satisfied by their explanation? Am I the only one that finds this weird?
That's why I was sending you the thing that Michael Brenner wrote up. Partly in the beginning, at least, he says Kepler never studied real world objects. He never baked the pudding, so to say. He wasn't even a practicing, that is, observing astronomer. He was a pure theoretician and handled everything with math. Tycho Brahe liked his math handling, but he despised his theological, philosophical, and metaphysical underpinnings, and therefore dismissed him from his service. How Kepler manipulated his way back into the service of Tycho and how Tycho mysteriously died shortly after is another story. Here it is important to know and acknowledge the fact that Kepler never proved his elliptical orbits to be representative of physical reality, or rather, they can be representative of physical reality if we assume a rigid elliptical track to begin with and abstract the kinematics of it, that is called retroengineering. And that is exactly what Kepler did in his Astronomia Nova.
Yeah, but that's the reason why we know Newton's name, right? We know Kepler's name too, but it's still Newton who tied these ideas together. A lot of
And he
these
continues
ideas,
though, and neither did Newton provide anything for that matter, because Newton himself, although somewhat more of a practical physicist than Kepler, is in this particular case of gravity, did not investigate the matter like any scientist would have done, but hid behind false humility when he claimed hypothesis non fingal. And that is in a book that is all about hypotheses. It is the job description of a scientist to come up with and forward hypotheses, which then can be tested. So Newton is not even honest when he says he doesn't, because that is what he did all his life. So between Kepler, who didn't know how to bake the pudding, and Newton, who could have done it but refused, we are left with our own devices, literally.
you understand that this would be fascinating if it wasn't the fact that Newton's universal law, is derived from Kepler's third law and Newton's centripetal formula, right? So that would be interesting alone if it was just if it was just like, oh, this is a cool formula. The thing is, this formula works when used, so you can use it to
on
calculate,
paper.
to calculate the orbits and Jupiter's
On
moons,
paper,
all that kind of stuff. That's the problem. Is it seems to always work in most cases.
On paper.
No, not on paper, with observations. Like, for instance, when they found Neptune, they used these equations to see what the perturbation in Uranus's orbit was, and were able to locate a new planet. So it's not just on paper; they can use it practically. I'm pretty sure Chronic
That's
uses
the claim,
this
at least.
practically.
That's the claim, at least, right?
Chronic, you do exoplanet shit, right? I mean, I don't know if you do the variable luminosity one also.
Yeah, different techniques. Yeah.
Transits,
microlensing. It's used in transits. It's used in transits quite often.
Okay, so yeah, these are not just ideas that people just wrote on paper. These are built from actual practical observations and applications.
That's the claim. Yeah,
you can deduce that a planet has non-Keplerian orbit by transit timing variations. Very well understood.
What's a non-Keplerian orbit? Is that like
a non-Keplerian orbit? Just a basically eccentric orbit.
Oh,
yeah. Like
So you guys think you got it all figured out, right? Got it all figured out.
Oh boy.
What? Oh boy, man. You sound so freaking arrogant, bro. Like you think you know how the things out there work, man, because some guy 600 years ago told you so. It's astonishing of your arrogance, bro.
Lights in the sky.
Yeah, lights in the sky, which you have no clue what they are. But the arrogance in your voice is amazing, bro. It's like as if if you created a star or something, man.
I'm just talking.
Like smug guys like you, man. It's like, oh, like irks me, man.
Oh,
just to hear your voice irks me.
Hey,
and
man.
that laugh right there,
See,
like that smug little laugh. Yeah.
I'm not trying to laugh at you. It's funny what you're saying.
Not you, the other guy, Coach.
Okay.
You, I know your game.
Wait, you know he's gay?
That's what I heard too.
Yeah, that too.
He knows my game, okay? And listen, SC, what you like if you were talking to a doctor, for instance, right? Because
the doctor is not Kepler.
No, but
the doctor has touched. Hold on. The doctor has touched my arm. The doctor knows. He knows how to operate. Kepler, your boy Kepler, just looked in the sky and he said, "Look at this! Wow!" Well, guess what? Other people did that before him,
and they created light.
They created the Antikythera mechanism. They noticed all these movements too. You understand?
Yeah, but the thing is, SC, is say you don't know the mass of Jupiter's moons.
You
Right?
don't know. Not,
I
not
know.
say you
SC,
don't
I
know.
understand
You
that.
don't know.
SC, I
Don't
understand
say
that.
you know. You
No, I
don't
didn't
know,
say
bro.
SC, dude. You got to, dude. Listen, I said let's say we don't know the mass of Jupiter's moons. Okay, neither did Kepler or Newton. Let's just say that, and it's probably true.
It is true.
Kepler's third law doesn't have anything to do with the mass. So you can come up with that just by looking at them, just by looking at the Jupiter and its moons. You can come up with Kepler's third law, which is just a description of how big its orbit is going to be compared to how far away it is from, or how fast its orbit is going to be compared to how far away it is from the body. And so you don't have to make up you don't have to know its mass or anything to come up with this sort of these rules. You know what I mean?
It's not rules, bro. You're just observing something that happens. That's it. That's all you're
Exactly.
doing. Now, you cannot extrapolate that observation to a spacecraft leaving a mythical ball in a vacuum, traveling at 25,000 miles an hour, then slowing down to 600 miles an hour. And when I ask you for a mechanism, not an explanation, a mechanism, you tell me Kepler's laws.
Yeah, even if gravity wasn't known about, right? If you only knew Kepler's third law and then his second law from observations, you could deduce that this is what happens every time because this is what it looks like happens every time.
Yeah,
Right?
you can deduce that what he saw in the sky, just like the ancient Greeks did 2,500 years ago, just like the Assyrians did, just like the Sumerians did, logged it, calculated it, and know that it happens every year. You can do that, but from that, you cannot deduce or give me a mechanism by which a craft in a frictionless medium can bleed away from 25,000 miles an hour to 600 miles an hour. You cannot do that by just looking at lights in the sky.
Yeah, but if this happens to every other object in that same situation,
so what?
Why would it not happen to an object that we put in that situation?
An object that you put in a mythical situation, which you speak backwards. You say there's no friction. You say it'll travel forever. But at the same time, you say it's going to slow down because of Kepler's law. You got to make up your mind. Which is it? Do we have motion forever unless a force acts upon it, like you guys say, right?
Right.
Which is it then? Make up your mind.
No, that's still correct. So
It's still correct.
You can take Newton's third law and Kepler's third law and Newton's law of universal gravitation, and that tells you that if an object is near the object it's orbiting, it's going to be moving fast. If you make that orbit eccentric, it's going to be moving further away from that body. If it does that, that universal law of gravitation is going to pull it back towards the body, and so that's going to slow it down until it curves back around towards it, speeds back up because it's getting close to it again, and then misses it, and then goes far away again. It's going to slow down as it's falling back towards it.
So now you're changing your story. It's the same story. It's not the oval. It's not the oval orbit that's bleeding off the speed like you said before. Now it's gravity doing it.
No, dude. That's this.
You know what, man?
That's
you
what
know what?
before.
I give up, man. Let somebody else. If you want to believe in this mythical bullshit, until you come up with a mechanism that can slow down a craft from 25,000 miles an hour to 600 miles an hour without telling me Kepler or some bullshit,
It's gravity. Kosho, give him the jump analogy, Kosho. I promise you that's the key.
It's gravity. So you, Don, are going to jump in now for Kosho, right? And say gravity.
Dude, I'm jumping in for their bullshit story. Listen. This is their fucking story. When you get far away from the Earth, gravity pulls you back. Wizard says it happens because of the dielectric thing. And I don't mean to be like Carl Wizard. I'm just saying other people say it happens for other reasons, but it's because of gravity,
you don't know what
dude.
the fuck you're talking about, bro. Why don't you just
Kosho, back me up, man.
Why don't you just
what about reverse thrust?
In our model, orbits are caused by gravity. Orbits are a product of gravity. Right?
No, they're not. They
So
haven't
now
been
it's
proven to
gravity.
exist.
No, it's not. It's
They
not
haven't
now.
been
It's
proven to
gravity.
exist anyway. Fucking hell. No, that's wrong what you said there. It hasn't been proven to exist. So that's speculation what you said. You've got no proof of it. So use
Well, it's
the
not
right language.
speculation that in our model it is gravity. In our
It's
model,
speculation. Your fucking model doesn't exist.
it's not
For fuck's
speculation,
sake.
dude. That's the
It's
truth. In our model,
speculation.
it's gravity. That's a
Your
fact.
model doesn't exist in reality. It doesn't exist. So it's a
Even if it
model
doesn't
from
exist, though,
fantasy. It is a speculation. Whatever you say about your model is speculation, for it does not exist in the real world.
even if that's the
So you
case,
have to use
Jim,
the supposed orbits that we supposedly have around our supposed globe. That is the language that I want to hear. I don't want to hear affirmation. Affirmation language is wrong. That's what's wrong with what you say, Kojo. Sorry.
Jen,
Speak
even if what
properly.
you're saying is true and it doesn't exist, in our model, the model that we adhere to, not you, but me
In our
and other
model,
people, in our model,
our
that's what we,
supposed
that's,
model, your
Jimmy.
supposed model that doesn't exist, orbits, supposed orbits, on via supposed gravity, a force that hasn't been proven, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it should be said and read, not in the affirmation language, because it doesn't exist. So our supposed model not doesn't exist in reality. Okay, this is what we think. This is what we're putting forward. This is our assumption, our presumptions. That's how man of honor would be speaking. Don't speak as if it's a real thing and it's there. I can go and see it tomorrow. Thanks very much. No,
You're welcome, Jim.
carry on though, but be honest.
As I said,
Let me
Jim,
tell you in your model what it takes to stop a speed like that. Okay, in your model, we're gonna go in your fantasy. What it takes to stop a speed like that is when the craft re-enters, when it comes back to Earth in your fantasy model, it's the atmosphere is the mechanism which slows down the craft. You got that, Kosho? Think on that, buddy. Not Kepler, not Kepler's law, the atmos.
Yeah. Kepler, not Kepler's law at all. Absolutely. Especially when the space as it's been described to us, supposedly being void of anything, no friction. It's a vacuum, supposedly.
Yeah, they
How
believe
would
in
it slow down?
fantasies. They believe in fantasies.
Yeah, how would it slow down? From
Kepler.
25,000 miles
Kepler's
per
going to
hour.
be there with a stop sign.
What's scrubbing away? Yeah, what braking mechanism is slowing down this thing then?
SC, do you see this picture I just posted?
Kosho, I had enough of your fantasy, bro. Give me a mechanism or don't talk to me. I gave you a mechanism.
I gave you a mechanism.
I gave you a plausible mechanism in reality. You're telling me Kepler.
Yeah, Kepler's orbital mechanics, we found out later, was due to Newton's gravitation. Okay,
pseudoscientists.
So you use gravitation to describe why orbits are taking place.
But
Orbital
Newton
mechanics
was a
can be described through
pseudoscientist.
Kepler's laws. So don't think that these are two different ideas. Okay, this is the mechanism. All right.
What's the mechanism? First, you said elliptical orbits bleed off the speed because of a high jump going down. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah.
Now,
so I'm asking you to look at this image, SE.
no,
In
but
the image,
am I
SE,
wrong in what I'm saying? You're changing a story
SE,
now, right? Can you at least admit that?
SE. In the image,
Kosho.
SE.
Kosho. Admit that, and I'll look at your image.
I admitted SE. Now
Okay,
in the image,
I'm looking.
In the image, the blue object orbiting the yellow object. Let's say it's going 20,000 miles per hour. Okay, at that point that it's at right there. Okay, and let's say its path is that black line. Can you predict what that 20,000 mile per hour object is going to do as it goes around that ellipse? How it's going to behave? Is it going to slow down naturally, or is it going to go the same speed the entire time? Based on the laws that, like I said, we adhere to in our model.
Well, based on your laws, you can believe anything you want. I'm trying to
Yes.
put this out in reality, and you can say Kepler's law, okay?
If that
An
yellow
assumption is
object
what's
is
happening.
attracting that blue object the entire time, then even though it's going 20,000 miles per hour along that black path, as it moves away from that yellow object, the yellow object is going to continue to pull it close to it, and so that's going to cause it to slow down, which is the
No, we
reason
don't
why
have any
which is the
scientific
reason
evidence
why
of
it
that. So
curves
that's an
around.
assumption. That's an
Yeah,
assumption that you're making of it.
Jin,
But yeah.
I'm just trying to explain to SC this fucking very simple thing, Jin.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
understand you
I
don't believe
understand
that,
what
dude.
you're saying, but it is an assumption, isn't it? Okay, good. As long as we got that straight. We're assuming. You should speak properly, then everyone doesn't get confused. You know, you say we're assuming that this object is going to have a gravitational pull on that blue dot whilst it's going around. Each time it goes past, it's going to have a pull, and that's what's going to slow it down eventually. That is the actual assumption, ladies and gentlemen, but we can't prove it in reality. So please don't believe it's the real thing. It's just an assumption. It's speculation on our part. We have no evidence for this. We can't replicate this here on Earth. We can't go to space to prove that. It's not possible, but it's just what we are speculating with. And everyone has a yawn, has a drink. Sit. That's what you've got to do. You've got to keep it like that all the time. You get more respect. When you put things down and you don't say that, you make yourself sound like you know more than God. That's wrong. You didn't create nothing. Maybe your children, if you've got those, perhaps, but that's it.
Anyways, just something for you guys to think about.
Yeah.
SC, you got to read those last two comps I made. You have a lot more ammo to go at these guys with about the Kepler's laws and all that too. Check it out. Orbital
I will.
mechanics.
And
They
new
interchange.
perspective.
It's like they totally switch off whatever they need to like make it work, but they contradict each other in the way that it's explained.
Yeah.
What's up?
Why am I not surprised to hear that? And then new perspective. Your analogy on the magical show you went to see where you got ripped off but the other guy thought he was having a great time was brilliant. That is exactly what's going on.
Seems like it, doesn't it?
That was superb. Yeah, I liked it. Yeah. It was hilarious. Very, very good.
It's surprising. It's like that's why we're here. I mean, like I think SE even said this. That's what keeps me here too. Like the psychology of someone that totally buys it when they're totally seemingly, cool guys that have a lot of common sense and would probably walk out of that magic show laughing at it as we would. But when it comes to this, it's based on some other kind of like standard. It seems.
Well, yeah, that's why
they don't even admit that. Sorry, Jin. I was just gonna say one thing. What bugs me is they don't even admit that. Yeah, maybe you got some. Maybe there's something wrong here. So, no, they just fight for it. That's what kills me.
Right. That is a weird thing.
You both have said. Yeah, adding to what you both said there. At the beginning of this year, January 1st, I made a statement in Gen Panda server that the year 2022 is the year we, the flat earthers, put the heliocentrists under the psychological magnifying glass and ask, why is it that you are so desperate to hang on to a ball that you've never seen, measured, or experienced? Because it's high time we get an understanding. That's the height of lunacy. You've never seen the thing, you've never measured, you've never experienced it, but yet you carry this strong belief. I want to know the psychological mindset. That's what I said, and that's what this year's been. Now, year 2023 will be the year, and I'm hoping that we, the flat earthers, start throwing out the trash. People who show this willful ignorance after displaying a high intellect. After displaying a high intellect of knowledge, you then start acting willfully ignorant. If it's my server, you're gone. You'll be gone. That's the year. I'm telling you now. Be ready, yeah? Got no more time with this nonsense. We've had 1 year of this silly psychological willful ignorance. 2023 is the year we the flat earthers throw the trash out.
Jin, let me ask Kosho a question. Because it's getting late and I think I gotta go to bed. Kosho, that gift that you posted, 8 minutes past the hour.
Yes.
You showed the the travel, and it's getting slower and faster. Is that what you're showing?
Well, I'm showing that like I said, the law states that for equal amount of area, it takes the same amount of time. It's the same reason why when you throw, like I said, you throw a ball up in the air, as it's going up in the air, it's slowing down, and then it starts falling back towards the earth, it starts speeding back up. Same thing that this ball's doing, or same thing that this orbit's doing.
Right, but you're showing an orbit here now, right? And obviously the what's orbiting, right, is slowing down and going faster.
Right.
Right.
That's right. Depending on its where it is on its orbit, yeah.
Where it is on its orbit. Okay. See, that is the freaky part that you believe. That's astonishing, you know.
I suppose.
So let me ask you, what is causing it to slow down and speed up?
The fact that it's being attracted. So once it's on its, if it's on an orbit or any elliptical gravitational path, let's just say an orbit, though, to be simple, then we know that it's going to be moving away from that body, but that body that it's orbiting is going to be attracting it back towards it. And so it's going to come to a point to where even though it's moving away from it, it's going to arc back around and come back towards it. And it's that arcing back around and coming back towards it, that's going to be the slower part of its path, right?
So you're saying basically what Don was, and Don, I'm sorry if I jumped on you before, man. You just cut in at the wrong time when I was talking with Kosho. So you're saying, like Don said, you're going with the jumping up and down thing. That's what you're thinking an orbit is.
Well, no, the idea is that those are the same phenomena, yeah.
Like
those
a parabolic
caused
thing.
by the same thing.
Like a constant evolving parabolic thing. That's what you're saying. That's what you think it is.
Sure, yeah, like a persistent falling. That's right. That's why they say orbit. In orbit, you're falling forever.
Falling forever. That's it, man. You guys believe in fantasy, man. This is it. This is what you're convinced that a spaceship traveling that way, like a car going that way, you're convinced that it's constantly falling. That's why you believe in these mythical loops and schmoops, and like you actually believe that this thing is constantly falling.
Yeah, and they've got no experimentation to prove this stuff. That's what gets me. No physical tests that they've done. This is all thought experiments, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing in a laboratory or in Earth's somewhere where they've isolated it, got a vacuum going, and actually they've done nothing. I don't understand, man.
Yeah, he can believe that.
Flat earthers lunatics. Really?
He can believe that you're traveling but you're constantly falling. That's how you're reaching where you're going. You're constantly falling. And they believe that. I mean, that's their model. I mean, it's incredible.
Well, you know what an ICBM is, right? Intercontinental ballistic
Never
missile.
observed in nature.
You understand what this is? I know, Jin. I know you do. An intercontinental ballistic missile. These are built on the principle that they're doing a part of they take the path they're taking because they're traveling further than they would if you were just shooting it horizontally, because you're shooting it fast enough and an arc so that you're covering more of the earth. Basically, the earth is falling away.
But with the railgun now, which is a ballistic projectile that's flying at 7.5 times the speed of sound. When you arc it upwards, you're going to lose forward momentum because the ballistic thing hits 120 miles in like under 2 minutes. Yeah, bang, and it's there. If you arc it now, it's going to take longer to get there.
Yeah, but that's not anything to do with what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry, I want to make sure. That's all.
Yeah, I'm talking about You said there was no experimentation for this. I'm giving you an example of when this principle was used militarily before we ever even had satellites.
Well, you haven't got satellites anyway. That's another begging the question fallacy there. Affirming a consequence there. That's crap. We don't have satellites. As you well know, 95% of our communications happen under the ocean, fiber optic cables, of which these bundles that they have are 430 of these bundles exist under the water, covering 700,000 miles. And each day, 10 trillion financial communications happens by these communications every day, not including internet, email, and photographs and data. So please don't be telling me about satellites at this point, but carry on. Satellites, maybe, yes. But anyway, carry on.
Anyways, I just want to say good night, guys. Have a good one. Thanks
Good
for the
night.
conversation.
Good night, SE.
Around SE.
Later, SE.
Yeah.
Don, once again, I apologize, bro. I didn't mean to last shout at you. My bad.
You're good, man. I heard you, man. I appreciate you.
All right. Good night.
Yeah.
Thanks, Don, for trying to help.
Yeah, but you can't help a situation where you can't prove niche. It's all fantasy at the end of the day. It's not real. It's the words we use here. It's not real, is it? Can't touch it, can't measure it, can't see it. It's nothing.
You're
Waste
right.
of time.
It is important for me to remember not to take this that serious.
Exactly, because it's just not real. What you can expel any energy, put it in proving that the earth is curving, at least here on earth where you are, sir. That is a worthwhile endeavor, because a Greek 2,500 years ago was able to, was that 500 BC, let's say, was able to prove the earth curving two sticks 400 miles apart, and the sun, no technology, but yet today's cutting edge technologies. You know those technologies, the ones that they're putting in satellites up there, supposedly, taking rovers to the Mars, supposedly, yeah, rockets, supposedly, that kind of technology, Voyager 1, Voyager 2 technology, precision instruments, supposedly cannot find the curvature of the Earth at all, in any shape, way, shape or form, any degree, not even a nano degree in 7 years of asking. 7 years. That doesn't make sense. How could a Greek do it? And today's cutting edge, best technologies can't do it. Doesn't make sense. And to top it all as well, you've got India, who have joined the space program recent years. They reckon they've got 2 satellites orbiting the moon. One is called Chandrayaan-1. Sounds like a curry menu there. Chandrayaan-2. And they're currently making Chandrayaan-3, constructing it as we speak. But yeah, in the last, since 1977 anyway, to the present day, they've had 2,160 bridges collapse in India. The last one was 3 weeks ago, killing 134 people. Bridges. And they want to tell us they've got satellites in space. I say to India, stop bloody lying and stick to your Indian curry, because that's very delicious. But don't lie about satellites around the moon. Doesn't make sense when you can't even build bridges. And that's not to mention footbridges, by the way. You add footbridges, then it goes up even more. Can you believe this? This is a country that says it's got satellites. Bridges collapsing all over the place. Yeah. Too many anomalies. There are too many anomalies in this heliocentric world that they want us to believe in. Too many, ladies and gentlemen. And I put it to you, what methodology did you use, did you employ to convince yourself that the Earth is indeed a globe of the dimensions given, hurtling through the universe at speeds given? How have you confirmed any of this stuff? Because if you haven't done it, then you are indeed carrying a belief. That is the integrity of your situation. And the belief is not necessarily proving the fact as a fact that it exists. So please endeavor to prove the Earth is indeed a ball. And if you can do that, you can bring it to the welding. Jim CBR1 has spoken. I yield the rest of my time.
Hey, Jen, check your DMs.
Thank you. Certainly will now. Thank you. New perspective. Wicked. Let's see. What do we have here? Still loading. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw you posting these images earlier. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks a great deal. Nice. Appreciate that. You got Pastor Bob. Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for that. Who else have we got here? Then we got September Clues. I think I've seen that one. That's nice. I've seen the September Clues. That was brilliant. Thanks. I'm going to watch it again. Then you got Giants. I haven't seen that one. The Giants. Yeah, I'll be looking at that. I haven't seen that one. And in the images you posted, yeah, thanks. Interesting. Yeah. Definitely food for thought, without a doubt. Yeah. Yeah. Orbital mechanics and things. Thank you. Hope you can. Yeah. Thanks for the upload there. Thanks a lot. Yes. And this conversation all started because of Artemis and the lack of actual eyes on the most important event in space, of course, supposed space, in the last 50 years. This is the most important event. Well, there was one before that, the deployment of the, the James Webb telescope. And I think they insult the man because the man himself abandoned the Apollo missions. He didn't want to have anything to do with it because he knew he was going to be a lie. And if I show you a photograph of his face, what's written on his face is, I'm not going to lie anymore. Okay? But then they honored him with a telescope that's not up there. So that's not honoring the man, that's insulting the man when he's dead. So NASA continues to insult this man of impeccable integrity, James Webb. He decided to not lie to the public. He was the head of NASA at the time when they were doing the Apollo missions, and he decided to stop lying. So just before they decided to go to the moon, before they set off to the moon, the Apollo missions, he retired together with an astronaut and a few other people. Decided to pull out, and then they tried to honor him with this James Webb telescope costing was it 10 billion, sorry, yeah, $10 billion. And already it's broken down. It broke down within months of its deployment, okay? And this is what they try to honor a man with integrity with. I say they tarnished his name. They are dishonoring the man. The same with, what's his name? Elon Musk, using Tesla's name on his cars. Taking a man's name of impeccable integrity and putting it on a product that's shit, tarnishing the man's name, sending it into space as well. More disgrace, honestly. See these people? Nothing but distaste I have for them. Nothing but. Oh, everything they do is to the negative. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're living in. Deception everywhere. And now they got the Artemis. Now, my point was going to be that we should have at least one or two observatories looking at this from Earth, showing us the rocket on its way to the moon. Should be able to see that. They can show you planets and stars from light years away. Surely they can just spin round, and now let's have a look at what's going on locally. Earth's moon. I mean, come on. What's going on here, ladies and gentlemen? Is that acceptable? Everything's required on belief. And as Geo said, when we look at the actual supposed live feed of Artemis leaving Earth on its way to the moon, there's a camera looking. It's very 1960-ish, very 1960s, 1970s NASA. Nothing's changed. Perhaps the black is a little bit more blacker, perhaps. A little bit more of a sheen on the black. A little bit polished glow over there, perhaps. That's it. Other than that, same shenanigans. Nothing has improved in any way, ladies and gents. It's all required of belief. If you want to believe it, go ahead. I don't. I would have done had I not checked the moon landings. And let's say I hadn't checked it now, I'm now 61, I'll be slagging these people off. You fucking lunatics, you ain't got a clue, you hate NASA. That's what I'd be saying. Because I hadn't checked, you see. Then I'd be believing. But now that I did check, and I checked it from 2001, I started checking. Okay, now I know that they're lying, well and truly. So, of course, I'm going to be one of the loudest voices out there telling you that they're a bunch of scumbag maggots stealing your money. That'll be NASA. And then we have this guy, his name was, wasn't it, Mike Molinsky. Mike Molinsky, NASA operations manager for the Hubble telescope. He was kind of like semi-interviewed by Robert Pisano from the channel Planete Veritas. Okay, check it out. And he speaks to the guy. And the guy, Mr. Molinsky, who's supposed to be keeping an eye on the Hubble, let slip that he hadn't seen it for 25 years. Hadn't seen the thing. Hadn't seen it. But yet he's in charge of it. That's the Hubble telescope. That we know it's not up there. We know it's not up there because to have a telescope where they say it is, I think 300 miles up off the Earth's surface, breaks natural law. Breaks natural law. God's natural law. Not man's laws. Man's laws I could give a shit about. God's laws, the laws of natural, that states that you can't have something in a vacuum without it being suspended somehow with some kind of energy that's man-made. Not only that, there's no air to work the thing. How can it just be floating? Orbiting. Crap. Absolute rubbish, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what we're saying. It's not up there. We know it's not up there, but Mike Molinsky just kind of like put a capping stone on that because he said he hadn't seen it 25 years. And he's supposed to be keeping an eye on the thing. There you have it. I kid you not. This is what the Hubble telescope doesn't exist up there. It's a computer program crap that's sending you information, data via those fiber optic cables under the ocean. So any university claiming to be receiving data from that Hubble, it's all coming from computer cables under the ocean. It's not coming from the Hubble itself. That's absolute BS. And the James Webb telescope, which I think is out at the Lagrange point, right out the way, so you can't service if it goes wrong. Very convenient that is. That's not there either. And next year, there's going to be another one after a famous NASA female employee or astronomer or something. I can't remember her name now. I will look it up later and memorize her name. I think her telescope's going to be smaller. It's going to be like 2 billion or something like that. But that's coming already in the pipeline. Well, that's what we're dealing with, ladies and gentlemen. This is the world you live in. Your fantasy. Your presumptions and assumptions live in, ladies and gents. Yes, we the flat earthers don't live in that world. Used to, but we don't anymore. We reserve the right and take the right to check everything properly now. And if we don't trust it, we don't believe. We don't even want to believe it. So we don't do beliefs. We just say, well, okay, we'll have to have further investigation. Put it on the back shelf. And if we don't know, we clearly say we don't know. And if we can't trust it, we just say, no, I don't trust that at all. No, sorry, not enough evidence. That's what we do now. We made that mistake once before. once or twice or thrice before. I'm not going to do that anymore now. I don't want to do a belief. I want to know or I don't know. Simple. And I know there's no rocket on its way to the moon as we speak. There is no rocket on its way to the moon. It's clearly obvious. The nearest planet to Earth, the moon, and they can't show you a telescope from any observatory around the world looking at it, watching it on its way, zooming in on it and showing you. Why can they not do that, ladies and gentlemen? Is that acceptable this day and age? It was put forward by Highlander that the observatories are doing important work. Okay. What important work would that be? One of the ones that would be considered important are the search for earthbound asteroids, meteorites, and alike. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be advised, there will be no earthbound meteorites or asteroids hitting Earth in the next gazillion years. You don't need to worry. Okay? That's not going to happen at all. There's no need to waste. They don't need to be looking. Right? So there's no need. They can stop that program right now. And you wouldn't need to worry of an asteroid coming in to destroy us because it never happened before. The dinosaurs never existed, so that eliminates any asteroid that ended their lives. Okay? And those craters that you see, when you look at the dimensions of those craters, you will notice that they are perfectly almost 360-degree circles. Now that can't be if they're coming in at some kind of angle at breakneck speeds. You'd have to have an elliptical looking hole in the ground. You don't get that. You get these perfect circles, sink very even. You just don't get that. No, it's too perfect. So no, ladies and gentlemen, no asteroid has come in to end any life on Earth at any time of Earth's history, and it's never going to happen in our time, and your children's 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 time. It's never going to be happening, and their kids and kids as well. All right, it's just not happening. So that now being said, why can't they sacrifice a few of these stupid observatories that are wasting our money to show us the rocket going to the moon? You know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because there is no rocket going to the moon. That's why. There is no rocket. That's why they can't show us it. Huh. Distant stars, but moon right on our head, right there, moon. Reckon they can send photons to the moon, boom, and bounce a signal back. That's how we know how far it is. But they don't want to look at the rocket that's going to the moon. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Just totally unacceptable. I will never accept that. You're lucky that I'm not one of those Americans who's fucking, because I'm not an American, but if I was and I was living there, I might go up and blow up the space center or something. Such would be my anger of the money that they're doing, the money that they're wasting. Organise a stealthy group and just go blow up the space center there and just say, yeah, leave a little sign. Stop wasting our money. But there you go. I'm not there, luckily. It's what they deserve. This is the world you live in. This is it. The integrity and the reality of where you live. You're living in a fantasy. Everything, if you're into the space, then you're into presumptions, assumptions, fallacies, and fantasies. Good luck with that. Nothing is real then. Your life is a lie. Okay, good luck. I yield the rest of my time to the respectable gentleman in the server.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Good morning. If anybody knows the quickest way to measure the height of a tree, I presume you walk a set distance away from the trunk of the tree, giving you the baseline, and then you measure the angle from that set distance to the top of the tree, which will give you a right angle triangle, and then simple Pythagoras to do the rest. Is that the simplest way to explain it to a child? Any thoughts? Much obliged. Yeah, boy. Listening to Alan Watts' biography for the first time, most interesting read, or listen as it is with books these days. Had to go through a tunnel to a cutout. Well, I'm sure anyone's listening anyway. In Kent, about 20 miles from where I am, and he just knew that's the height of the tree, and it was their pole star tree, where you'd see it from so far away, you always knew which way you'd go home. I just thought it was rather clever. But any other ideas on the best way, quickest, simplest way to measure the height of a tree? As far as I can tell, simple Pythagoras triangulation. Flat baseline, angle to head of tree. I think it's, what is it? Half the square root of the hypotheses. Oh, it's been such a long time since I've done maths. Half the square root of the hypothesis. If anyone can help me out, a short math lesson would go a long way. I'd obviously just look it up in a book, but I'm walking through the woods with my dog. His name is Poncho. He is a lurcher, which is a mixture between any sighthound and any other dog. So he is half Welsh collie, half Saluki. So if people ask me what he is, I say, oh, he's a Kaluki. But he's not really. He's just a mongrel. The splendid type. The proper doggy dog type. Pikey dog. very smart, very fast, very protective. All the things you want in a decent pooch. He's still quite young, he's a teenager. Lots to learn. I mean, that's me, it is. I've got lots to learn. I'm not the best dog owner, but I'm consistent with him. Never really owned my own dog before. It's pretty sad. I'm almost 40. Well, I guess that's not sad. I was never obviously ready for a dog. Properly autumn now. Properly colourful brown and yellow and orange leaves falling from fruit chestnuts, which are long gone. Ground is still firm underfoot, but the right footwear is necessary. People say that Maine in New England is similar to England, old England in Europe. My wife watches the Gilmore Girls religiously. It looks very pretty. It does look sort of the best the States has to offer in terms of reflection of good old Blighty. I don't know if the guy who had the maths genius thing yesterday, whether he came to any further conclusions with his I think there were consequential numbers of Fibonacci. It was this great long number, 60 numbers long, which seemed to have quite a special significance. Just was interested to know what the number was. But maybe I'll just try and find out myself. It's never usually this quiet. I'm probably just talking to myself. Oh no, I'm unmuted. Good boy. Well, it's the sort of time in the walk, I start singing. So if anybody would like to not hear me sing, please speak now. Very well. What do we do with drunken sailor? What do we do with the drunken sailor? What do we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning, what do we do with the drunken sailor? What do we do with the drunken sailor? What do we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Kick him up the arse and shave his face. Kick him up the arse and shave his face. Kick him up the arse and shave his face. Early in the morning. Ooh, and up she rises. Ooh, and up she. Ooh, and up she rises. Early in the morning. What's his autobiography recently? Guess not. Good boy. Good boy. Alright, it's properly pitting it down now. Temperature's dropping. Tell you what, Dick King Smith's Sheep Pig. That's a cracking read, especially obviously for children listening. There's a great one in the car. Audio CDs. They're the nuts for kids. Audio CDs in the car, like old classics, but shortened, you know, abridged, but the Dick King Smith full version. Ah, cracking story. Never really been a fan of Alice in Wonderland, but I kind of get it. It's just a very blunt way of telling the story of life. Sort of, oh, still daydreaming, let go, fall down the rabbit hole. It's like, oh, come on. But I guess this has got a female protagonist, sort of rare. Right, if there's nobody there, I'll bid you adieu. Say adios. Bye now.